On today's episode of Let's Talk FGO, Ordeal Call 2 is finally here. Also, there's a white day with a little bit of a surprise and a whole heaping lot more news. Like, did you know it's spring? It's spring now. Hello, I am one of your hosts, Omega, and yes, I did spend $4.99 on Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition on Steam. Available now for a low price. Base game 99 cents. And with me, as always, the finder of lost things, Lucky.
Oh, I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka the fires within our heart. And while we here at City Mag like to bring you the latest and FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for the JP and EN versions of the game, so anyone not wanting spoilers should remember their high school days.
Does seem to be a theme. Alright, yes, also, the spoiler warning's very real. We will, later, have our usual section-by-section deep dive on a story chapter. But that will be later. I'm sure you'll know when it happens. But we'll do it section by section, so, anytime where someone needs to pull the eject lever, you can get on out of here. Excuse me, sorry. Alright, with that in mind, let us first check in. Actually, I should mention, as I usually do, before I check in with everybody's favorite Kohai, that this episode is brought to you by our wonderful and beautiful patrons and all of our listeners, and I will talk about that again later. I will remind you of the Patreon brought by at a later date. Now, with that aside, let's check on everybody's favorite Kohai.
Senpai! 起きてください.
Sorry, my voice creaked a little there saying that. Anyway, it's time for Waking the Fuck Up Senpai, our breaking segment for pro tips. I have 2 of them for you today, as befitting an episode that is after 2 weeks, and maybe twice as long, who knows. Number 1, hey, if you want to be ascending any of those brand new servants, you got to clear Ordeal Call 2. I mean, I think if you wait 1 more week, some of that stuff will be in the Pure Prism shop, but, you need those mats right away. They're waiting. They're lurking. So you got to get them. But also, speaking of things and time, hey, we've started the Mahoyo collab social media goal. The social media campaign's already out. It'll end on the 28th, so I hope everybody is ready to continue schmooving, because we have to make a little bit of space.
I do find it interesting that in about 7 hours, I think, Type Moon and UFO Tape are going to be releasing more information on the Mahoyo collab. I mean, not collab, movie. So yes, I wonder if such things were pushed up to, coincide with such a thing.
We do know that, at the very least, FGO likes to take advantage of those sorts of things. I don't know if that's the kind of thing where, because as far as I know, Lasengle's not directly involved in the Mahoyo movie at all, but I wonder if it's one of those things where, Type Moon dropped him a line and was like, oh, hey, yeah, by the way, we're gonna make an announcement about the Mahoyo movie on, the 21st, and then, Lasengle was like, oh, shit, call America. Tell them to send the tweet. Yeah, that's among a couple of my notes for later, but we can bring it up now. Yes, there's going to be Mahoyo movie news, which is good, because there's not been news in a long time.
It's true.
It's kind of funny. This is about something else, but, I saw a tweet the other week that was something like, what was it? It was, because it might have been a quote tweet about, an original story that was like, hey, remember when video games were made by, 10 guys in a shed? And it was somebody was like, this is actually how Type Moon operates. Actual Type Moon really is just 10 guys in, hopefully not in a shack, but in an office somewhere. If not just talking over emails. It is shocking how big Fate is as a franchise and other aspects. Let's give Mahoyo and Tsukihime some credit too. But Type Moon's, works are very large and seem to make a large amount of money, but sometimes it's easy to forget that they don't actually have that many guys and staff.
Oh, speaking of 10 guys in a shed, though, I noticed you didn't mention it in your news, but we did get more news about Fate Extra Record.
Yeah, I did. I remember that just now because that's what the 10 guys in a shed comment was about. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't jot that down. I jotted a pip for anime stuff.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it does look like that Fate Extra Record is in limbo again for whatever reasons, Bandai Namco has pulled out from publishing the title. We do not necessarily have any news on the why or how this happened, just that it has. And so Fate Extra Record is in basically indefinite limbo until they can find another publisher.
Yeah, I'm personally hopeful that if they can, I feel weird saying when they can line up another publisher, because I feel like it can't be that tough to find somebody. I mean, there are numerous business partnerships out there, so hopefully they don't have too much trouble with it. But their original release window was planned for spring 26, and then Bamco pulled out, which is why they put out the announcement, before it actually became spring. They were like, hey, we've been dropped with our publisher, so we are canceling pre-orders, and will not be moving forward. So hopefully they can find a publisher before too long, and shouldn't be too much past that. But yeah, definitely the 10 guys in a shed thing. Like I said, that was originally a comment about Type Moon because of Studio BB, because I don't know how big Studio BB is itself, but Type Moon doesn't actually have that many guys, so like I totally understand that they can't self-publish, like, especially if their plans, which I believe their plans were for physical. Like, I believe Extra Record was supposed to be, when it was announced, was like Switch 1, PS4, that kind of thing. Steam, maybe. Like, if that's paired with a physical release, you absolutely need a publisher to handle all that stuff and, like, set it all up.
Physical media is getting more expensive, unfortunately.
Yeah. But, like I said, hopefully they find a publisher and they can go ahead with it. Just because, again, it's so freaky that, Fate is such a, really big franchise, like Strange Fake. We can go ahead, in fact, and throw in my other non-FGO Fate news. Strange Fake's getting a second core, everybody. It's 24 episodes.
Are we
which is good, because I was very curious how they were going to handle that.
I haven't double-checked on that.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if it's a second direct core, but there's going to be another season, so 13 more episodes, probably 12 more episodes. I think I read the total was 24. So that's good. I know a lot of people were wondering about that, even though I understand that compared to the light novel, the current anime season is like really moving fast. I'm a couple of episodes behind. I need to catch up. But it is Speedy Gonzalez. So yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff going on. Obviously a lot of projects are tough, but yeah, Type Moon, I don't think they have the potential to self-publish, and not especially with their, brand new console gaming wing.
I like how people are saying it's moving speedily, but when they say it's moving speedily, it's, it's a lot of characters just standing there, having exposition and thoughts go throughout their heads. So if that was translated into anime, you just have a lot of characters standing still with a slow pan as they fucking exposit mentally.
Yeah, that's... I recently saw another discussion about Fate adaptations and, like, where's a good entry point, and, like, I still think that, like, Unlimited Blade Works is a really good one. The original Fate Dean is okay. It's just, like, it was pre-HD, so you're gonna see some stuff with the animation. Like, but there is something to be said that, like, the Unlimited Blade Works anime does kind of keep you out of Shiro's head, so you do lose some of his nuance, which, is why there are some more casual anime fans who are like, who's this fucking guy? Who's this dumb guy? And it's like, Shiro's not a dumb guy. I mean, he's a little dumb. He's, like, 16 or 17 or whatever. He's a little dumb. But he's not all the way dumb. He thinks deep thoughts. It's just that if you wanted to compress his entire inner monologue into the fucking anime, you can't do that. They only had 24 episodes.
And it was the same with Apocrypha and Sig's character, who was also thinking a lot of thoughts about himself. But again, unless you want to have, just a shot of a character staring out at something while the camera silently pulls out for him and he mentally speaks, there's not a lot you can do about it.
That's the old cardboard kun joke.
Yeah.
Because people were denied his inner monologue, and I assume Strange Fake is kind of the same. But yeah,
from what I understand, Strange Fake uses a lot of more out of character exposition. Like,
that's arguably even without an omniscient narrator. How do you work that into an anime?
Yeah, no, like very specifically with like the scene with Gilgamesh. I say this in quotes, by the way, because I do not actually believe this. With Gilgamesh being Job, there was actually a big long section of explaining why Gilgamesh lost in this moment because, Tina Chuck was not actually fighting with Gilgamesh. She was just in reverence for her king, therefore he lost. There's this whole big explanation, but you can't really fucking... Do you really want to stop the action sequence to lay this out?
Especially not for Strange Fate. Those action sequences are so cool.
No, so...
God, that fucking... Again, the 10-second fight, but the 3-way between Hippolyta, Alcides, and Gilgamesh earlier was that shit was tight.
No. Like I said, this is one of those things that is, lost in adaptation, unfortunately, but... Again, either you spend way more money than you really want to just get, scenes which I think people would find very boring, if not, because I think we make the jokes about, just expositing endlessly as well. People don't like that either.
Yeah, I mean, I think the TV Tropes brand trope title for that is navel gazing, which was a thing leveled at certain anime in the 90s and early 2000s is if you just have shot, reverse shot, or the characters just kind of, sitting on their bed thinking out loud. I mean, that means you're not spending action time. It can be important, but there are also ways you can communicate that stuff more directly. And especially for adaptations, if you want the deeper dive, most of the time anyway, you can access the source material, at least if you live in Japan.
I'm about to say, I would probably be again, I constantly ask why these light novels have not been brought over.
I mean, honestly,
the game's been brought over. The fucking the anime's being brought over. Why not the books?
Yeah, I don't know, because I feel like the light novel industry did cross over for a while, and then maybe post COVID it kind of tapered off. There is. I don't think we've touched on this at all, but over the past month or so, there has been a huge debate online about the nature of fandom overseas markets versus Japanese markets and sharing and stuff. Because specifically there was a small short or teaser, a special short film for Evangelion. It was an anniversary year, I think, for Eva, and I believe they announced that they're getting was it actually Yoko Taro, or did I make that up in my brain?
No, they got Yoko Taro.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that we got some crazy polls, right, for a new Evangelion project, right? So, in Japan, they showed a Japanese fans in-person only special. Somebody recorded it on their phone and uploaded it to the internet. It got spread like wildfire. There were some takedowns. Unfortunately, because of the way lots of U.S. copyright works, in order for, I forget who the anime producer was, but in order for them to show that they owned it, they uploaded their original 4K master footage of the short and showed it to the other guy as part of their DMCA complaint. So then that leaked on the internet. So eventually they just posted it on YouTube for free and apologized. They were sorry, we let that one out there. Maybe we didn't need to show the 4K masters to prove we owned it. But that sparked a huge discussion. And yeah, in most parts of Japan, a lot of the diehard otakus don't follow the piracy idea, which I want to say I think comes from a position of privilege. If you live in Japan, a heavily urbanized country which has good public transit, it's probably not that weird to think, oh yeah, if I've got the time, I'll pop down and watch an in-theater thing I can only go to in person. If you're only showing it in Japan in theaters, there's a whole wide, global audience who is interested in these properties out there. And a lot of times it seems like Japanese, not necessarily artists, but publishers and the media companies don't really hold a lot of stock in the global audience, which means that the Japanese audience doesn't necessarily get how the broader global audience feels. And I'm not just talking about America. I think America is very privileged when it comes to media. We get a lot of tailoring with, dubs, ports and stuff. But there are big fandoms for lots of Japanese properties in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia, that's not Japan, and those guys are all yeah, dude, if we didn't pirate it, we would never see this shit. We would never ever see it if we did not bootleg this stuff. And it's an interesting discussion where it's like I said, I don't really know if anybody is right or wrong, because that sounds like a moral question of is there really a morality to whether or not you sell to an audience?
Well, it's one of those weird things of like everything costs money in today's days, and things are increasing lots of money. It's like I don't know, like I literally do not know anyone else in my social circles who buys physical light novels. I know people who buy like digital books digitally and stuff.
And obviously that cuts down on like production costs, but
like
we may be about to go to the same place. I was going to say, if you're Japan and you are concerned about piracy, the moment you convert something to ebook format, it's going to get pirated. Will that affect your like sales cap? It really does depend.
No, but like light novels, I feel like are like a growing market though. Like I've been seeing so many things of like I've seen so many like Japanese light novels being turned into audiobooks. Like English audiobooks.
Ooh, that's a good market, yeah.
Yeah, no, I see light novel and yes, there are like several like because we do have several dedicated light English LN publishers like Seven Seas and
well, and I remember I feel like it was pre-COVID because you've talked off and on for many years about your light novel buying habits, but I feel like at one point we talked about it and like there were talks of like light novels taking over like Barnes and Noble and shit, like even more so than manga, right?
Yeah, no, there are
like so many
like if you go like to a Barnes and Noble, while the manga and light novel section, it's usually put together. Usually light novels on one side, manga side. Usually takes up like a whole ass section. You know, you'll have your romance, you have your dromance, you have your horror thriller, you have your educationals and stuff. Then you'll just have manga light novel, and it'll just be huge because it will just contain everything in there.
My kingdom for the day that you just put the light novels in the genre fiction where they belong. We'd start diffusing so many nerds early that way if we just mixed it in with the normal genre shit. Sorry, this is a discussion about like Shonen Jump manga and shit like that, and manga demographics that we don't need to have because we've had it before. But yeah, no. Like I said, I don't know. I know that, like I said. Sorry, I'm saying like I said before, but we're talking about subjects that we have talked about past on the podcast, and I don't know how much the audience remembers of what we said before. I don't know how much I remember of what I've said before. But Nasu, I believe, has made a couple of statements about concerns about piracy, like not necessarily wanting, their shiny brand new light novels to be busting out in the piracy sphere, which is why like they've avoided Steam releases on some titles, for instance. Preferring to go with, consoles, which are a little more closed garden. Not perfect. God knows with Switch emulation, like, there are freaks out there who are ready to pirate Switch games. Maybe now that we're on Switch 2 and the hardware's a little more advanced, it's tougher, but, So it's consoles are not necessarily safe from piracy either, especially Nintendo's stuff. But I know that, like I said, Nasu has said that's some reasons why they're cautious about Steam releases. But at the same time, we have gotten Steam releases for major Western releases of products like Fate's Day Night Remastered, Hollow Ataraxia Remastered. So, like, I don't know where he's at right now with that sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if Nasu personally is concerned about, like, light novel piracy, all that stuff, Like I said, I don't think artists are as keen on this. Actually, this is a story that's a few weeks old, but I'll ask you if you heard about it, Lucky. Did you hear about the manga artist who scanlated his own manga?
I think so. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it was a few weeks ago now, but there was a
I
manga artist who like posted his own. He either did it himself or he directly posted like links to a scanlation of his manga because he did not have an international publishing deal, and basically said, hey, some people translated my manga for free. I'd love if more overseas fans saw it. And obviously that meant a shitload of people were like, oh shit, that's so novel. Then the publisher made him take down his own tweets and basically issue an apology.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I'm sure the publishers are thinking about this sort of thing. But, it's one of those things where, like, if he don't got an international deal, then, what are international fans supposed to do?
I don't know.
Yeah, I also don't know. But your discussion of the oddball effects of the global economy aside, you can call that a pro tip. Sorry. Just clearing my nostrils. We must move on.
So, with that, we are going to do Records from the Throne, our regular achievement topic, and Not All the World's Evil is kind of as a one and done here, because as some of you may have realized, and some of you may not have cared, we did not do a show last week. Why we did not do a show like we is just because Lucky was absolutely not in a mood to do a show. So sit down, take a moment. I'm going to explain this. It might take a while. I didn't actually write this down, so I'm kind of freeballing it. So
we'll improv.
A little bit of improv. So here it goes. So last week, when Ordeal Call 2 dropped, me, like many other people, were super duper fucking excited. Like I said, the new story chapter, new banners, Marie Alter would be out. It'd be great. I've been saving for this for a good while. I had about 600 quartz saved up, plus some tickets. Like many others, I started rolling. I actually got a Gold Avenger on my tickets. I was super excited. I thought, could this be the fabled time? No, it was fucking Nito Alter. But, it was just like, it was in my first...
Fuck.
Yeah.
I
But,
saw the Alter post, but I didn't know the context, obviously.
Yes, no. So, but, it was a gold SSR on tickets, so, I wasn't particularly perturbed about that. I still had, like 600 quartz to get through. Now, if we're being frankly honest, I had pretty good luck starting off here. In less than 200 quartz, I did get my first Marie Alter. And I got a fuck ton of Hassans of the Shining Sun. I think I have, like, over 10 of them. I'll explain this why in a second. So, all the raid ups, I got them. So I did get MP1 Marie Alter, but here's me still having like 400 Saint Quartz and a Dream. Because everyone knows that basically MP2 is the sweet spot for
a lot of things. It's good for your NP levels, it's good for your coins levels.
Yes. Generally you want, if you're planning on using a servant, a SSR servant, pretty well, you generally want MP2. I looked at Marie Alter. I'm like, she's probably not someone that I'm going to use all the time, but I love her, and I want to put in the effort to make sure that, I can plug her in when I need her and not have to, really drum down on the math to, make sure I get all the bonuses and stuff. Plus, being able to overcharge and all that stuff, super fucking important. So, I decided to keep rolling. My luck had been pretty fucking good. I got Nito Alter on tickets. I think I was at like MP. No, by this point, less than 200 quartz in, I was at MP5 Hassan of Shining Star. I was getting that many of the boy.
Doing way nuts. Better on me than that score.
No,
I'm talking about my 4-star is bad. But continue.
And so I started rolling. I blew through the 400 Saint quartz with a nothing. I bought 4 big, $80 packs. Nothing. And I'm just like, I'm here thinking, I just like spent like over 1,000 quartz just trying to get MP2 of a, quote unquote rate up servant, and I could not achieve this goal. Because I got the Marie Alter early, pity didn't help it up. There was no safeguard, there was no net, there was nothing. I just spent $300 of me, a guy who's unemployed, does not make any money, and has dwindling savings. I just wasted $300 fucking dollars on this and got nothing out of it. Yeah, because, like I said, I already had MP5 Shining Star. I had MP1 Marie Alter. I got Nito, and I think I got a couple other 4-star servants in the where. I'm sorry, I can't remember, but generally because I roll so much, most permanent SR servants I already have MP5. They're just all rare prisms to me now. But I spent over 1,000 quartz just trying to get the MP2 servant here, and I could not achieve that. And I'm just like, and Lucky had a bit of a meltdown because that's fucking stupid. I felt so disrespected.
It's very bad.
In the moment.
Yeah. I know people obviously don't. I don't want to be out here and being like, well, obviously, if you spend real money, you should get the servant easier, because that is kind of like a pay-to-win type mentality. But, like, you went to the mat for this.
No,
like I said, I woke up and I saw the tweets, man. I don't know if anybody else here saw the tweets. I saw the tweets.
Like, oh, God, like, how do I want to put this? I spent $300 money, and here's the thing. If I had gotten, like, my MP2 Marie Alter, like, in that last pack, I probably would have been fucking fine. I've been all like, yeah, that's the price I pay. That's the price I pay. You know, this game needs to make money so it can continue to be a game and, you know, pay its employees, play its contract, employee franchise, and do future project. It's important. It's why I never make bones about it. But the problem is that I spent so much money and did not
get nothing. Yeah,
I spent money and got nothing. Is what gets to me here. Like, it's like FGO is a 10-year-old game. We have had so many iterations on the gacha system and whatnot to, you know, make people feel like, you know, even if you do not get the thing, at least you have, you know, you have fail safes, you have backups, you have savings, you have pity systems and stuff. FGO is a 10-year-old game, and only was, I think it was in the last year that they came up with the idea of having multiple pities. Before that, you can only get it once. And I'm just like, this is so unbelievably disrespectful and predatory to me that lucky at one had a full fucking shutdown, like a mental shutdown. I closed Discord, I closed Steam, I closed PlayStation. For like 3 days, I just laid in bed and thought about my fucking life.
Yeah, a bad one. A real bad episode. Like I said, I saw the tweets and I was like, oh, that's so bad. Like, fucked my day up a little bit. Obviously not to make it about me, but like I could feel it from the tweets. I was like, oh my God, that's so bad. I'm trying to wonder, I think I had some moves like that where I spent money on FGO and still didn't get it early, and I kind of taught myself to be like, you can't always trust buying scene quartz. It might be nothing. Because we don't think about it a lot these days because, like you said, FGO is like an older game. I truly do not know how, like, held together by spit and string this app is, right? At this point. Mm-hmm. So, like, I don't know how easy it is for them to code in the stuff like saving multiple pity or saving your pity across multiple rate-ups, which is, as you said, a very new feature. Like, I do not know how much of a struggle it is to implement some of these things. Because, you know, when the devs talk about it, they sound like they're responsive, but we always got to be a little careful. But, like, FGO's rates are bad. They have always been kind of bad, and arguably they are still bad in the terms of the newer way that games go about them. Now, FGO's pity is technically better than the way I feel like MiHoYo has kind of done pity, where usually you get their pity much more reliably, but they're like, but it's a 50-50 coin flip, so we could tell you to go fuck yourself. But FGO is like, no, you get pity once per banner, NP1 backstop, and we, you know, at least for now, I think like you said, I'm pretty sure JP has it enabled that you can get multiple deep pities. The big packs are expensive, yeah. God. Also, fucking, like I said, talking about, you know, shit being more physical shit being more expensive. Sometimes digital shit's more expensive. At some point, they tacked on like sales tax in a lot of states to like gacha shit and like have changed pricing of packs, which is annoying. But like it's a whole thing, and yeah, FGO is like bad.
No, its monetization is very, very bad, and like I said, if I had disposable income, like genuinely disposable income, money that I can say, yeah, I genuinely do not care if I, you know, literally set this shit on fire and spent it, I probably would not care. But I'm not in that situation.
And it changes your perspective. I kind of bell curved on FGO. Like, I started broke ass when we started doing the show and the game dropped. There was a middle period, kind of around the COVID boom, when the YouTube ad money was super good. The Patreon was super good because people in the world had money. And now, you know, the money has gotten smaller because people have less money because shit's bad. Unrelated. So I definitely get it about the being like, man, that's tough to spend that much when you know you don't got that much left in the bank.
I did not have that much left in the bank. But no, it's just like, and this is one of the reasons why I need like FGO to end. I need FGO to shut down, reopen, and make itself a little bit more modern. Like,
they would have to like reinvent if they started launched FGO 2. They would have to reinvent the gacha from first principles, just because that's just not how people do it these
like
days.
honestly, like Axe in the Patreon chat asking what gacha system would I want? Give me Nikkei's. Nikkei's is perfectly fucking fine.
How does the Nikkei rolling actually work? I never got that far into it.
Nikkei rolling is actually pretty simple. You have free gems and you have paid gems, and you have multiple gachas. There's basically three types of gachas in Nikkei. You have your rate up banners, which uses rainbow tickets. You have your standard banner, which uses blue tickets, and then you have your social, which uses friends points. You can use gems to roll in both the rate up and the regular. And like I said, the social one is only social. The interesting thing about Nikkei is that there are SSRs in all pools. You can roll on the social. You can roll in the social friend pool one and still get SSRs, like, which is like super important for free to play players. Not to mention that the game is usually like every event, because Nikkei basically has a new event every 3 weeks. Yeah. And every event, they give you 10 rainbow tickets and 10 standard tickets, plus sometimes more tickets, depending if there's like a 7-day login in. Nikkei is very generous with giving you tickets. Gems, not so much, but like I said, most people, like, I barely spend money on Nikkei, barely, and that's usually because I think Nikkei does a really good job. They make very few units limited. Usually it's like collab characters and seasonal units.
And
like
then other quote-unquote limited units come back on rate up a lot.
They don't come back on rate up, but they're put into the pool. Basically like maybe like less than a month after their initial rate up, they just get quietly added to the permanent pool, and they can just show up whenever.
Yeah, that's the thing that I like. I don't... We have discussed this before, but in Japan, there were either active lawsuits or there were discussed lawsuits about marking units as permanent versus limited. So games like Fate have to be very careful about announcing when they're going to delimit a unit. Mm-hmm. So, like, I feel like that's why it's not more common, because they can't just decide to do it later. I do kind of wonder if FGO might have, like, fewer limited characters if they did an FGO 2, because, like, there are times when FGO doesn't... Chat, there are so many fucking banners next year. So many banners. Like, FGO is like, what's limited? I don't know. We've decided to not care for the last year. I also heard somebody talk about this. Apparently the bond ratios for doing the, like, farming quests for grand duels are, like, so crazy that, like, you will easily hit your bond 15s.
Oh, that's nice.
Like you will be making so much free Saint Quartz from bond farming that, like, with all the rate ups, you should have a chance to try for basically anybody you're missing before the finale. Like,
but
crazy economy stuff. But yeah, honestly, what you said about Nikkei reminds me of the other gacha that I'm still playing, Girls Frontline 2. Like, so technically you have collapsed pieces as your super currency, but you can convert that into permanent or story tickets, basically limited access tickets. You also get standalone regular tickets and limited access tickets. They don't have a friend point equivalent, which is interesting. Like, there's no friend gacha type thing. They do have a separate costume gacha, though, since they added the crew deck. And, the way they do it is they have the 50-50, flip after X number of pulls, you get an elite unit, etc. They do still have truly limited units, but I don't know if it's because we're playing catch-up or not, but Girls Frontline 2, for every, like, phase of an event, because events are usually, like, 1 or 2 parts, or more, for every phase of the event, they'll do, like, 2 rate-ups for a limited unit. I think the only thing about Girls Frontline that's not great is that your special weapon pools are still usually a little separate to get the high-level stuff for synergy, but I don't know how, necessary that is if you're not getting really sweaty with, like, the PvP or the extreme modes.
Yeah.
And each rate up has its own, elite pity tracker. They also usually do the like target your own, SSR rate up kind of a thing. They recently did one that was target your own rate up for limited SSRs, shit like that. So, FGO probably does not have the code framework for some of that shit, which is why, like we say, there needs to eventually be an FGO 2.0.
No. And continuing on with Nikke has, so many, anti-frustration features in its rolling. People don't think of it because people automatically think if they don't got what they want immediately, the game sucks, but no. Nikke has a wishlist system for their standard rolling, not the limited rolling, but their standard, and which basically for each faction of Nikkes that you can pull from, which is, Elysian, Messiahs, Tetra, and the Pilgrims, you can put in 5 Nikkes. If you roll an SSR on the standard rolling, you will get one from your wish list.
Oh, that's so
it's
good.
guaranteed.
I fucking love that for permanence in FGO.
See, the thing with the wish list is you have to have 5. You cannot go with less than 5. So even if you have, if you don't necessarily need that money, you need to make sure that all slots are filled in it. So you'll get one of 20 SSRs, and you can change the wish list, and you can add to the wish list as new permanent units come out. Another frustration is that Nikke Pity is super fucking simple. If you roll on the rate up banner, you get a gold ticket. You get 200 gold tickets. You can just buy a unit and it carries over. You don't have to use it on any particular rate up. You can just hoard them, and so you have 800 tickets and just buy four of a copy of a new limited run unit and not have to spend the fucking dime.
So basically, how unregistered Spirit Origins should have worked, but don't because we hate them. USOs are very bad. They're a very bad system. Yeah,
they're very bad. And even if you roll on the regular, when you roll on the regular standard banner, you get black tickets, which if you get 200 of, you can go spend on a unit in a store, which goes through a rotating stock of very basic launch units. It's not it's not a great selection, but it's something that you can continuously.
It's still a little better than
it's a little better
line because they also give you currency when you roll banners, depending if it's permanent or there. But usually you only exchange that for more tickets. They have very limited amount of neural data you can get for units that way. You can't get a lot of brand new units in it so far. They might add more to it later. I'm not up on the latest Girls Frontline 2 stuff, but yeah, and I will say this. I think, obviously, mechanically, I think FGO is a very good game in the sense that, you very rarely have to roll specific units to, win. It's better. There are usually clusters of units that make certain strategies, way more viable, but you usually don't have to be rolling exact units to clear story. I do imagine if you don't have a lot of Avengers, this current story release is probably a little tricky, but I think you could make it work. Your friend list and story support. But, I feel like there is... The fandom has cultivated kind of a thing of, you work with who shows up kind of a thing. But if you want a specific person to show up, like I said, I really don't think it was until the 10th year where they were just fuck it, we ball, banners every week, 4,000 banners. You need more Sancorts? Do Grandel, here's, 11 gajillion Bond XP.
No, so it's... And God, Nikke also still has more systems. If you roll for a limited number of time, if you roll 100 times on the standard banner, you get just to pick from a pool of 5 or 6 Nikkes, which are usually linchpins and certain strats. So you can get something to start building good teams. Nikke does so much to empower you. And they are continuously refining and adapting their change so that players...
You can't... I want to say this. You can't say that Nikke's not profitable. Those fuckers launched Stellar Blade and are working on Stellar Blade 2. They're making AA games and still running Nikke.
They try to make it so that units are as accessible as possible while still being profitable. I don't think Nikke makes a lot of its profit from people buying gem. Well, they do. They do have some epic tier winners who basically every unit comes out, they drop $1,000, buy all the gems, and fucking max
and JP
break.
FGO has Giga Whales like that too. There are some genuine freaks in the FGO JP fandom who roll extra copies of a servant past NP5 just for fun.
Yeah. No, they have those, but generally what I think a lot of people spend money in Nikkei for is on the costumes. Nikkei has a very strong costume game. Like we have they have something they call, the costume gacha, in which you buy tickets to roll a fucking little red and you can get a special costume at it. Like, it's a little silly because honestly, like, Axe is out there saying, "Oh, I shouldn't say that in a mocking tone. Excuse me. I'm saying, oh, it's like $30 to $40 too much." No, I think $60 is the right amount, because in said gacha, if you go for everything in it, you get like 10 special tickets, you get 10 regular tickets, you get like a bunch of crafting mats and materials, and you get the costume as well.
It's like a little baby battle pass kind of thing.
Yeah, no, it's like you're not spending $60 on a costume. You're spending $60 on like 20 pools, like several pools, and like a week's worth of materials farming plus a costume. I think that's worth $60. The thing that annoys me about the gacha costumes is I don't like having to spend, I don't like have to buying 6 passes at $9.99 just so I can roll. I'm like, no, I don't need the gacha part. Just give me the whole fucking package. I'll be good.
Yeah, you would prefer to just buy the battle pass. No, I understand. And like I said, I haven't fucked around with it a lot. Just because, no.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna cut you off here. Axe saying they shouldn't cost $20. I was like, I think they should, because each costume represents work that people have done on this game. Like, this is one of those things that, like, yes, it's fine if free to play people play the game, but remember, it's not free to play people that's keeping the game running. This game needs to make money.
Yeah, you got to keep your servers on, especially God knows with like AI companies are trying to steal all your RAM.
So if a costume has new voice lines, guess what? That means they had to get the VA in.
It's a costume, so they had to pay the artist.
The costume, they had to do spine work on it. They had to do all this extra stuff to get this to work.
No, they had to rig it.
That's more than $20 worth of effort.
Like, honestly, I will say this is a thing that is a positive to FGO, but I wouldn't mind if they did change it for an FGO too. FGO's costume system is arguably, like, I know it's very limited. It took them a while to get it going because, again, the game was so simple. But FGO's costumes are honestly, like, super generous, where they're just like, yeah, they just cost mats, and they will be added to the dressmaking shop permanently eventually, Like, they are, like, pretty straightforward, and some costumes are simple and they don't really change voice lines, but other costumes have brand new voice lines and animations and shit, Like, and some of those costumes in FGO change the character's silhouette and sprites a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, FGO is very generous with costumes, which is, again, not a market trend. Usually games go the other way. Ghost Frontline 2 is, like I said, a costume gacha as well that works very similarly. There's probably slightly more annoying because the way you earn, some of the costumes are divided into pieces. Like, accessories, you gotta combine to get the whole. Yeah, there were 7 brand new costumes in the Idol event, which had, like, image songs. So, like, FGO is weird, but its gacha system is very dated, and you didn't say this in so many words, Lucky, but I think I agree with the point that, like, we should not let them get away with saying their gacha rates are not bad just because we've kind of gotten used to them and the game's a venerable old member. Like, they're bad. They've always been arguably been pretty bad. Like, they were on the low end of industry standard. They were not on the worst of the industry standard. There were worse gachas. But it was generally said that FGO's SSR rate was pretty bad since launch, and is why people were begging for pity for years. And they did eventually get to it, but that doesn't mean that we're, like, scot-free.
Mm-hmm.
FGO has a lot of systems that are just, guys stacking more boxes on top of each other. USOs are like that. Like, they're bad. Like, the concept of USOs is cool. The idea that you could get any servant, like, who's permanent, or the current limited rate-up ones with 5 currencies, that's nice. The fact that you need to roll 5 extra copies past NP5 of an SSR is a little intense. That's insane.
No, USOs should be something like it takes only 1 to get a servant or something. I think I have like 2. I have been spending I said,
have 2. Actually, and this was another point I wanted to raise. Sorry to cut you off now, but I saw the tweets morning of, so, like, I've been thinking about this conversation for, like, over a week. like, if you lucky wanted to say to yourself, yeah, I'm done spending money on FGO, like, I think, not that you have to earn that right, anybody. You don't have to spend money on games if you don't want to. It's just like you said, if you're spending money, you are helping keep the lights on. But, like, if FGO spending was frequent flyer miles, you would be a platinum card member. You have spent a lot of money on this game, especially when the money was good. Like,
yes,
you know, you are a premium customer. So if you wanted to say that, like, I don't think this game respects my money and call it, you are well within your rights. Like, but the games have this, you know, this factor going on, and even with all the intense amount of money you have spent, you only have 2 USOs. That's how bad USOs are, chat.
Yeah. No, so again, like, I like FGO. I truly do. The stories I like, but when I say I like FGO, I specifically mean I like the stories and I like the characters. I like the art. I like the acting. I like the voice lines. You know, I like all the flesh and meat of the game. I do not like this monetary system, and I do not like these mechanics. Like, Lucky, like, went on a, like, I'm fucking done thing. Like, I canceled, like, so many things I was spending money on because I just realized that I'm just wasting money. Like, I canceled my Uber Eats. I canceled my fucking Crunchyroll. I canceled my fucking Discord Nitro. I canceled, my High Dive. I canceled so many things. I just realized I'm done. I'm done. And I don't know if I can say I'm done spending money on FGO. Completely, because there are still several units that I am going to want, and everyone knows my luck is formula, but I'm done spending on just for units just so, you know, I can say I have them. Like, I was gonna be spending money on, you know, Alco come collab, not happening anymore. Alco's cool, she has some really cool mechanics, I don't care about her that much. I was gonna get her just because she does something fucking cool. No. Axe, while I do appreciate the sentiment, don't give me money if you're thinking that it's going to make me, like, feel better or whatever. Give money because you want to see something in the channel.
Yeah. So
like,
if not to turn this into e-begging, because that is what Lucky is saying, is not that.
Like,
if you want to support us because your funding does support us in these endeavors, you can feel free to support us financially. But also, that goes into, like, the other shit. If the money's good, that may trend into discretionary spending. But also, you know, this is the thing I talk about a lot. Your you know, ad eyeball dollars, you know, your YouTube Premium and your ad rev and your Patreon money, I convert that shit directly into food that I need to live. Chad. Yeah. Like, not all of it, but that's where a significant chunk goes. I spend it to keep my internet on so I can keep making the show, kind of a thing. Like, so, like, I appreciate when you guys, you know, if some of you, you know, are out here making dark bargains, which are just kind of like, oh, hey, you know, I didn't have to spend money on this banner. I'll drop, like, a super chat or a super thanks on the channel and be like, hey, here's the, you know, the rest of the $50 I was going to spend, you know, out there. I would prefer if you didn't donate games directly just to see us stream, because I don't know if this game's going to be streaming, but, you know, we can discuss it. There are other things that your money goes into, like I spent $5 to buy... I wasn't kidding. Somebody said Fallout New Vegas was 99 cents on Steam, and I was like, ooh, I haven't actually purchased it on Steam before. The Ultimate Pack with all the DLC was fucking $4.99. How could I not?
No, but long story short, I'm done with spending on FGO until I can reach a situation where I actually have disposable income. I have already cut back on a lot of my funding, and I'm trying to get some things going so I can spend money. This moment has, like, been a whole lot of things that telling that Lucky that he needs to get his life together. Either I need to invest more time into actually making this channel profitable, something that I've been a hella blasé about, or I need to actually get back into the workforce and do something. Because I need money. Money is important.
Money make the world go round.
Make the world go round. But if you wish to know, I did get NP1 Marie Alter, NP5 Hassan of the Shining Star. I got my first Nito Alter, and I got a bunch of other things I'm not entirely sure about. Hassan and Nito Alter is smile protected, but unfortunately, Marie requires current.
Yeah, you need flowers.
Flowers, and I'm at 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I literally didn't get them until, like, section 11. So on my end, I don't really want to tell you how it was for me in my Mary altar. I got one, and I do have the NP2. I will say that. I don't really want to talk anymore about it because, like, not only lucky, but I know other people had really bad times on the banner. I had a really fine time on the banner. I've had freakishly good luck, honestly, for FGO so far this year, and it worries me because, as we've seen with Lucky, the FGO gacha is pure chaos. So, like, there will be banners I care way more about later, Space Aresh, that, like, I could just get fucked on, and I'm not going to be happy. But we've been running the tables pretty weirdly, so, we'll see. So, yeah, I have a Mary altar who is NP2, and I have finally protected her smile. I only got one Hassan of the Shining Star in that score, though. Did not have any good luck in that. And this is the thing that's insane about the FGO gacha, right? And having permanents in with limiteds. You got a Nito altar. I rolled on her fucking banner when she came out and surprised us. I still don't have one. She's permanent. Like, that's how goofy this game is sometimes. Axe did bring this up earlier. I have made a dedicated effort to, like, fire into every GSSR that has Oberon in it since he launched, and I still don't have NP1 Oberon. That fucking moth keeps dodging me. When I get my hands on you. Like, FGO's crazy, but yes, I also have similarly protected my smiles of Hassan and Mary. I have a different Matt, though, involved because, hey, when I got the NP2, and because, like I said, I didn't see how Lucky was doing on rolls yet, so I was like, I got NP2, I need to quit. I need to call it a day. I need to take my ball and go home. So I did. So I had some St. Courts left. I did some tickets and some complimentary tenors, so probably like a couple of 10, a couple of 10 spins in, on the count as well, Monte Cristo. Did not get that. I posted in our rolling channel, hey guys, my count looks a little funny. Yeah, I got a gold assassin jump, and I got fucking Kashin Koji. That was my SSR on Monte Cristo. I did get one copy of Cagliostro also, and I was like, I gotta quit. I gotta stop. Cagliostro came first, so I was like, okay, let's go. When I rolled the gold assassin with Rainbow Sparks, I was like, I need to quit. I need to stop. I need to go home. I'm done here. So, like, yeah, it's fucking wild. Cagliostro's smile is not protected because that motherfucker requires 10 gold cauldrons to ascend. Don't know what the fuck he thinks he's doing. But we'll see about that one later. But, alrighty. Yeah, that's the back half of the story. We're not there yet. Let us keep on keeping on, because we're not even to skelograms yet, of which there's loads. Let's talk first about did you finish your master missions. You need to defeat 15 enemies with the Heaven attribute. You need to defeat 15 male enemies, defeat 15 humanoid enemies, defeat 5 supergiant enemies, complete 5 quests, and complete 10 quests. So, do id, and barring that, do some of the other shit they want you to do, because... Oh, I got a long list. Okay. Wait, let me gamer lean, chat. Actually, let's see. Because we, in addition to the story, we tangential. Wow, we are almost at an hour. Jesus.
It's been brewing in me.
Look, it was very warranted. Like I said, I think of myself as a very empathetic or sympathetic. I don't actually remember which one is which person. But, like, as a person who has spent money and got jack all, not as much because I don't think I've ever had quite as much disposable income as you, Lucky, but as a person who spent money and got bupkis on FGO, I definitely understand the feeling of, like, I spent my money, I didn't get fucking anything, I feel like shit. Honestly, when I spend money and get servants, I usually don't feel anything. I feel numb inside when it happens. Like, it does not feel good. So, like, like I said, I got up first thing, I saw your tweets, and I was just like, oh, that's bad. That's very bad. That fucking sucks. So, like, I've been, again, like I said, the Platinum Miles comment, I've been thinking about this for a while, too. And, obviously, we did tangent about some other stuff in there. But let's run into the skelograms. I said it would be a double big episode. So, the news. There's a lot of it. There's literally like a page full of it. So, we start at the top, because we are a little behind. Number 1, White Day, JP White Day. Starting the 11th, and technically still not over, going until the 25th. The full title of this story is My Kind of Abduction, 2 Moles and an Endless Legacy. Interesting. What do you mean by that? My kind of abduction. Now, on the other hand, and the reason why I think they're doing some other things we're going to talk about later, this event's pretty straightforward. Despite having a brand new servant on the banner, spoilers, it says 2 moles. This event is like a couple of our previous White Days, where there is no free quest and no shop. There is story events only, which are time-gated. So, pretty direct. Now, what it does include is it has what they call the Instamax, the instant camera filter again, which I think they showed off at Valentine's and some previous events. Does also have the rotating backgrounds, and something that a lot of people were immensely pained by. But also, you could not only include your servants and yourself in the mix-up, but could also include Chaldea-uniformed cryptors in your combos. And, all the cryptors character artists made sure to tweet out who the new art they drew and whom. So, that's what a humdinger. What an emotional feature that'll be in a couple of years, I'm sure. Standalone banners are, like I said, you saw it, the spoilers. One of them is Saber Mole. Jacques de Mole, Saber, the normal male one, has been freed from Arcade. He is free.
It is a joyous time.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
No, I think it's great.
And
it's a rad design.
No, yeah, he is pretty cool. And we'll talk about a new servant deets later, but I think they did a really interesting design to counterpoint him to the Foreigner version we got first. They are completely separate servants. It's funny, almost in their niches. But there's also a Foreigner Mole raid up, and there's a Napoleon and Jekyll Hyde raid up. And also, I want to say, I do think there is not that much bad blood between the 2 moles, because Saber Mole is so much of a fucking freak, he has Foreigner Mole on his snowboard. What a weird guy he is.
From what I understand, it's not that they're necessarily at odds, but male Jacques de Mole is kind of I can't, sees a female and just is I can't even.
He's I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work out. Don't be weird. Don't be weird, other me. And Foreigner
I think it's
I literally can't not be weird, man.
I think it's almost like a brother sisterly kind of thing, where you have the uptight brother and the more delinquent sister.
I think I've heard it described that way. They're kind of funnily enough, because they're not alters. One of them is the innocent monster fake version, plus some Black Out of the Woods, and then Saber Jacques de Mole is just, hello, I am normal Jacques de Mole. I don't have anything weird or mystical about me. I'm just a guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, they have kind of a like brother, like sister combo, but in, the funny sibling rivalry way, as opposed to, Jean and Jean Alter, which is one-sided weird sibling rivalry.
Oh, excuse me.
And also, this is a Chaldea Boys collection, so there are CEs which you can pick from, and there is a raid up for every permanent and story-locked male servant in the rotation as well. Bouncing back to... Also, chat saying it's weird that Jean Ruler is the freak, but I'm yeah, no, actually, that makes perfect sense. Jeanne d'Arc was a weirdo.
Remember, she was just a simple peasant girl who got called by God.
Yeah, she heard the voice of God, and then she had some ideas. So, I don't know, man. She's again an odd one. But we're gonna move on down to Ordeal Call number 2 released. 3/11 was our initial drop, so timed also the same time, not the same time zone, but the same date as White Day dropping. It's out. There's a 16 St. Quartz login reward for both the Chaldea Broadcasting, which seemed nice, but also I completely fucking has gone out of my head after 2 weeks. But Kawasumi-sama's there, so it was cool. But 16 total St. Quartz in reward. We got rank-ups for Jean and Jean Glam Girl. That's Jean Alter. That's a joke for later in. You'll get it later in id. But yes, new Jean and Jean accessories, rank-ups. And the banners so far are as follows. As we mentioned already, the Merry Alter Son of Shining Star starter. We've got an Ajulter Salieri banner, a Kagakio and Merry Not Alter banner, and then finally rounded out with a Monte Cristo and Cagliostro banner. And yes, they went with shortening it to just Monte Cristo, not the Count of Monte Cristo, to avoid confusion, but just Monte Cristo. I think it works. It's going out there. But they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. And the rules here to kind of running. Story Support Clear Campaign number 7, starting 3/15, several days after it dropped, going until the 29th. And there's new stories, so I guess it's time for new story support. So, Leyline Stones are back until 4/24. Get ready to see that one a couple of times. I have not yet needed to use any Leyline Stones in id, but we'll see how that one goes. Log in for Leyline Stones and for EXPs, 10 Leyline Stones in DaVinci Shop. And we have limited time missions for clearing main story period and clearing LB5 in specific. Get mats, get up to 6 Saint Quartz, and get some teapots. We always appreciate those teapots. Like I said, I've heard that the bond farming for Grand Jewel is crazy good, but until then, teapots, baby. And until 3/22, so you still got a couple of days left, half QP enhancements for servants. Now, JP has also announced what they're doing next. In fact, they're doing right now already. Out of nowhere, Sea Monster Crisis rerun. No poll, just doing a rerun.
I'm okay with this because Sea Monster Crisis is one of those events that I started out with like no particular expectations. I was at the end, I was like, oh no, this is actually really fucking good. What the fuck?
Yeah, I think it's an event that's shockingly popular. Obviously, the Trung sisters themselves are not as a permanent saber are not a very popular unit, but we do some interesting things here. It started on the 19th and goes until the 9th of April. So we're leaving our room open for some other stuff. Will feature Taisui again, even though I do believe he is in the Leaf Shop. I think this is a straight-up rerun because White Day has, like, no free quests at all. So once 7 days have passed and you can do all the story, the event is kind of nothing. It's like Kogetsucon and other events like that. So yeah, we just moved on to a rerun. They did actually do some classic rerun quality of life stuff here. Requirements are lowered to Fuyuki Clear, so more masters can participate. They said they have adjusted the free quests a little. They've added a 90++ recommended, so a version which is recommended for newer masters, as opposed to, the tryhard 90++ nodes.
Mm-hmm.
And also, they have altered the bonus servant list. We now include Space Aresh, who is also Summer Aresh, Ash, who is also Summer Morgan, and Summer Wuzetan to the bonus servant list.
Okay.
So basically, we've backfilled in the Summers for servants who are already primaries. They do say that if you've gotten the command codes again, you cannot get new copies of them, but the main quests have added rewards which include additional drops of bronze saplings and pure prisms.
Interesting.
Also, half AP Bleached Earth quests during this time. So still, if you're working on your Bleached Earth farming, they still got more for you. And they just shotgun fired a whole shitload of banners. Like I said, I think that the 10th, the final year of FGO really taught them that, like, who fucking cares? You got 4 banners already, right off the rip. Trunk Sisters and Wuzetan, Morgan and Summer Wu, Chin Wong and Edison, MHX and Summer Mary. Summer Mary doesn't get a lot of rate ups, by the way, gang. So, like, all over the place, just hitting us with a whole bunch of banners. Yes, I also suspect that this probably means that some of the story stuff we're going to do later is going to be related to something going on in Sea Monster Crisis one way or another. I don't know if it's because maybe are we planning on, like, rerunning something else? Are we planning on a new story? As a reminder, if you don't remember from completing it, the final boss of Sea Monster Crisis was Dagon, who is a like Mesopotamian god who got appropriated by H.P. Lovecraft. So who knows? That could be something. And they did also add Space Aresh to that combo. So yeah, that's what JP is doing right now. They're kind of chilling. With the stuff going on with Strange Fake, like I think we might have a question about this later in mailbag. I'm trying to remember, but I'm like, I don't know if they've said whether or not we're having a Golden Week collab. I assume we still are. I still feel like it has to be Strange Fake, right?
If we're not doing Strange Fake, we are definitely. That means we're going into the barrel of, like, super strange one-offs and Type Moon.
We're gonna get even more weird. We're gonna finally do the prototype collab, and it's gonna be a brand new 5-star proto Gil. After 10,000 years, we're free.
I mean, people want it.
Well, he and Perseus have been data mined for, like, forever. Also, it would be real... Andromeda really tried to get me, so it would be nice if we could summon Perseus at some point. I don't even have Andromeda, and I'm like, canonically, it would be nice if he would fucking show up. He also, it is, I do want to say, it actually is, like, super funny that for, like, whatever reasons they've never pulled the trigger on that data mine, because, like, Perseus is, like, number 3 in most famous Greek heroes. Like, it's definitely Herc number 1, and then I think you make a strong argument for Perseus number 2, and then number 3 is, like, maybe Odysseus number 2, even though he's not that heroic, and, like, Perseus is, like, right up there. He's definitely, I would say, top 3, and if not, absolutely top 5, because then his competition is, like, Theseus is pretty well known, Jason and the Argonauts has a movie deal, you know, but, like, yeah, no, like, Perseus real up there. Prismacolab too. Yeah, Achilles is another one, like, that might put Perseus to top 5, but even then, that's, like, I don't know, like, Percy Jackson is named after him, and that's pretty pop culture knowledge. Obviously, though, like, Achilles, the first lines of the Iliad are, like, Achilles mad. But Odysseus has the whole Odyssey named after him. Anyway, I'm equivocating, but yeah, like, it's very funny that Perseus is not in, so I guess we'll see what we got going on. Chat's already being like, Prisma 2! That would, in the context of Strange Fake, that would also be funny, because we might get, Angelica, Girl Gil, as a servant, and that would be absolutely hilarious.
That would be.
People would be so confused.
Yes,
There we go.
we're gonna
Thank
get
you, Ark.
capsule.
Now you're hitting me with the crazy shit.
The capsule. We're gonna get the capsule servant. Fucking cool.
Yeah, that's the weird shit we got to watch out for. I don't know if that'll be a Golden Week collab, but that is the weird shit you got to watch out for.
I mean, that's how freaking Phantasmoon showed up. Literally, you know, a fucking Carnival Phantasm joke. They're just like, nah, this is a servant now, and you're just like, oh.
Same with MHX. That was an April Fool's. That was like Saint Seiya themed, I think, and then they were like, yes, we must defeat all the sabers. It's crazy. It is.
Like, the twin servant that's gonna show up in like a year or so. That was from
Not a year or so. That's later this year. It's like it's June. That's this year.
Oh,
for us.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Shit.
Yeah, that's this year. It's a standalone event, which is what I was saying. Like, they'll do some obscure polls, but they might tie them into other stuff and not be Golden Week. But yeah, no, that's this year. Hisoda and Hibiki and Hisoda. Yes. I don't remember. I'll know later when they're in the list. But yeah, so we got a lot of stuff going on. But switching back to Ian, because Ian also like announced a shitload of stuff like yesterday. Okay, so starting. Freight Grand Order Spring 2026 New Master Support Campaign. Starting the 22nd, ending the 24th of April. It's springtime, so Master Support. Log in during a period before 3/29 to get 1 summon ticket. Accrued login bonus to get 6 more Saint Courts and 1 more summon ticket. Limited time master missions based on friends, followers, and story progress. Get up to 12 more Saint Courts, get another summon ticket, get QP, FP, and the commemorative CE. Plus 3 friend slots. Permanent. That's like starting friend slots. Part 1, 0 AP. Double suck chance, extending the half QP on enhancement until the 29th. Double FP. Leyline stones are reminding they're open until the 24th. And we are doubling start dash bonus, and we are bringing a returning master bonus back. So this is time to jump in. So yeah, basically this is the thing they've done a couple of times in spring. It's springtime. They do like, once a quarter. You get a renewal of Start Dash. You get a returning master bonus. They get a lot of stuff out there. And this does come with 2 banners. One is Jean and Normal Nudicrous. The other is Castoria and Estrella. Honestly, real good starter kit banners. Jean may be permanent, but she is the savior of France. And let me tell you, if you're trying to clear part 1, Jean dragged my ass through a lot of fights, gang. She was not my... Actually, was she my very first SSR? She might have been my very first SSR. I was rolling on the Gilgamesh banner back in the day. But, like, one of my earliest SSRs, to be sure. So, like, carried my way through a lot of crap. And obviously, Castoria is, like, the number 1 poster child rollable servant. And also, is our own unique signature Saberface. Which is funny, because we already had our own unique signature Saberface, but because Lancers are not drawn by Takeuchi, they do look a little different. It's okay, Lion King, I still remember you. But that's not all. Ordeal Call New Duties Unlocked, number 6. Bleached Earth New Duties. Starting the 22nd also, campaign goes until the 5th of April. We are getting new free and high difficulty quests on the Bleached Earth. New Bleached Earth quests. I'm really going to start working on some of these high difficulty quests. I'm caught up on the free quests, but not the high diff ones. But we're getting even more half AP Bleached Earth and quarter AP through LB7 to celebrate, because in order to do the new Bleached Earth free quest, you have to clear Ordeal Call Part 0, which requires LB7, obviously. There are some permanent extra master missions for more Stardust and more Torches. These require getting, more cumulative Servants Ascended, more cumulative Bond levels. Limited time master missions for up to 5 Saint Courts, more Teapots, more EXPs, more Stardust. There also are doing a Lady Avalon and Hephaestion banner. I can only assume Pretenders are going to be useful for the new stuff. Also, I have been forewarned by the power of Twitter and my advanced clairvoyance. This will also coincide with the drop for Aqua Olga Mary. So we're going to have new Olga Mary mode soon as well. Should be a couple of days after this hits.
Okie dokie.
But wait! There's more! Even more! My final news item for today. Since we did talk about all the anime stuff earlier. Still in EN, Pilgrimage Festival Part 8! It's that 1 month early anniversary crunch. So, Pilgrimage Festival. Well, I said Pilgrimage Festival there, but I stopped myself. 322 also ending the 5th. This one is Bibi, Summer Ishtar, Kagetora, Summer Yumeiren added to the Leaf Shop. Kagetora's costume will be added to dressmaking. There is a Kagetora rank up that will be permanently added as well. Daily login bonuses for a shitload of leaves and 10 Saint Courts. These are tied to specific dates during these 3 weeks, or like 2.5 weeks. So log in on certain days to get stuff. Some of them are Saint Courts. Limited time master missions related to the new servants, which include 10 more Saint Courts, a lore, more leaves, and the commemorative CE. Double EXP half AP rank ups, 20% bond, and 50% attack up for the selected servants. Also half AP embers during this time. Also, a fuck ton of banners. Fuck you, banners. We've got a Melt banner. We've got a Quetzalcoatl banner. We've got a Summer Nero Summer Fran banner. We've got a Li Shuen 5-star banner, and we've got a Zhang Yu Prince of Lanling Shu Fu banner. Very funny that normal Yume Ren's not on this banner. No. The Pretender banner was for us in EN, so I don't think we've got the. I think we are gonna do the 4-year Ordeal Call, but I don't know if that's what's happening next. That might be the story release. It's not until not April, but the month after. I think that might be May. They said it's May or June. They're gonna do their story drop. I don't remember. But anyway, yeah. Shitloads of banners. Each banner also has appropriate CEs from their appropriate events. So the Melt banner will have Seraph CEs. The Katsa and Summer Nero banners will have Dead Heat Summer. Li Shuen and Zhang Yu, I think, are going to have the... I'm snapping my fingers. The Chaldea Summer Camp related CEs. So yeah, just a whole shitload of banners. And like I said, lots and lots of goodies. If you don't have these servants, or if you do have them, still make sure to use them to get all your bonuses and get even more Saint Courts, even more leaves, and other stuff. But yeah, that is all of our Skelegram news.
Alrighty.
All right, I'm going to run out and refill my bottle of water, but you may continue with the next bit, Lucky, because I have my headset on.
I shall continue with the next bit then. And the next bit is, it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. We're going to hit the refresh on this one last time to make sure that we got everybody, and we have five comments, and we'll get through them all, starting at the top with Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, Dear Lucky and Omega, first things first, welcome back, Lucky. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. You're the first and only person who has actually inquired about my well-being and welcomed me back. No question this week, just sending good vibes and wishing you well. Wah. I've not been logging into the game very often recently, but I still look forward to the shows every week. Keep up the great work. P.S. Do your PvP ladder. I do know Omega was in Frontlines earlier, but I do know I need to get into it. We did just have we did have a letter from the producer with a bunch of fun information. Big old information. But unfortunately, like I said, Lunky was in his funk, and I have not been going in.
Dark time.
It was in the dark time, so yeah.
And unfortunately, if we got the time, we can recap some of it.
And unfortunately, Lucky's stomach was fighting him last Wednesday, so I was not moved definitely then either.
Yeah, no,
it was not a good
You mentioned
time.
it to me while I was on stream, so I was like, okay, like you said, his tummy hurt, so he's not going to be here.
Nope.
But yes, no, I did my front lines earlier.
I will be trying to get more into 14 in the coming month. Probably starting tomorrow, probably. Like I said,
I'll see if I have time. Like I said, I'm get to plans to hop out and speaking of, the mall and whatnot and the Barnes & Noble, we're going to go out into the town, touch some grass tomorrow.
Touching grass is
back
important.
For movie time. You got to go out every once in a while. Stop and smell the roses.
Actually, stop and smell the sakura. The sakura is actually blooming nearby, so I'm going to be like going outside and looking down and being like, fuck yeah.
That's a pretty good one. I don't think we got the right climate for that here. We'll keep
this next one.
Stuff. Go ahead.
This next one comes from Marie Alter Banner is actually cursed. Boy, howdy, I know it. They say, howdy, Lucky and Mega. Hope you're all enjoying OC2. Unfortunately, due to Lucky's dark times and guys, like, I didn't mention this, but what actually got me out of my funk, from all of this, it wasn't actually me wanting to play FGO again. I don't know if I've told this story like on mic or whatnot, but Lucky is a dragon statue collector. I like dragons. I like dragons, guys. I like dragons. So I used to collect dragons. At my old place, I had a big old shelf of them that I had on display. And when I moved, I was gonna take them, but my previous roommates were like, "No, please leave them here. It makes our place look cool." And I was like, "Okay, sure, yeah. When everyone moves out, I'll just get them then." Comes the time when everyone's to move out, my dragon statues go missing. I was, of course, livid and swore off all relationships with those previous houses because no one would tell me that, who took them. This was like 4 years ago. Come the weekend after the dark times, me and my friend Alex are, moving stuff, and we come across a box with, guess what? All my dragon statues in them. Apparently, his parents thought that they were Alex's and packed them up and stored them away for later, and just didn't tell anybody.
Whoops.
Yeah, big whoops. But I recovered them and brought them back. Actually, I think did I? Let's see here. I think I posted it in the secret tabletop. Hang on, let me see if I can go grab that picture. I'll post it to Patreon so you guys can see. Sorry, I'm laughing at. I just passed the image of magic wand and it's a picture of a bunch of dabbers. I'm like, yeah, that's a magic wand. All you can cast is inflict wounds. You gotta be real up close on there. Where's the image? Guys, I hope you're ready for like 2 weeks of fucking rain discussion too. I'm not letting this one go. I'm not letting that one go.
No. We got some stuff for the tank. And like I said, the funny coincidence we have to. Luckily, we're caught up on uploads, but we have to talk about how just it's so funny, chat. You'll see.
Actually, no wait. It's still on my phone. I can just post it to Patreon on Discord. Hang on.
Yep.
Because I took a picture, but Patreon can see. Yeah, this is my dragon collection. I actually have more dragons. It's just those are the ones that I was able to recover. I've been, getting more in the meantime. But, well, it wasn't friendships. Lucky wasn't necessarily close with most of the people there. Lucky's not a social person. But there's, Lucky is willing to talk to you and hang out with you, and Lucky wants nothing to do with you. But it was one of those moments that I found, and I'm just all like, well, clearly whatever powers may be have decided to throw me a bone after, everyone loves the bookends, has thrown me a bone after this, so I guess I'll stop being a bitch. And that's when, I turned everything back on and, started communicating with people again. Because, like I said, these things have been missing for like 4 or 5 years. And they just turn up the weekend after I, my mental psyche has been shattered. It's just one of those things of like, all right, I guess I gotta get up.
Fortune smiles on me. That's another thing where, you tweeted that, and I was flummoxed. I was like, I don't know what to fucking say to that. That's cool, but also, what? How do I respond to this fortune, Because this was on Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
So we'd already skipped the episode, and I'm like, what? Huh?
No, Lucky is a very lucky person. The thing is that works both ways. I have very bad luck, and then I have very good luck. I only have extremes. That's why I call myself lucky. But yes, but because of that, like, and all that stuff, I didn't, like, even though I gotten out of my funk, I wasn't quite ready to jump back into FGO. Like, I only literally started Ordeal Call, like, yesterday. I'm only on I finished section 6, excuse me, so I'm on section 7. So I do not have, and unfortunately, or fortunately, because Omega has been taking the reins and writing the notes, I have not necessarily been as invested in writing a lot of my thoughts, because I do not want to be saying the same thing twice. Like I said, the show's already going to be a monster of a thing. We do not need to be repeating ourselves. So I've been keeping my notes more light, and that means, you know, we're going to be a little bit more, it's going to be more Omega leading the show there. So it's going to be interesting.
It is what it is.
I said all this, and we haven't even got to the question here. But they say, question. I have not gotten far in OC2 because I was working on finishing EW. I'm assuming that's Endwalker. But now that I have finished, I must ask what each of your favorite moment was for Endwalker. Oh man, for me, it's always going to be the post climax fight with Xenos. Like, that brings everything full circle, and I love it to death. It's why I'm always constantly asking. One. That's why I'm always asking people what do they ask, because I don't give people grief over it, because everyone's choice is their own. And, you know, you should respect the opinions of others, but I absolutely think that there is actually, you know, a right answer to that one, just based upon, you know, everything that you've been through and how Xenos talks to you in that moment. You know,
I mean, it's definitely, I genuinely do think that response is the one that, like, I don't want to say that the writers want you to take, but it's the one that makes the most sense with your relationship with Xenos and the game, basically.
Yeah. Like, it brings you back all the way to the beginning to be, you know, being an adventurer. And being an adventurer, which, you know, Xenos calls out, and it's just, like, hits you in that moment of all, like...
I know, like, thematically, I think it's the point, because that's kind of where Dawn Trail goes. It's like, all right, gang, we're gonna have an adventure again. What's that? The fucking world's ending? Shit.
Not again!
My summer vacation. My mojito.
But no, I just love it that Xenos just considers the fucking end of the fucking universe over a mere trifle, a distraction to the climax that he can have with you. And in that moment, you know, he has come, like, you don't see it as much, but he had his own character development through it. And asks you not to, you know, face him as, you know, not as, you know, the warrior light, the hero people, but just as an adventurer. And you can just be all like, you're right. And I'm just like, yes. Oh, it gives
I think the, you know, you as an option, you can be like, I'm gonna kill you. Is like, there are people who don't like Xenos. Like, there are people who don't like him and hate his guts. So, like, having a response for you to be like, I hate your guts, fuck off.
Yeah. Like,
it works, but storyline wise, I think obviously the writers are writing it to be a rivalry. And like I said, that one's really good. And like for me, it's really tough because it's either that as the coda, the denouement after the climax, or it's the climax right before of that moment of like, well, we're getting our ass fucking kicked, and then Xenos just shows up as a giant dragon and is like, oh, hey, you haven't won yet? Sucks to be you, huh? Anyway, let's play a fucking remix of the boss themes of all the previous expansions. And then the phase 2, you hit your own enrage timer. The power of friendship kicks in.
No,
like, God, Endwalker's good.
Everything from like Ultima Thule, like once you hit Ultima Thule,
oh my God,
on
distance,
it's just amazing.
I even said when we started Ultima Thule and like the music starts to creep in, I'm like, is like the ball singing to me? And you're like, well, somebody is. And then when it actually hits and you realize what's going on, you're like, oh, how did you completely turn my expectations on me? You hit me with a different thing.
No, so like I said, this is the thing that, you know, I try to get on people here on band. That's all, like, you can't top Endwalker for, you know, for its climax. It has been literally building up over several expansions. We literally reset. We literally called ourselves adventurers at the end. We're going back to basics here. Like,
Yeah,
you
and like
can't just
I
keep-
know
you
people
can't-
who like people who genuinely still like the game but stopped after Endwalker. Like I think I've actually mentioned that Rubik's Raptor Jay has mentioned that he doesn't play 14 as much because it's like he's like, nah, I mean Endwalker was the end. It felt like the conclusion.
Yeah, and that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still down for stuff, but yeah, no, it's a wild time.
No, but like, no, I mean, it's true. Like, you literally went to the edge of the universe and fought, the embodiment of despair and won. What do you do after that? You go to fucking Disneyland, I guess, but fuck.
We don't.
It's like,
but Yoshi P, of course, makes Disneyland kill you.
yeah,
Look at you, Park.
but so no, but Endwalker was so good. It was so good.
Yeah, like Dawn Trail is good. It has some rough beats, but it's good, and the mechanics I think are even like tighter and more demanding than Endwalker, which is like really interesting. That is kind of where the good shit is. But it has too much work to set up new stuff. And we'll keep going. Like I said, the next patch is looking very interesting. There were many jokes made about the new dungeon where people are like, New York City? Also, I saw a great tweet by somebody who was like, every character in the splash screen for the new patch makes sense, except Astidian. What's Astidian doing there? And I had to think to myself, I'm like, shit, I didn't look at the art that closely. But yeah, what is Astidian doing there? What's going on with him?
Stuff.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, once we hit the next one, we're probably going to be working on into whatever's happening with our next expansion, because I do believe our last patch was definitely a conclusion.
Yeah, they put the title in again. We had the scene that was very definitely goodbye, Dawn Trail, bye-bye.
No, so we're definitely going to be working on the one. Again, I'm praying for Mercidia. We should be hitting the Fan Fest here, next month? I believe
so.
And I am hoping that with the new patch, we'll also get our teaser trailer for the expansion along with the title drop and, hints of what's to come.
Yep. April 24th. For Anaheim. Which will be
talk about
right around when the patch drops.
Oh, yeah, no, they planned this stuff, trust me.
Yeah. No, I wasn't thinking about it at the same time, but when I'm like comparing the dates, I'm like, oh no, yep, those are close. Everybody, I think, is betting on the next X-PAX theme being Frosty. But we'll see. I'm like, that's the thing, right? Like Yoshi B said in interviews after Endwalker End that was like, yeah, we went to the end of the universe, so like we can literally do whatever we like with 14 now. Want to go to space? We can do that. Alternate dimensions? We can do that too. Want to become the Shogun? And I'm like, yes, actually, I would like to become the Shogun. Please remember that one. That sounds like a great field op.
God, have us play fucking
Nobunaga's Tactics.
Yeah.
Nobunaga's Ambition. The Warrior of Light's Ambition. That would be good. That'd be very funny.
Yes. But no, Endwalker, good. Like I said, the post-MSQ story is not the greatest. Like I said, we go from, wrapping up. Again, it's one of those things, like, you went to the end of the universe, and, we fought endless despair. What do you do in the postscript there? You really isn't there much to do. So the post-MSQ was...
It's basically its own self-contained mini arc, because, like, there wasn't that much follow-up, like, leftover plot threads from Endwalker.
No, we tied up everything. That was the point.
There's a little bit of connective tissue, but it's very minor. And then it's like, yeah, no, so we go off on a fucking Gaiden episode, and then at the very, very end, it hooks back up to Dawn Trail. But like I said, at the very end.
Yeah, it's very light. But, no, the Alliance series is in it. The Alliance series and the Raid series is pretty good, too.
Yeah, we were actually talking on stream about kind of like, because we were taking King through Eden. How many wheels did Titan have? 4, right? I believeth 4. Yeah, we did that one. That guy still kicks our ass. But like we were talking about like in some downtime about like what the gut checks are, and it's like, yeah, I don't know if there were any like the fights in Endwalker feel a little less intense than Shadowbringers in like the raids and stuff, both normal and Alliance. There are a couple of mechanics that'll jump out and get you, but it doesn't quite feel the same as Shadowbringers, like with some of the mechanics they have in Eden in some of those very small arenas, and like the Alliance raid series, difficulty-wise, doesn't have shit on just the slog fest that the HP pools on Nier is. Like, the Nier fights are such large HP ratios compared to your levels that, like, they will go on for a while, which gives the enemies more opportunities to send you to hell. Whereas, like, in when you get the Endwalker raids, because I experienced this firsthand myself, when you get the Endwalker raids, the eye level adjustment is so high that, like, even babies will do so much damage you're skipping mechanics. Which is a little crazy. I don't think you can skip any. Yeah. Ark's saying it the same. The dangerous mechanics in the Endwalker raids are just skipped over. I don't think you can skip any mechanics in Nier.
Honestly, I'm glad that we can skip scales. I remember in the beginning, like, anytime I do... Oh, I can't remember the name of the fucking dungeon, the Alliance dungeon now, but when we do scales, I still feel like it's a 50-50 flip on whether we succeed or that or not. Just if someone wants to be the funny TM.
Yeah, that's the problem, like, because that shit still happens in the Void Arc raids when your buddy does water or fire.
Mm-hmm.
Some guy will either remember it wrong or just be a funny guy and start flipping water or fire to the wrong color. God, and also I'm like just like the not quite panic, but always the confusion in our eyes. We were doing Eden, I think 7th verse, and it's like, wait, match colors are opposites, and it's like it's opposites. Okay, we're good, and then you're gonna switch, and then they're gonna do it with portals, and it's like, oh my god, okay, hold on, you use our brains. There's one mechanic like that, I think, in the Pandemonium raids that I think is similar, and I have to remember. But also, I did that raid so many times for pants that I think I've got it memorized. Yeah, my fucking pants strap. But yeah, there's obviously some post stuff on Endwalker to take care of. And then you're on to Dawn Trail. Very close to current, for now.
Yeah. This person still has more. We tangented wildly again. P.S. As per my earliest, I think Rialto's banner is cursed because even though I did get one Hassan, I've gotten 2 Woos, a 4-star Vlad, and a Rainbow Spark Orion, plus every attempt at scraping more SQ together for another 3 Moltos keeps giving me min rolls of a only single 4-star or a min roll of one of those Woos. No, it's cursed. It's cursed. Ugh. I have to be thankful I got one Marie, but I'm still going to be upset.
And I mean, that's usually my metric. Having been doing this for a few years, is if we get 1, that's pretty good. Could be worse. But it also could be better. 1 is not 2.
Yes. 1 is
One's
not
definitely
2.
not 5. Honestly, I wonder if people maybe agree, because it was also a little longer video, but the Wanted Mary is not as hot as the Wanted Monte Cristo.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know if maybe people would also what feeling is good about that banner. Tell me, which Wanted did you watch more? Sorry, I've looked at the alias for the next one. And I would comically tug collar.
Yes. So, this next one comes from the Tyrant King that thought he had more time between now and the Alco banner. Boy, didn't we all. Question. Hey guys, with Anime Japan starting soon, which collab do you think will be announced, if not Strange Fake? Also, a question for Lucky. Anything you're looking forward to seeing on the next core of anime? Anyway, that's it for me. Sending good vibes your way. Wah. And hope you have a great evening. Anime Japan is soon, and got, like, all the Celestial Signs say it's a Strange Fate collab, but again, they might pull something out of their ass. Who knows? Maybe we will get Capsule Servant. Capsule Servant. Collab. Maybe we'll get Taiga Coliseum.
Oh my god.
Collab.
No, it'll be the strangest thing in the world. It'll finally be the first out of FGO collab, and it'll be that fucking Gundam collab there was a fake trailer for years ago. Gundam will collab with anybody. Yeah, it should be Strange Fake, but like I don't fucking know, man. Tiger Coliseum, Capsule Servant, the PS2 Fate fighting game, Unlimited Codes.
Sorry, I was just thinking, but No, there are a bunch of weird little spin-offs that Fate has, but like we're doing Strange Fake this year. It's been super hyped. We got Richard early, for fuck's sake. That's how much they're like hyping up this anime. I can't see it not being Strange Fake. Otherwise, they has to be they're pulling out Prototype finally in a in the biggest, gotcha in, gotcha history, or they're going to do something weird like, one of the weird fighting, like, have we had a Melty Blood collab actually?
No, not directly because it's Tsukihime.
I know, but still, we put FGO characters in it, so why? We put FGO characters in the Melty Blood. We can put the Melty Blood in the FGO.
Yeah, there's that hasn't gone back that other way.
Like I said, because remember, we did have a Karno Kyokai collab. So
true, that was our first collab, in fact.
Yeah, so I generally confine it to type moon work rather than
also
FGO,
obviously. Well, again, directly doing a Tsukihime overlap doesn't work because they are not supposed to be compatible. We've also acknowledged Tsukihime a lot, as we not only have Archetype Earth, but also, Lucky brought her up earlier, we got Phantasmoon, which is fucking weird.
We also got
Not
Seal.
That one. That's true. We got Space Seal. We got Servantverse sealed because that was the only way Nasu could wrap his brain around putting Seal in FGO.
No, so again,
which also by the way means that there's not a lot of characters left on the roster to do a regular Tsukihime collab, I should say, with. Melty Blood's easy. Playable Sion.
No, playable Sion, yeah. Give her wires. Actually, now I just remember what happened to Sion post the Lost Belt. I don't know. Don't tell me.
We have to see the conclusion. I can tell you a Sion fact. I could at least that I saw a tweet. Apparently, and this is just say what you will about my Twitter algorithm, but apparently, Sion, Alvin Macarius, same cup size as BB.
What?
I know, right? Wild. They published these numbers. Don't know why you would say that, but that yes, apparently Mr. Nasu's trying to tell me that.
Okay.
And this is why we need playable Sion so we can do more research.
We do need to do more research. Anyway, for anime, there is quite a few that I am interested in next core. The Barbarian's Bride is coming out finally. It got delayed, but we're finally getting there, and I've been super excited about that one. I like that so much. I have the first 5 volumes of the manga right now.
Nice.
That's super good. Miss Cannon is Easy. Also, another one that I've been super excited about. 4th season of Welcome to Demon School, Irumakun. It's great. I'm super, super hyped for that. I am less hyped for Farming Life in Another World Season 2 because in Season 1, they completely made it safe for work, and that's weird because it is not necessarily a safe for work series. The main protagonist in that series fucks a lot and has a lot of kids, and if they take all the fucking out of the season, it won't make sense when children just start showing up later. They've already showed off that in Season 2, one of the kids does show up, and I'm just all like, how are you going to explain this? There are other several ones that I'm interested in. I made friends with the second prettiest girl in my class. Super good romance. I'm excited for that one as hell. Gals Can't Be Kind to Otaku. Probably the best throuple series there is right now. Super good. I'm surprised this has gotten to Season 3, so I gotta watch it. Reborn as a Vending Machine. Now I Wander the Dungeons. Getting its 3rd fucking season.
What?
It's like, damn. Yeah!
Okay, alright. Go off, King, I guess.
Nah, it's been pretty good. Oh, let's see. Was there anything else like off the top of my head that I was thinking of? No. Let me go look it up. Let me go look something up here. See if there is. Let me scroll here. Oh, ReZero and Reincarnated Slime is getting their seasons 4 apparently, and Classroom of the Elites. Interesting. I've kind of fallen off Reincarnate as a Slime, and I was never that interested in ReZero. I tried reading it, I tried watching it, just did not catch me. Oh, that's right, Wand and Sword Season 2 is happening. I'll probably watch that as well. And the next season of A Sentence of a Bookworm, that's right. I thought they were done with the anime, but they decided to go again. Oh, let's see here. Rent-A-Girlfriend is on season 5. I don't know how. I don't know why. But apparently, let's see here. Yes, that's right. Rooster Fighter. That one's hilarious. I read the manga for that one. It's great. I do believe that one's actually premiering on Adult Swim as well.
Impressive in this day and age.
Mm-hmm. Nothing. Oh wait, no. Is this the one I think it is? Yes. Oh no, I can't. Like it's I can't remember the English translation, but it's Jisho Akiaku Reiji no Konyakusha no Kansatsu Kiroku. I know this one. It's basically a villainous story, but it's told from the perspective of the prince who's watching his fiancée go literally insane because she's a reincarnator and she is changing the story. But it's not told from her perspective. It's told from the prince's perspective, it's very great and it's very cute. This is super. Yeah. It does not look like Tommen's B-side is getting a season 2 right now. Like I said, getting back-to-back cores is weird. Like,
it's tough.
Like even like now like usually take breaks. That's why I'm like curious about like what they're doing for Strange Fake. I'm not seeing Strange Fake in here, so I'm guessing we're taking a break.
Okay, so I guess they're taking at least a core off.
Yeah,
but they have bookmarked a second season,
which is important.
Greenlit.
No, they'll do that. There's like other series that I'm like waiting for like information. Well, I know Brilliant Healer and the Shadows and Clevitus are both like greenlit for a season 2, but those came out like I think like 2 cores ago, and we don't have release dates.
I mean, I know there's one that you and I are both waiting for because the people who make it are evil people, and that's another Dandadan core.
No, yep. We know it's being
twice
made,
in a fucking row. They're just like, "Hey, fuck you! It's the last episode. Cliffhanger. Bye."
Was 100 Kana Joe spring or summer? Maybe it was summer. I don't know. But no, there's gonna be a lot of good things, and I'm hoping that I'll find some ones that I'll just pick up and be like, "Oh no, this is actually pretty fucking amazing." Like I usually find a couple of those every core, but no, like I said, there's a lot that I'm interested in from the start, and we'll see what news shows are picked up throughout the core. Like I said, I have been doing a lot more reading. I mean, a lot more watching. Like I said, I did end my Crunchyroll account, but it was just my personal Crunchyroll. My roommate has a family plan, so he's like, you can get like 4 or 5 accounts, and he just pays like one price. So I just grabbed on that. It did mean that it wiped out all my recommendations in history, though. So I've been going back and just rewatching old stuff just to build it up again. It's fun. So I've been, enjoying the thing of just putting anime in the background and being like, I remember that. It's good. But with that, let's move on to the next one. This next one comes from Soul of the Light Mode Discord, who says, "Dear Count von Count Lucky and Rem Run Omega. No questions, just hope you enjoy the story drop as much as I did. It was so good I broke my SQ saving plan and at least walked away with some counts. Woo! Tony Kaku, that's 2 words by the way. I hope you have a fun week and some good vibes. Wah wah wah." Like I said, I am in the beginning of the story right now. We are doing interesting things, but I have not been gripped, as we say, yet. Like I said, we're still I feel like in the Act 1 thing, so stakes are not real. They are not high, and I have no idea what's going on. But we will get there eventually.
At least in parts of the earlier of this story, you acknowledge that you have no idea what's going on.
Yes.
Tell me more. Black Shadow? And then just, play static noise.
Wow.
Thanks for your help, Black Shadow.
Thumbs up, disappears.
Shit. Did somebody do an edit of the Tuxedo Mask meme, but with Dantes? That would be perfect, actually. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything.
Anyway, last but not least, we got the Store to Dave, who says, "Evening, gents. Wow. Hope all is well. Since the Samurai Remnant event, I've actually gone back to the game and gotten one ending, working on the second, where you go after Assassin. But anyways, I thought it was weird that Archer ends up killing himself because we're told his mind could have be destroyed from the control, but all the rogue servants who were under control much longer seem perfectly fine on the other side. Also, I thought it was odd no one tried to form a contract with a rogue servant after losing their own. I'm not sure if there's an obvious reason I'm missing. Unfortunately,
it's been a long time since we played Samurai Remnant.
Yes, unfortunately, it's been such a long time since I played Samurai Remnant, I cannot actually remember particular details, so there may be something you're missing, or it could just be a slight bit of a plot holes. Those happens. You cannot expect all writing to be completely airtight.
Yeah, the thing with Archer, I can't remember. I can't comment on. Good.
Yeah. No, I made my point.
Yeah. I think the thing with rogue servants is that, like, the waxing moon ritual is weird in that, as is often, well, not that weird overall, but it's an interesting structure in that most of the participants don't seem to know exactly how the rules work. Like, usually the great families in some of the filler are familiar with the alleged concept of the Holy Grail War of, like, well, you know, it's a battle royale, and if you win, you get a wish. Obviously, that's not what the war is actually about, but the waxing moon guys, like, seem not necessarily to know about some of the rules and restrictions, and I think Waxing Moon doesn't seem like it has the safe space rule. Doesn't have the home base rule of, like, if you lose your servant, you can go somewhere and hide out. Or if they did, that would have to be under the domain of Tsuchimikado anyway, and we know how much he sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I would just assume that the participants didn't realize that was a thing you could do, is that you can, like, rogue servants are explained a couple times in the game, but it feels like the idea is just that, like, they're just kind of there. They're just part of the system, and we have to deal with them. And, like, I don't think, you know, the other guys realized, like, that they are out there. Oh, sorry. Clear my nostrils again. Blarg. Also, 2 minutes to daily reset. Everybody make sure you logged into FGO. But, yeah, no, I think the rogue thing is just, like, people don't realize what the rules are, basically.
All right, but that is it for Mailbag. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining in, and I hope we'll see more of your comments next time.
I am sure as more and more people finish, we'll get probably at least a couple about what's going on with...
No, I do appreciate people weren't trying to blast us asking about what we thought about Ordeal Call yet.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that, so thank you.
I'm sure that long times, or at least, you know, long enough to have caught a couple of story releases with us, because it does also take FGO quite a while to get to those sometimes, but would know that, you know, usually our first episode after a story drops, we're not guaranteed to be done. Even when we are done right away, because there have been a couple of story releases, I think, that we have just, you know, inhaled. We usually go slower, though, because we're taking notes. But even if we're done right away, we don't go all the way to start, because other people aren't done. It's a joke that went around in our Discord a couple weeks ago, but is so true to me, which is, like, basically, gacha game story is, like, either, you know, people either no life it and finish right away, or they, like, 2 weeks later, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm not done yet.
I'm definitely in that latter half this time.
Like I said, I slow rode a little, because, like, my initial plan, because people were talking about the range to be about section 8, was like 1/3 through, so I did that over a couple of days. And I, you know, got back into it advancing once you were officially out of the funk. But, like, 8 is about where I stopped on the Friday when I asked, like, hey, you know, I know you're out of it. If you're down to do the episode, let me know. And you're like, nope. And I'm like, okay, I'll tell people.
No, that was literally Lucky. Lucky just said, am not, and went back offline, because I checked in. It was like, oh yeah, I should probably say something.
Yeah, so, like, I have been myself slowing my own roll. Also, because I got so much other shit. You know, I had to come up with a wonderful count, working on range stuff, working on other stuff. Ooh. Sorry, Chad. Push my mic up a little. Readjust that. Okay. But... yeah, most people who've been with us for a while would know that we don't usually go to the back nines in the first episode. But that ends Mailbag, and that means it's time for Free Talk, which we begin with some servant stuff. Number 1. New servant Deets. Like I said, a couple of weeks old, but we get to talk about Jacques Saber. He's here. He's from Arcade. He's doing his own thing. He has female Jacques on a snowboard? Yes, he does. It's very funny. I guess he likes mountains. Also, he's got a thing with sheeps going on. It's funny.
White sheep, though. It's funny.
Yes. He's got his own, counteracting theme. But for Saber, he is lower attack, higher HP, 1 quick, 2 arts, 2 buster. Pretty standard Saber stuff. It's kind of interesting, I think, that he is actually on the higher HP side. Usually, a lot of the male Sabers we have are lower HP, bigger attack. Like Arthur's like that, Sigurd's like that, stuff like that. But we want a different phase here. All right. So his NP is an AoE Buster NP. It gives himself 3 turns of 1 attacking, inflict 500 burn. I believe that's first, so I think the NP does it as well. He does burn himself for 500 for 3, and then he deals bonus damage to enemies who have burn with the whole, stacking thing going on. The overcharge effect is NP damage up first. So yes, he is about burn, not curse. His first skill is just like a super charisma. It's 10 to 20% attack and defense up for party, 1k to 2k heal per turn for party for 3 turns, and actually maybe just for him. My notes are ambiguous, and it's been a week since I wrote these. But he also gives himself a 1-time 3 turns debuff immune. Actually, no, it's super charisma. I think it's all party-wide. So that's crazy good support. Second skill is enemies get -1 charge. You get 10% NP per turn for 3 turns, and 10 to 20% NP damage up for party for 3, and also gives him 20 to 30% battery right now. So you've got, NP now, NP later, a little for the team, a little charge down for everybody else. And his third skill is a targetable 1-time 3 turns, 1k guts. It's just 1k flat. But also a 3/3 1k to 2k damage cut. That's right, 2k damage cut. These are MASH numbers out here. And also 15% buff removal resistance for 3. It also gives just himself 20 to 30% arts and buster up for 3. So very big, very loaded skills. Makes sense, though, because his passives are pretty normal. He just has Writing C and Magic Resistance B. So yeah, Jacques is doing some fun stuff. He's much more burn-focused and much more defense-focused than his foreigner self. She does different things, he does different things. They kind of work in different orbits, which, like I said, I think is neat because it means that they are fulfilling different roles in the team, despite both being, AoEs. Though I believe Foreigner Jacques is quick, so, they even have different NP types. But yeah, if you're trying to build a burn team, Saber Mole is good for that. If you're trying to build a Foreigner, or build a Curse team, Foreigner is good for that. And honestly, the fact that Jacques Mole Saber is for burn teams is very funny because while FGOEN's Twitter did put out a very handy chart that lets you know what servants apply burn and where, i.e. what skill it's on or if it's on their Noble Phantasm and stuff, which is to sell Monte Cristo because he does bonus damage versus burned. There's only 4 servants who do bonus damage versus burned. So Saber Jacques is joining an elite squad, which means he can team up with the likes of Yang Guifei and, Monte Cristo. I forget who the 4th servant in that combo is. It might be Summer Jufu. I think she might get bonus damage up versus every debuff. But yeah, so there's a lot of sources of burn, but only a few servants who get the bonus damage versus people with burn stacks. But let's also talk about so you didn't get that 5-star, because there's 2 4-stars out new, and some of you have some copies of them. First up, new SR Assassin, Hassan of the Shining Star. He is Permanente, so you'll never know when he'll show up. Also, by the way, voiced by Ken, voice actor Ken, who is the protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, and also, I believe, the JP voice of Oriange. So that's funny. Here's your fun fact for the day. Shining Star is QQQ, AB. He's very quick, he's very fast. He's got good hits, 6 hits on those 3 quick cards, but low NP gain. He's 0.27. Very low NP gain. Kind of lower attack and higher HP, but not to either extreme. Now, despite the quick thing, his NP is AoE Arts. NP damage up for 3 turns first. Deals bonus damage to human, but damages himself for 1k every time. Overcharge effect is Arts and Quick up for 1 turn first. So it's a steroid first, but he also does NP damage up for 3 turns overall. So you're meant to spam, but they wanted to make sure it's not too easy to spam. First skill gives him 20 to 30% Arts and Quick up for 3 turns, and a 20% attack up for 3 turns if you're on a Darkness field. Second skill is a 2 hits, 3 turns evade. Love those hard defenses. A 50 to 100% star generation up for 3 turns. By the way, that's the 100% star generation up for 3 turns on an assassin. It's crazy talk. We're talking Jack level numbers here. Insano. but also gives you a 3 turns of an on-hit buff. When you attack with a quick card, you get 10% crit up for 3 turns. So, you start spamming, you get some criticals. That's the attack up, or the on-attack and the crit up buff for both 3 turns. Final skill is 30-50% crit up for 3 turns, 3 turns of 10% NP gain on quick hits, kind of mitigating your, low NP gain factor, and 20-30% NP gain up for 3 turns just overall. Passives are Prescon A and a little bit of Oblivion Correction B. Doesn't have the Avenger passive, but he does have the Oblivion Correction. Maybe that's why he showed up in id. I'll find out later. So, Shining Star is a little bit of an odd one. He has an overwhelming quick deck with an Arts NP. He has the steroids you'd usually want for this sort of thing. He has Arts and Quick up. He has huge Star Generation buffs. Has some critical damage buffs going on all the time. And the NP gain on Quick hits means that you don't really need to worry about his NP gain. And obviously, with Servants these days, getting to 100% off just raw support batteries is not hard. But he's got some good stuff. The evades are really good, and he can get some extra juice out of the darkness buff. But his NP does a lot to help his loops, and that's probably because it costs 1k HP. Should be pairable with any number of support servants. You might be able to, blast enemies with an NP, crit for follow-up, maybe NP again, depending on things going on. So, a very interesting unit. Good to see more AoE assassins in general, though. That was a problem in this game for a long time, was way too many single-target assassins, both at higher and lower rarities. So, Farmers is good. And now, let's count out the count. He is a Pretender SR and is story-locked, so if you want more of him other than on banners like this, you gotta clear Ordeal Call 2 and roll story. He is on the higher attack, lower HP end for 4-star Pretenders, and he is Q... It's a caster deck, 3 arts cards. Average hits, slightly lower NP gain, he's in the 0.4 zone. His NP is AoE arts, it removes defensive buffs first, reduces the enemy's defense by 20% for 3 turns, not first, and the overcharge effect is bonus damage versus lawful enemies. So, pretty good farming NP. His first skill is a 30-50% battery, a 20-30% NP, damage up for 3 turns, and 3 turns of confusion to enemies, a 30% chance to skill seal for 1 turn at the end of the turn. His second skill is a huge one-time 5 turns guts, heals 5k to 10k HP. That's basically a full reset-y spaghetti on that guts. Also, when he activates his guts, 30% battery. That is one time 5 turns, though, so you can't spam it with extra guts. It's the first time he procs a guts, he gets a 30% battery. And also a 20-30% NP gain up for 3 turns. Final skill is 20-30% arts up for 3 turns, 20-30% crit up for 3 turns, and a on normal attack buff, which gives the enemy 10% buff success down for 1 turn, which sounds annoying. He has a lot of passives, all of which are pretty unique, so we won't get too much into the details. But he has one which is 10% debuff resist and increases star weight on his arts cards, so arts crits are very likely. He has a special version of item creation, which gives him a 10% debuff success rate and a 10% buff removal resist all the time. And a final effect, which is just a 10% crit damage up on arts cards. So, Cagliostro is a weird little guy. Probably shouldn't call him a little guy. He's super buff for some reason. His shoulders are huge. But yeah, his NP's pretty good with buff removal. And weird. Sorry, my audio cut out for a second there. Let me restate the statement. He's got lots of other weird little annoying debuffs for story fights. I think his kit I can basically sum up as just entirely goblin mode. Mode. This guy has a buff that's on hit, on normal attack hit. He gives that enemy 1 turn of 10% buff success down. That's just annoying. Why does he do that? Why are you doing that? It's irritating. He has an anti-lawful NP, but it'll remove their defensive buffs first. So he should have a couple of different uses. He's definitely an odd little guy. But that, at the 2-hour mark on the mission clock, takes us out of our normal Chaldea free tack and into the Ordeal Call 2 zone. We are now going to begin talking about Ordeal Call 2 after a quick break. All right. We're going. It's time for Ordeal Call 2. And yes, because Lucky was in his funk. I have taken the point on writing these, because at the time, it wasn't getting done. Ugh. So, Ordeal Call 2 starts at Section 1, Journey of Blood. But you won't know that for a little while. We play an spooky animatic of everyday life in Japan, but, like, ominous and stuff.
Ominous and stuff, very gray.
Yeah. Lots of grayscale, lots of slightly, off-kilter angles. But it is an animatic. It's like not borderless, but like text boxless and just kind of like flows through several things without clicking. Somebody who I presumed was the master was thinking about how they remember, scenes and faces from Japan life, and then also showing flashes of people, which include Jolter, Mary, Salieri, Little Da Vinci. Kind of, distorted outlines. But still recognizably those normal story sprites. Despite being comforted by our familiar surroundings, the narrator concludes that it must be a dream or an illusion. Like, just always have that sensation of like, no, it's not quite real. But then, the shadow of Edmond Dantes appears and it says it's time to wake the fuck up, samurai. We've got stuff to do. That's the only way I can imagine it, of just being like, oh man, it's a dream, it's weird. And he's like, hey, time to get up. You get stuff to do. We do have a city to burn, because we need to remember why you're here. Overlays an image of bloody, then blazing footprints in bleached sands. Very powerful imagery. And then we get a retroactive title card. Neat.
Yay.
So yes, like I said, they do this a couple of times actually so far, where they will play the whole thing and then do the little, Section X title, blah, blah, blah. Also, I should note, not ENAT, which is how I spelled that at first. I just wrote it completely backwards for some reason and fixed it. But that's it. It's just a little one-pip opener, and then we get into the things. And that thing is Section 2, Tokyo / Call of Duty Case 2. These COD sequel titles are getting out of hand. But we begin in the Storm Border. Jolter and Da Vinci specifically begin starting off discussing, with MASH and the rest of us obviously present, but we start with the two of them discussing who the Count is. Da Vinci's kind of leading our meeting here of figuring out who he is. And we need to figure out who the Count is, because we know from the little intro event to it that he is responsible for the elemental U-Olgas and is likely a new foreign disciple. And Da Vinci would really like to figure out more about him, but Trimegistus 2 doesn't have any good ideas, so we're having an old-fashioned team meeting about it. Very old-fashioned. We're literally all in the same room discussing it.
In the cafeteria.
Yes. Probably because we need enough chairs for this. Also, it meant that the background guys didn't have to draw like a conference room.
Usually we have our meetings either on the bridge or usually on the bridge, so...
And I can kind of see why, if we're like rotating people through, we don't want to do it on the bridge, because the bridge crew is going to find this super distracting. But apparently it's France Day, or at least... we might be doing this like a fucking lucky bag. We're dividing it by arbitrary groups and by gender. But French Ladies' Day at the Anti-Count Committee. We're rotating by region or something. So Jean, Jolter, and Mary are in this group, along with obviously Da Vinci and MASH kind of presiding. And we're here too, obviously. Jolter specifically points out that she's here in her Orleans spirit origin, which is funny. Read irritating to her, because she goes out of her way to remind us that was a different Jolter. She claims not to remember Orleans. Wasn't me, couldn't have been me, that was some other fake. I kind of assume she's pulling our leg a little bit, because that's how she is, but it is technically a different one, because that was the counterfeit heroic spirits story, was the idea that like Jolter as a fake alter was left over, and was like, hey, after this story, can I get a real spirit origin? And we were like, maybe. And she did, because she was the painter for that event. Sorry, I'm editorializing. We got a lot to go through.
We do.
Mary says that she's not sure, but the voice sounded nostalgic to her. Nostalgic being another keyword that we'll realize later as thematic. But that's how Mary phrases it. It's a nostalgic lead. And this puts us on a lead. MASH introduces the 3 big counts. She might have made that up. But, according to MASH, the three big counts are Count Dracula, the Count of Monte Cristo, and the Count of Cagliostro. Count Alex von Fersen also almost made MASH's runner-up, which would also have been very Mary-related, which is why she has I think she pulls a face. But the latter two are linked with Mary. Monte Cristo very loosely because he is, like, later, but is still from France, like, in the immediately post-Ancien Regime period. I actually talked about this in the Wanted, but the Count of Monte Cristo starts at, like, the very end of the Bourbon Restoration, just before Napoleon leaves Elba. He just comes back from exile and says, I'm not exiled anymore. Because that's how Napoleon works. And obviously, Count of Cagliostro is directly related to Mary for a reason that, in the next bullet point, we describe. Because Mary says that she kind of remembers the affair of the diamond necklace, which was a thing that happened. It is explained here, but basically there was a confidence scheme around a diamond necklace that was worth a lot of money, where members of the French court were, fleeced for their big monies. And the woman doing the actual con part of it was using Mary's name, which is why she was partially blamed for it. But one of the major parties also said to be responsible was the adventurer Alessandro di Cagliostro, who was also kind of a well-described confidence man back in the day. He probably wasn't a real count. Mary doesn't know a lot about him personally, but she can recount all the rumors that were in French society, that he was a summoner, an evocationer, an alchemist, a philanthropist and doctor, just all-around adventurer things. Big resume. The Count of Cagliostro was apparently a pretty complicated guy based on what Mary and the others say. He may have done some actual good deeds, but he smells like a con man from here. Everybody always thinks he's kind of suspicious. Anyway, we peg that this is the guy instantly because Mary describes him as polite but empty when she met him in person in like 2 sentences. She goes on to talk about this, and Mash and Master agree immediately that sounds like the bad guy behind the Elemental Olga incidents. Like, several people later will caution us not to jump to conclusions, but we're like, no, this sounds like the guy. Even Jolter is like, nah, that guy sounds evil. He sounds like a bad guy. Dantes appears from our shadow, and after a little bit of trolling of the gang, he confirms that the bad man we heard sounds like Count Cagliostro. Then, to remind us that this is fate, he claims that he met the Count Cagliostro in 1838. This could also just be Dumas versus world building. Dumas used Cagliostro as a character a couple of times and once had him claimed to be 3,000 years old. So even Dumas was on that urban fantasy shit. It was urban fantasy during his time. Maybe I should say it urban.
Urban.
But yeah, no. Even Alexandre Dumas did some, fantastical world building. After this warning, Dantes scarpers. No wonder Mash hasn't formally met him yet, because apparently he just skedaddles. But literally our first meeting about the Count under our belt, we praised Da Vinci a little, as is good and proper. And then, we basically start designing the high school AU in our head. It sounds like fun and games, but just you wait. We just get off on the in the weeds in the conversation, and we're like, talking about, oh, Da Vinci, you're so smart, you're like a child prodigy, and they're like, oh, well, maybe she would be the smartest classmate in class. And then somebody, for no reason at all, is like, oh yeah, Master, you went to school, right? Do you have any geniuses? And you were like, maybe. It's not really that common. But, as we kind of leave off this lighter note, we cut away to Dantes wandering the halls, who appears to be coughing up blood. He's having a bad time, but he seems to know what he must do, and he sets off for parts unknown. I included a note here because, I've been doing my background research. It has been established in interludes and past events that Dantes constantly dwelling in our shadow, protecting our dreams, is a serious burden on his spirit origin. That is, literally the plot of his second interlude, I want to say. Caldea Dantes comes up to it and is like, hey, Shadow Mind Dantes is really burning the candle. We got to juice him up. So, yes, Dantes is kind of a burning the candle at both ends kind of guy. But this takes us to Pip 2. Pip number 2. We discuss things with Kadok. We still think it's Cagliostro, but Kadok does bring up that the Count of Monte Cristo is still pretty suspicious. Like, he's still a pretty famous count, you know. We can't entirely say it out. After all, you know, there was that whole thing with Sherlock. This gives us several dialogue options. I don't know if there's a lot of difference in our response here, but basically all of them seem to go with, we assert that we don't think it's Dantes, one of which also was straight up just, Sherlock didn't betray us. That was kind of the point. He decided to jump off a waterfall instead. But Kadok does say to have, you know, not to have blind faith that it isn't Edmond Dantes. And my joke here was that, because we can do that in dialogue, calling Kadok senpai made him cringe so hard the alarm sounded.
Yes, I did that as well.
He has a little mini heart attack, and then before he could basically just like, don't do that, and then the alarm. Sion calls us up to the command center. Foe is happy to see us. Don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Yes, jumps for joy. I guess Foe doesn't have to... Foe's happy because Foe doesn't have to fucking ditch us to get out of this one. He just has to not get sucked into our dreams. But yes, Foe is happy to see us. This can only mean good things. The heroic spirit summoner has activated on its own and summoned somebody right to the bridge. We go through a lot of dialogue to point out how this is completely unprecedented. You know, summoning a heroic spirit requires vast amounts of magical energy. The system should be locked down at all times with basically a double key turn authority from Da Vinci and Gordolf. And obviously, because we are the contractor, we should have to be present as the master. So, you know, it's a very big deal to go through all the ways that this should be impossible, but of course it's happened anyway. Right down to the fact that the magical reactors appear to have supplied power for this operation completely autonomously. Nemo's a little nettled by this, you know, because, well, the reactors are very important to the Storm Border, so yes, the captain's upset, engineer's upset, everybody's a little upset. So Da Vinci and Sion are going to go in the tank and run a full security scan. Kadok makes Gordolf even more anxious about how impossible this is. We get a little therapy Foe action. Foe, you know, nudges his leg. But we're interrupted because, there's a new servant here, so they've actually showed up. The couple of points in the dialogue can be like, oh yeah, where was the servant that did get summoned? It is Shining Star Hassan, who has showed up and seems to know us already. I think this is the first time we canonically discuss in a main story event that the Throne of Heroes is outside of time. Da Vinci pitches it as a theory, because we did this very early in FGO with Ishtar's summon lines, but obviously that was, you know, way out of sync by like a year.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't think the story's actually discussed that we can technically summon servants, like, outside of chronology. But yes, we discussed that Hassan must be linked to Chaldea achronologically. You know, he basically says, oh yeah, don't you remember me? We didn't make a contract or anything, but we said we would see each other again, and we have to be like, nah, I haven't met you yet. And everybody's like, man, weird. Anyway, Dantes appears, and a fight almost breaks out. Shining Star seems a little upset at Dantes, and Dantes is just kind of a fucker. He has a lot of laughs, you know, so it makes sense, but he's kind of trolly to everybody. He is, you know, kind of a revenge guy. It's kind of his thing. We step forward to, like, leap between them and tell them to break it up. But nope, trauma nap time. Time to go to sleep. Sleep time now. Great effects on this sequence, including I had to double check, but I was like, no, they did subtly tilt the camera.
Oh, yeah, no.
Like, you start to lean and drift.
Yes, no.
Pretty good.
I will say, the fact that MASH can see the signs that we're about to enter the plot mandated nap time is a testament to how many times this has happened.
Yeah, MASH, like, immediately is like, wait, Master, you're feeling faint? Are you perhaps going to enter super REM sleep? And we're like, yeah, maybe, bye. In a dark void, Dantes is talking about the ordeals, 3 in total. That's going to be slightly wrong, Dantes, but that's okay. But the ordeals must be filtered or disabled. You know, we have to sort out what's going on with these ordeals. But because the ordeals aren't linked to human history, they can be even more extreme than we've seen before with singularities and even lost belts. They are completely devoid of human order. So they can get real wacky. We are sucked into a ray shift into static. Not the first time we've done this kind of effect, but yes, we go through the ray shift animation, but it, glitches out statics. It shows us a gray sky, the color of a dead television channel. Not actually, that's me quoting Gibson, but it feels right. And we get our first appearance of UI, showing the narrator is one and the same with us. They observe and they are the observer. We repeat a monologue very similar to Section 1, a nostalgic familiarity for this perfectly ordinary suburb. I think Axe quoted a line here. UI walk down the street wondering why UI are here. Mm-hmm. We clearly, you and I, who are separate people, but not separate because obviously it's the same POV kind of a thing. Like I said, you are the observer and the observed. And Master the narrator and Master kind of like talk a little bit back and forth. There's some nondescript text boxes I'm not sure about yet. It'll make sense more later. But basically, the narrator discusses that the Master, you, part of this situation, feels called to this location, which is Fujimaru's school walk in the Tokyo suburbs. Something has pulled us here into this familiar scenario. And then we get map time. It's the map.
It's Tokyo.
Yeah, it's Tokyo. It's a pretty normal Tokyo map. There'll be the second boss fight takes place around some of the some very famous landmarks in Tokyo. I presume there will be more later too. But this moves us to Section 3. This place seems familiar. We get a little montage with some text, sunset, crosswalk, downtown Tokyo, showing us lots of little places at different times into the sunset. UI continue to be a bit unsure. Something's fuzzy. Unclear. But how long has it been since we've seen these early 21st century sites? Is it home, or have we just seen this before? UI can't remember. Also, yeah, I hope you like the UI bit. The game provided me this, and I just stuck with it. Basically, UI recognizes that we're stuck here without an outside line, and our comms device doesn't work because it's a dream. That's to our credit. We instantly proc. We're in a dream. We're doing dream stuff.
Dream stuff.
So that means that we cannot call out to Chaldea. We still, remember who we are and what we're doing, kind of, but everything else, a little fuzzy. And you and I walk into a dark, shady alleyway because Fujimaru is still a protagonist no matter how much dream logic we're currently under. It's very goofy of us, but we go for it. Somebody called us from here, but no one is around. A study in paradox. Anyway, if you stare into your own shadow long enough, it might seem to move, except this one does move. Our shadow gets up and becomes a blazing fist of flame. We can execute simple summons at least, so, ready our simple summons, ready our mystic code. Again, there's a lot of... I assume it's because there is this sort of detached, you and I narrator thing going on, but there's a lot of extra dialogue boxes in this chapter throughout. I did not make sure to jot down every time it happens, but you have a lot of opportunity to actively choose an input to ready for battle, which is, again, interesting. I think that's intentional. I'll talk some more about some early themes in a second. But, yeah, we have to execute some simple summons, and we get our first fight. Avengers cannot be used in this battle. Weird rule, but okay. Anyway, we fight the hand. Sorry, Zahando.
Zahando.
Too. And note that something seems a bit off about our summoning, though. Perhaps, being two people is slowing us down. Or perhaps it's because it's all a dream, In dreams, you don't move quite right. Good way to narratively explain, the idea that our simple summons seem slow, to explain that enemies have that special damage reduction versus guys who are not Avengers. Thinking about this, though, seems to summon forth the shadow of Dantes, who appears speechless at first, but really it seems to be because he's not Dantes, because we ask him, it's like, oh, Edmond Dantes, and he doesn't respond, but he is listed as our shadow, or Black Shadow. We only have questions, no answers. He doesn't really give us much to go on, but vanishes when somebody else speaks. And this takes us to Pip II. Despite the person speaking to us clearly being Jolter, they claim to be Oruta. she mentions a Ricardo and a Himiko before, heading off, being like, oh, what are you doing in that alleyway? That's weird. Anyway, come on out of there. Your friends are looking for you. And what timing it is, because boy and girl appear immediately, talking about perfectly ordinary after-school activities. It is Himiko and Ricardo. Osakabe Hime and Mandricardo. Hime is still kind of a nerd, so she clocks U/I's amnesia immediately and claims it to be 2017. We also do get their full names from this. Ando Ricardo and Osakabe Himiko. Name translations are great, translocating those servants' names. I did not have a specific note for it here, but yeah, Hime's still a nerd and has a lot of, weird sight gags. Ricardo is just Mandricardo. He's just depressed. That's him. I'm very downbeat. Discussing, going-ons with our friends and our block of amnesia and stuff. We also mention a Kairi. And that one seems pretty obvious, gang. I think we can figure out who that is. So let's speculate about Curry Day instead. I believe this was actually a dialogue fork about asking about Curry Day or asking about Kairi. But it's like, I can figure that one out about Kairi. Also, it is explicitly pointed out, despite being a 2017 Japanese child, we do not have any kind of cell phone, which Ricardo rightly calls out as being out of fashion since, the 80s. Obviously, this is, a fucking meta-narrative excuse for why we don't have a cell phone to just call people, but, it is weird, and the people in the story acknowledge it as weird.
It's weird, yo.
But, they send us on home because it's Curry Day. And you and I are still a little bit lost. The nostalgia doesn't quite take us in the right direction, so we just kind of walk. Everything is nostalgic but unfamiliar at the same time. But luckily, our protagonist sent Tingles at the right house. It's a perfectly ordinary house, so it must be the correct one.
It's about this point in the story that I'm looking at all these UIs, and I'm curious actually what they used in Japanese. Was it some Boku/Oru/Watashi, or something even more exotic like Wagahai? In there. Yeah,
the pronouns would say a lot. I really would wonder. I would also wonder how they format it. Do they just write the slash, or is it something like they say, you and I?
Mm-hmm.
It's a really interesting one. Completely unrelated, but I remember again seeing a Reddit comment or a tweet or something where somebody translated something that I think it was an old interview about localizing JRPGs. Or an interview about localizing old JRPG. I think it was new, actually. But the producer talked about how difficult it can be translating into English because you lose all the extra nuance of pronouns in Japanese.
Was that a guy for Dragon Quest? I remember reading that interview, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was about Dragon Quest or something. Somebody at Square Enix, I think.
Yeah, but no, I remember seeing people getting mad at the fucking comments. It's all like...
no, localization is hard, actually.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things of God,
I think some people were mad because I remember why now. It's because he said that prior to voice acting, it was much tougher to get stories translated into English, because in English, the nuance on pronouns is all in the vocal tone, right? Like saying, you versus you, or you, or even you. That's in English, it's all tonal, right? Whereas in Japanese, you would pick a different pronoun meaning you to communicate my tone is neutral, but by saying it teme, I'm saying you're a fucker. But yeah, it's very interesting. But another thing that may have keyed us off that it's the right house is that Kairi is waiting at the door. And we don't have to fake that recollection.
Huzzah!
We're instantly like, yep, you're Kairi. But you noted that the name was fuzzed down in the dialogue box.
Yeah. I wasn't sure at the moment. I still don't know. Maybe it's because we were unsure?
Yeah, that's a thing it does later with some other dialogue as well. So I'm going to assume it's going to be a recurring theme. I don't know if they meant anything by it here, or if we're just setting up. Like I said, we're moving on to section 4. You look familiar. There seems to be a recurring series of themes and ideas going on here. A lot of the singularity obviously runs on dream logic because we are literally dreaming. We are asleep.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the recurring themes has to do a lot with nostalgia, that kind of lingering sense about the world our normal life we lost, the world we lost, but also kind of the I would assume the kind of thing we're going for is, like, is that even familiar? Like, would Fujimaru Ritsuka even recognize fucking modern Tokyo walking around after they've done so much bullshit?
I don't know.
Kind of blending characters together into our head, and then there are other themes about revenge, fighting, continuing on. Meanwhile, in the real world, possibly in a flashback, because I believe this is grayscale, in Section 4, you look familiar. Sorry to reiterate everybody where we're at. Paracelsus is talking. He's talking specifically about illusions, which of course gets a plus from me. I like to say illusions a lot as well. It's fake. It's an illusion. Images in your head, basically, is what he means by illusion. In your head, you'll see people living, people dead, people you love, people you hate, people you might not see again. Your mind is full of illusions, images of these people and what they represent. And the human mind is a place where these illusions can mingle together into a microcosmos, a mental world of our own making. Kind of replicating real life, but not being true to life. And Paracelsus appears to be talking to Dantes, actually, and Dantes agrees that a man contains multitudes, A man has a lot of people in him. Of course, Edmond Dantes would say that he has, 12 disguises in the story. Including at one point he pretends to be Sinbad the Sailor, so... But yes, Dantes thinks, speculates that a rich inner world is how humans can survive being imprisoned in total darkness, waiting for their guiding light. The fact that humans can invent people and scenarios to talk to or live through makes them very resilient to torture, basically. Sorry, taking a drink. I put a note here because I actually did a little background research into what Paracelsus is talking about here, because he talks about macrocosmos and microcosmos a little. So these are actually very old terms. Micro and macrocosmos are Greek originally, and macrocosmos is not meant to be either astrologian or Yu-Gi-Oh card here. So macrocosmos is an old way of saying the whole universe. Obviously we can observe the cosmos overhead, but ever since human writing has existed, we've observed the heavens change. So macrocosmos meant to be another way to say the whole universe, the macrocosmos, the big cosmos, before we kind of settled on universe as the word for that. One verse, one world of everything. Microcosmos, or microcosm being slightly more one, is basically meaning small universe. And that had a couple of meanings historically. It could mean, for instance, a model of the universe, but also, especially starting with medieval scholarship, was a metaphor. Human nature is a model of the entire universe. So basically, the microcosmos is the idea that, through one person's inner workings and their kind of mentality and their nature, you can model the entire universe. Which obviously also, I think, kind of fits what's going on here with the singularity. Now we cut back to a, kind of omnipresent narrator's voice asking us existential questions. They state that we have the right to seek vengeance as the last of our kind. The last master, obviously our bleached earth, we have the right to seek vengeance. But what does that mean to you? What does that mean to you? What is a threat? What is the end of the world? What is an existential risk? Questions that are not answered, but are thrown out there. Now, transitioning back to our house in the middle of our street. Sorry, I had to.
You did not.
Well, I had to think it. It just did jump there immediately, but I didn't have to write it down. True. But we're speaking with Kairi, and she explains that she brought more curry. Little sister Da Vinci pops out here. And I feel like we're doing skits right out of Persona. We're talking back and forth about buying enough curry. Did we have enough curry? We want more curry. Da Vinci wants mild, so Kairi made sure to get it. We enter the house though after we have this beautiful back and forth, and we almost enter Father's study, the place we cannot go. We're gonna go there. I don't know anything writing this down, but I'm that's the one room we can't go into. We're gonna have to go into that room. Also, by the way, very early explains, in the way that lots of these stories do, that yes, we're supposed to have a dad in this scenario that's very much not real, but he's not here. He's away. Maybe he plays jazz like Jotaro's dad. But yes, we have, childhood friend Kairi, who calls us senpai. We have little sister Da Vinci, and we go into the next room, into the kitchen and living room, and we discover that mother is large Da Vinci. This causes an instant trauma button. Instant trauma flashbacks. But after gathering ourselves, we continue on our conversation. We discover that Kairi is as good as family here anyway, and so we start a whole family cooking situation. Except for us. Mother says we look tired and we should go to our room. And you and I return to our room, which is obviously my room.
I'm a little sad we didn't use the capital "my room" in this situation.
Yeah, with the way we say it in English and, like, going back to, like... Oh, I think that's a comment from Fate, the original Fate Extra?
Yes.
Was the first instance of my room? Yeah. But yes, after we kind of, like, look around and are kind of like, well, this is obviously my room, but it's not my room, you know? Mash knocks and enters. Sorry, I should say Kairi, but it's Mash. You know, Mash's face. But she talks about having a dream, specifically a dream of a bleached earth. We do not get a full Curry Day dinner scene, which is only slightly disappointing.
Only slightly.
But we jump to a Pip 2, because it's a brand new day. It's breakfast time. I picked toast so I could run with it if needed.
I picked toast as well.
But yeah, you get a little option. You discuss some breakfast stuff. We go out on the front walk. Kairi's waiting for us. We all join hands, Kairi, ourselves, and Da Vinci, and we walk to school. We have a perfectly ordinary morning. It seems completely normal. You and I meet Himiko and Ricardo on the way, and this is where I really start to be constantly thinking to myself, this is really like a Persona game, because we have the walk to school where we run into our classmates, our party members, and, talk to them about what's going on with our day. And honestly,
Beneath the Mask, Rainy is playing right now in my head.
Yeah, no, it's a perfect fit. Honestly, meeting them, Ricardo and Himiko basically seem exactly like themselves, just, high schooly. Like I said earlier, Ricardo's kind of depressed and downbeat. Himiko is weird. She even engages actively in real person fiction between us and Kairi. And I'm just like, all right, what's going on? We, separate from little sister and realize, though, after our long drawn-out conversation of checking our watches, we're going to be hacking late for school. This is why I picked toast. We got to go. Everybody realizes we're fucking late. It's got to be the first bell. So we all dash up, and we just make it to the gate where Mr. Salieri is waiting, playing the strict but fair teacher. We also get Amatsuka-senpai, which is Mozart, Amadeus, but even more florid than usual. He has a rainbow guitar. How did he do this? It's great. I was completely sidelined by this because I don't actually know. I guess we'll see later, but I don't know how much of a major character he is. But they gave him a brand new sprite that's all extra. Honestly, all the high school AU sprite designs are really good. Like I said, Ricardo and Himiko look pretty normal, but they're good. But we have Jolter, obviously. I think Mr. Sal is the only one who doesn't. He just uses his normal suit ascension.
I mean, if you think about it, it is a very normal ass suit.
I mean, also, it's a funny thing because of some comments that Salieri makes as a character, but the real life Antonio Salieri was a music instructor. Not only was he a composer, but he taught music. So, him being the music teacher is, perfect. But yeah, Himiko almost lets her Fujoshi out, but Salieri reels everybody back in. He's like, knock it off, you gotta go to school. It's almost like when he's not possessed by an evil force of rumor. He's just like a normal guy. Have I mentioned how even with the rumor thing, this is just how Persona this whole thing is? And this is where Lucky wrote his note about Beneath the Mask Rain. I hear the piano cues in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
You can also play, of course, the classic, the school theme from P3. Want to be close. Beneath the Mask, though, feels a little better for what's going on.
Yeah, no.
You need a little bit of a downbeat. But we bump into Oruta in the halls, and we also bump into Miss Katsume Fuka, who is Boudica. Very clearly her artist and has, the red hair, but also, has and I guess the body shape, but, completely different costume design. It's very fun. But we go to homeroom, and naturally, of course, we're getting a transfer student today, which explains why we have a new desk, because obviously we don't remember which one's our fucking desk. But luckily, as if by some sort of dream chance, we've changed desk assignments, so we don't have to remember. But our new transfer student appears. It's our new Hassan friend, who could just say his whole last name because these Japanese high school students don't get it when he says, I'm Hassan Yusaba.
I did note that we sit in the front row, like second on the right. That isn't very anime protagonist of us.
Yeah, no, I didn't think about that, but you're right. If we were being properly protagonisty, we would be probably like in the back or at least in a window.
No,
maybe like third row.
No, the classic anime protagonist is always back row window seat, so you could, stare wistfully out the window.
And you're far enough away from the teacher that you can get away with a lot of shit.
Yeah.
I think usually in Persona they make sure not to put you in the very back row, but usually like second or third. It reminds me of that joke about P5 that like technically there's a student who sits behind Joker because he's not in the very back row, and they just don't rat on you the entire semester, entire school year.
Bro,
what a G!
What a G!
Because you can make lockpicks in class and other weird shit, and you constantly text your friends about Phantom Thief stuff. But we move on to Pip 3, where we are told that we are assigned to show Hassan around school after class, which is a slight problem for us because this is our dream, so we don't know where anything is. Like the internal monologue that the master says several times that like everything here is familiar, but at the same time it's not like a core memory type stuff. Things don't jump out at us. We just have a vague sense of nostalgia about everything. About, oh yeah, this is what homeroom is like. Oh yeah, this must be gym class. Kind of a thing. But we jump to lunch break and talk about this, where we consume mash bento and continue our day.
Mash bento.
It's for Kohai bento, it's got to be pretty high quality. I don't know if it's better than Sakura bento, but it's got to be pretty good.
No, I definitely like this point in the story where you're definitely seeing like the relationships in what, because Paracelsus was talking about how, in these illusions, many alter egos can like overlap and, images and stuff. And I like how they've done this thing where, Big Da Vinci, who, while I was not was necessarily a mother figure to you in part one, was definitely, someone you can consider like a caretaker, along with like, Romani. It's like those two are all like, we got to help this kid.
Yeah.
And stuff. And, that's,
Wait, I didn't think about that until now. Does that mean Dad's study is Dr. Roman? Oh, I don't. Game, don't do that to me. I don't think I'm ready for that one.
I don't know.
That would kick my ass if our absent father was Dr. Roman. Oh. I had a hard enough time with the fucking Nemo Christmas event.
No. But,
But yes, no. All the illusions overlap. Like, Himiko and Ricardo are those two friends, but like Himiko's kind of, weird Fujoshi, otaku stuff keeps coming out.
Mm-hmm.
But Ricardo is, like I said, I think Ricardo's just man Ricardo. Our mental image of my best friend is just that guy. I think he's our best friend because we still think of him as my friend. Man Ricardo, you're my friend. Discussing at lunch, Ricardo remains low-key, but Himiko and Kairi are very excited. And Hassan's, he's still following us around, so he's here. He's bringing it up. And we move on to actually the tour, which everybody piles onto. Hassan has a curious armband, but nothing to make of it now. Unfortunately, I don't read Japanese, so I don't know what his armband says.
Oh, no, they did mention what it says. It said weekly something.
Does he say it? Yeah, is it a weekly?
Yeah.
It's a weird one. He's also got, he's wearing an armband, but he's wearing it in, a delinquent way. It's, pinned by a safety pin. It's a cool bit of his design. Again, this is not a base costume for him either, so it's a pretty good look. But yes, he just says that's from his previous school and not to worry about it. We flash through several key locations. We see the hallway, the music room, behind the school, and the gym. Behind the school, by the way, it's not an official part of the school tour, but it's a shortcut to get to the gymnasium and the school club classrooms or club rooms.
It's important.
In the gym, we run into Madam President, Student Council President, Marie Antoinette. She says that, we can't do any sports team or sports club practice today, but she has to go leave to talk to the vice principal. Also, I don't think anybody says it in so many words, but you can pick up pretty easily that Kairi is also on the student council,
mm-hmm.
or at least involved in their activities. And I gotta say, Mash, why are you talking about my eyes to the student council president? This is the most obvious childhood friend Kohai root shit ever. What are you doing? How did that come up in conversation? But, leaving Kairi behind, we depart and we move on to Pip 4. While we're having our conversation, Himiko's out here inventing new particle physics. Talking about brand new particles. Actually, no, that's right. Mash doesn't. She talks with Mary, but doesn't leave until this pip. I'm reading my own notes. Sorry, this was literally a week ago. I wrote this stuff, which is why it's good I wrote it down. But remembering what order stuff happened is tough. So Himiko's out discussing her particle physics. Kairi is summoned away. I'm editing my own notes. I said Mash for a couple of these, but I go back to saying Kairi later, and I'm like, nah, I should stay consistent. It should be Kairi. She's playing the role of Mash, or played by Mash's actress, but they're not quite the same person. I actually don't. Mash is very supportive, but I don't actually know if she's ever made us bento. Does Mash
I don't
know how to
know,
cook?
man.
We do a lot of our own cooking.
Bro, do you remember her Valentine's?
That's true. I mean, she works with the kitchen crew to make her Valentine's chocolates. We probably, because we're so short-staffed at Caldea, we probably collab on cooking a lot. Out in
I
the
don't know if
field.
there's actually been anything like straight out of her cooking food, but
We've canonically camped out a lot and had to like make do, prep our own meals, like I said. But yeah, she at least has some skill, or is responsive to mentoring, because we have a whole big kitchen crew. But yes, Kairi is summoned away by the geography teacher, who does not appear on screen, but I'm mentally noting everybody in the school, just in case. The equipment they need to get, the projection equipment, is heavy, so Himiko and Ricardo break off to go help her, conveniently leaving us alone for the battle scene that I know will take place, because this pip has enemies listed and costs AP. But the moment they leave, we snap back to reality. We kind of, like, imply that when we're with our friends, we're kind of just going with the flow of the dream.
yeah.
So we snap back, and we realize that the hounds are closing in. We hear, the barking of dogs. Hassan also talks to us and says, hey, I think there's a fight about to happen. But we enter our battle mind, we switch into our battle brain, and, from our shadow rises Zahando again. And also some dogs. Which is, like, weird.
Very weird.
I think even Hassan talks about it. It's like, dogs is weird. But we fight. Hassan is pretty fast, which is good because we are slowed. He does point out that the burning hand is scary even to servants, and we still don't know what it is yet. Dogs we can rationalize. Maybe they are summoned maybe they were summoned constructs. Maybe they are linked familiars. Maybe they are just beasts gone wild. But the hand is weird. But Hassan basically says, "All right, thanks for fighting. I'll talk to you later. I'm not on your side or anything. Bye." Hassan's a little tsundere in this. But the tour is over, and you and I are walking back from school alone. Alone in this context is weird because, again, the text is like you/I, but go with it, okay? We're alone spiritually. This place is made of familiar sights, but it definitely isn't the actual literal Tokyo from my memories. In the narration, we make sure to point out that in real life, Fujiwara has no Mash or Da Vinci equivalent waiting at home. We do not have these things. I kind of get the impression that Fujiwara doesn't have a very warm home life normally.
No, not really, no.
Like, not like bad, but probably like, I would guess probably like, salaryman parent types who aren't around a lot. Would kind of
I mean,
explain
they let
why-
him, for
why
some odd reason, go run off to Antarctica.
Yeah. Or didn't, at the very least, Caldea got away with kidnapping us after a routine blood screening. But, while we're in the middle of our thoughts, a trumpet blares in the red sky, cutting off our next words. Very loud trumpet sound, by the way.
It was. It actually surprised me. I was like, what is that?
So we go to Section 5. Wailing Fortress, Part 1. A horn signifies the ringing forming in the sky, and some other weird acid trip visuals. We change the color of the sky a lot. Sorry, I'm stretching. Yeah, in my mind, I caught that there's a ring, because that instantly reminds me of Part 1. But you also made sure to jot a note down about the bubble, and I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I should note that down too. There is a bubble.
Yeah, there's a bubble in Tokyo now.
I think it makes sense later, but I
think it
forgot
does,
to actually check in the map if the bubble was where it should have been. There are a lot of little map edits in this, and I'm not sure I caught all of them when they happened. I try to keep track. There's a lot of subtle stuff.
Yeah.
Some of which Lucky hasn't even seen yet, but
No.
you don't always catch it because sometimes it is very small. But after our little acid trip moment, our shadow appears and says, "It's time. There will be 7 trumpet blasts, 1 for each trial, 1 vengeance, 1 flame. Each trumpet is a trial in the form of a servant, which is very similar to Prison Tower, don't you think? But if we want to keep going, if we want to continue our journey, we have to face each trial, and whether or not the final trumpet sounds with victory is up to you." Cut to JR Tokyo Station, which should be fucking packed, but is completely abandoned. Well, not completely. There is one abnormally large, unnatural shadow here. A shadow of steel, armor, despair, wrath. The shadow has boss subtitles. It's Wailing Fortress Britomart Altar.
Well then.
She is fire, wrath, a heart stripped of love. She laments and is filled with fire as Britain is destroyed. Hers is the wailing of the end.
Ooh, excuse me.
Cut to a cozy-looking study where a fractured man comments that it is finally time for the first trial. He explicitly comments that this is Britomart 1, Britomart the First, the actual one from the Fairy Queen. Remember, the Seminole Britomart is canonically her daughter of the same name. And he says that the first 6 trials are apparently against Heartless Flame, whatever that means in this context. But a flickering shadow speaks up for the master. You, I, will never be led astray by false comfort, a life, a fake home. You and I will seek to press on, just as we did in the prison tower so long ago. I think this is a pretty good read on Fujimaru. We've experienced a lot of illusory comfort and quiet moments and kind of gone, nah, I still got stuff to do. Hell, we were fucking dead at one point. You know, we went to Tezcatlipoca's underworld, and he was like, "Hey, you know, you could just retire. You could just go to the Happy Warrior place." And we were like, "Nah, I gotta go back.
I got shit to do.
I got stuff, man. I got plans." And he's like, "All right, there's only one way we can settle this. Guitars!" God, Tez was a good character. Anyway, we have cut back again to Chaldea, where a mobile, microscopic singularity has appeared inside the storm border itself. Everybody's very freaked out about this. They get even more freaked out because specifically it's right on top of the master in their sickbed and infirmary where they're in the middle of REM sleep. This is not quite the first time it happened, but is still unusual because not even Shimosa produced a signal like this.
Yeah.
So, very extra weird. Jolter is down below talking with Abby and Domon, speaking about Dantes. Salieri shows up and says that he's nowhere to be found at the moment. I believe this means that canonically our Dream Defense team is Edmond Dantes, Abigail, and Domon. But Domon might just be here for shits and giggles.
I'm pretty sure he's there for shits and giggles.
Yeah, I made a lot of jokes about Domon Pizza franchise at some point during the past week or two in our Discord. I think we did decide that it should be instead of Little Caesars, it should be Little Domons. Pizza. Anyway, back inside the singularity, you and I can't give up yet. Fujimaru's warped straight to the train station, you know, like some kind of RPG fast travel, or like, you know, that thing that happens in 14 when you're sucked to the closed area for the boss fight.
Yeah.
You're just teleported straight there. It's even purple. But we encounter Britomart Altar, but she can't really respond to us. You know, the narration points out that she doesn't seem like she's all there. So the only thing for us to do is square up. And it wouldn't be a chapter without a Salieri in it, without some pianos and strings.
Very true.
We get some new battle themes here. Anyway, fake fight, not tough, just thug it out.
Thug.
This takes us to Pip 2. Britomart thinks our resolve is weak. We cannot penetrate the force of earth and water. And she is unnaturally tough, or this force of earth and water is anyway, and our servants are still weak. Our summons still don't feel quite right. There's a dialogue box here where I picked that we choose to fight on, because I feel like that's the theme here, but you can pick to, like, basically regroup or fight on. Mm-hmm. Britomart says you and I are going to die a fool's death. She points her spear at us. But then we change our attitude because Kairi interrupts, and our instinct is immediately to rush her out of there. We drop everything, grab her, and skadash. Again, very, very interesting how Fujimaru's personality kind of like turns on a dime on a couple of places in this. Like I said, I think it's interesting to see where sometimes it feels like the dream logic is kind of taking us with the flow, and then we kind of snap back to our normal, rational lucid even mind. That's a dream word, lucid. But we get her out of here, and we talk about how this is pretty bad. Nobody's around. The enemy looks pretty serious. Kairi's apparently out here trying to buy books for her quote-unquote mystery research, by which she means she was trying to buy a new Sherlock book. That's my mash, all right. But she says that she was sucked into the Dark Hour. I mean, inside the TV. I mean, Mementos. I mean, the alternate battle dimension from Nanoha. I mean, listen, this trope is very popular. Japan really likes this trope because, as I said before, they're a heavily urbanized, developed country, so, like, that means you have a lot of stories that have urban battle scenes, but also you have to explain why there's not 9 million people there, so, you know, alternate dimension stuff. Basically every Persona does this, and also lots of other things. But we're in this alley, we're talking, we're trying to, you know, reassure Kairi, and Oruta and Mr. Salieri appear. Everybody's wondering what we're doing in this alley. Also, apparently, Kairi's name is, full name is Mashio Kyrie, or Kyrie. Or Kairi, I actually don't know. It should be Kyrie, like shouldn't it? Kairi's, I think, the more English pronunciation. We could say Mashio Kairi, because her name is Kairi Light in real life. Mashio Kairi. Anyway, Oruta and Mr. Sal apparently came in from Ginza. Sal was buying new music, but of course, Jolter's still a tryhard, so she doesn't want to say to us that she was shopping for plushies. Mr. Sal immediately narcs on her, as also is very true to him. But yeah, she doesn't want to say she was buying plushies. You and I tell all three of them to go on without us. We'll remain and fight our trial. We got stuff to do. Mr. Sal is wondering what's going on exactly, but you know they're all trying to protest exactly about how weird it is. But Zahando comes back, and he brought friends!
Oh no!
Evil Ass Knights. Undead Knights, I believe, is the translated mob name. Death Knight was the more literal translation, but Undead Knights, I think, makes a little more sense for what's going on here. But this takes us to Pip 3, where we gotta do another fight here against all these mobs. Winning is tough, but we manage it because, unlike Britomart Altar, these enemies aren't literally invincible. Like I said, Mr. Sal wonders what's going on with us here. You know, what exactly the hell we're doing. He can clearly tell we're doing something. But we tell him to take the others and go. We'll take care of things. You know, we get all a little serious. Like, go on without me, I'll take care of this. Mr. Sal also notes the time has stopped, and so recognizes that we may be just uniquely equipped to deal with this crisis. Mm-hmm. Good on him, by the way. Even in a dream, Mr. Sal going like, okay, this is unconventional, but clearly you're more plugged into what's going on than I am, so maybe you can do something about this.
He wasn't happy about it, though.
No, he's not happy, but he does understand that this may be how it's got to go. Our enemies, though, are numerous, and you and I don't have enough gas to take all of them on. Can we stall for 10 minutes? You know, enough time for them to get away? Doesn't matter. We're here to kick ass and take names. We shift back into battle mode, and we're like, can we fight for 10 minutes? Can we stall? Who cares? We're going to do it anyway. But Oruta does not stand back and get away with the others. She, in fact, rushes into the fray. And this causes the flames of vengeance to leap from her body. Jolter has taken over Oruta, and Salieri has taken over Salieri. Anyway, they discuss with us, you know, revealing they are the Chaldean ones going on. And they remember everything their doppelgangers knew, so Jolter is familiar with the situation and ready to kill. I didn't add a note about it, but when the mobs run into us, they do make sure to point out, you know, one of us as an enemy and then civilians and mark all of them for slaughter. So we're not playing nice around here or anything.
No.
So we're going on the attack. We're jumping to Section 6, Wailing Fortress Part 2. This will be our end for the night. But it's Avenger time now. Avengers get buffs, use them. You're told explicitly, use your Avengers. And now that our Avengers are part of the team, they have no problem taking down these enemies. They feel peak at the top of their game. Our Simple Summons are still having some trouble, though. You and I speculated it's the Black Shadow, but we'll have to explain what's going on there later, because the next wave of enemies is summoned. We keep on moving on, and Jolter calls out Britomart Altar. You know, specifically says, "Hey, you! Butt-ass!"
You're a bitch!
And so, Britomart Altar has to test our might. Test your might. With 100 guys. Literally sends 100 guys at us. Luckily, I don't believe we have to fight all 100 guys. Thank God.
No.
But this takes us into Pip 2. where after the fighting some of those guys for a bit, Jelter and Salieri both conclude that Britomart Ultra is stalling, and so we have to watch out. Normally, for servant combat, we should withdraw, but with Kairi so close, it's tricky. We always want to make sure we're close enough to where she's hiding that we can actually, rush to her instantly. So for now, we dig in and try to advance, perhaps in a Genji-like manner. And Salieri points out that servants are usually the core of singularities and lost belts, so fighting hostile ones is just, what we do. It's second nature. It's instinct at this point. We know that they're usually the problem, so we gotta fight them. Salieri also is out here asking these undead knights if they like jazz, basically. Asking them what their favorite music type is. He can play us a little something. Pause for if Lucky wants to say his note.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Give me a chance to rest and stretch, drink water.
Mm-hmm. But here at this point is where I noticed that we are really using like a lot of new John Alter sprites. Like I specifically noted one where she's sticking out her tongue. I was like, is that new? I think that's new. I mean, it makes sense, especially if they whipped out a whole new like John Alter sprite with the
the school costume. Yeah, I believe somebody, either when she had her sprite update or now, like, did some data mining and realized, like, Jolter has a shitload of expressions. And you're right, they are using them for sure. So here I lumped Pip 3 and 4 together. I tried to keep very good access of which Pips are where this time, actually, because we discussed that previously. But Pip 3 is literally, the entirety of it front to back is just smacking the shit out of Britamart's first HP bar.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think there is, like, a scene about it. So, we move straight from there to 4. In Pip 4, Salieri and Jolter are trying their best, but we can now clearly visualize Britomart has the beehive of invulnerability, so she literally can't be harmed. Salieri figures out and calls it a form of folklore defense. Remember this one for the Witch Knight collab from Mahoyo. That might be the name of one of Alice's skills. But Britomart Alter says that it is the Earth's blessing, a concept which her daughter doesn't have. So it's a Noble Phantasm exclusive to the original Britomart. It sounds like she's describing it as armor that once belonged to the Fairy Queen or to a Fairy Queen. It confers absolute defense while it touches the Earth. Salieri and Jolter banter some more about it, but since she is literally invincible, we do decide to retreat temporarily. I do kind of find it a little funny, especially given our tactical brains. Nobody thinks about trying to get her off the Earth right away, but she is also super heavy, so, regrouping no matter what is important. But remember, this is Fate, and we're actually doing that urban fantasy shit, so we get to do some heroic spirit parkour, Fate's Day Night classic.
Big jumps.
A super jump, even. And yes, we are grabbed and jumped up to a nearby rooftop with Kairi in tow. Britomart and her cronies are slow, we think, so we have time to plan. We assume they're slow. You/I dropped our school bag, but apparently we have our Ray Shift supply pack, and our Mystic Code was just on under our school uniform, it seems? We just didn't notice until now.
How did we miss that? Did we not notice it when we put it on, got dressed this morning?
Yeah, I know. Again, I'm just going to strike this up. This is dream logic shit. Stuff just happens in dreams without necessarily needing, like, a cause. So it's the kind of thing where just you think to yourself, I have my Mystic Code on, and you're like, oh, should I have my Mystic Code on? And we just don't think about it. But, our Ray Shift supply pack is here. Gives us a bottle of water, some basic snacks.
Yay.
We describe our shadow to the gang, and he pops up after we mention him, scares the shit out of Mashio. And Salieri points out that he's a bit different than how Dantes usually appears. Jolter and Fujimaru agree that he's not his usual self. We lean in to study him closer, but this further introspection is canceled when the shadow says, she's coming. Anyway, they start playing a sound here, and yeah, Britomart sounds like she's wound up like a fucking jet turbine.
That is actual literal. Salieri says, that sounds like a jet turbine, which is made by, fraction being passed over an object at a high speed, and you're just like, what?
This is indeed complete hacks. I think it's Jolter who calls it out that it's fucking bullshit, and we're like, yeah, no, that is bullshit. She should not be also a jet. She should not be jet-powered. Who the fuck does she think she is? Melusine? Yes, no, a patron chat got it. She's in big bulky armor. Surely she has to be slow. Enemy activates their go fast mode. Anyway, she tries to crash straight onto us, and the Avengers catch her. Jolter has a comment here about, this is the kind of thing her big sister does. This either confirms that Oruta has a big sister, or she's so out of it from this bullshit that she's delirious and actually calls regular Jean her big sister. Both are good.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure regular John has hit fucking Alter with the big sister beam several times by this point.
It's just post-hypnotic suggestion. Yeah. Anyway, they do manage to catch her and push her back, but Britomart is still, however, invincible. It's literal. Even when she, puts her feet down on top of the skyscraper, she's invincible. But we have a quick moment here, where we're like, I got a thing. I'm feeling something. You and I call out to the Shadow, and the Shadow uses a command spell. This causes the Shadow to transform into a noble phantasm. That noble phantasm is the blade wielded by Taira no Kagakiyo. Kagakiyo also is attached to this blade and blasts Britomart back with flame and wind, throwing her off the roof. But even though it's super dangerous, and we tell this to Mashio, we're going to go down and fight. That's just how we're built. The enemy is falling off a skyscraper, and it's just like, well, we got to get down there. Pip 5, jumping on the ground. Britomart Alter says some vague stuff to us that we'll just file away for later. Like, we try and talk with her about, what's going on, but she's just like, I am lamentation.
Wrath. Yeah.
I'm wrath. I'm the tear that will swallow you whole.
And good talk, Britomart.
Yeah, Jolter just says, the correct thing out loud, which is just like, we're not going to figure out anything on the first minion. the first enemy we're going to fight, we're not going to figure it all out. We just got to beat her up, so we got to go for the finish. Britomart, though, hits us with her challenge again. We must fight her to defeat her. We who still have a heart, we have to show that we have the resolve to go on. We have to fight, we have to kill. And we get into the fight. The key to this fight seems to be sending Kagakiyo out to beat up Britomart over and over and over again.
I mean, there's literally an effect where she just says, I'm gonna go, command seals everyone else, and you just have handful of Kagakiyo. Which is neat.
Honestly, yeah,
but also,
that's pretty funny.
Which is neat, but sometimes I was trying to set up other things, so,
Yeah, no, it's a little RNG effect, but it delays a little, but it still sets you up because, usually if you do did a Kagakiyo Brave Chain, you'd stun Britomart for the turn, and get your next turn anyway. But yeah, it was a weird one. Don't think it was super hard. It was just like, you got to send Kagakiyo out. If you're not sending out Kagakiyo will send herself out. But even when we figure out that we can damage her, by severing her link to the ground, Britomart Alter is pretty tough. She's pretty heavy, pretty tough, and we realize, though, that her weakness is being air juggled. She's got a terrible air game. So we knock her into the air, and the game needs you to see Kagakiyo's NP again, even though I definitely used it 12 times in the fight just now. Legitimately, I may have fired her NP 10 times.
I think I did 5 times personally.
Maybe it was lower, but I did it a lot. I think I sometimes even did it when I didn't need to do it, because I probably could have finished her off with command cards and saved it. I think I may have overgauged one or twice. You get to fire her NP a lot, but they're like, nope, you gotta see it. But this cracks the Wailing Fortress, opening up a weakness, which Jolter moves to capitalize on. She jumps up and unleashes her Roar of Hatred at point-blank range, which completely blows Britomart away. That said, Jolter's not having a great one after being so close. Usually her flames are longer range than that, and she thinks she might cry.
Her sprite literally just has her arm just a smoking wreck. I was like, ooh.
Yeah, no, her Roar of Hatred is not supposed to be used at that close distance. But we activate some healing juice for Jolter using our Mystic Codes, and time seems to have resumed. There's people all around us, so Kagakiyo hides us in their mist. Salieri basically, recaps some facts for us. He's kind of talking to himself, about some things, and lets us know what's going on. Because, I mentioned earlier, but these are actually the Chaldean, Jolter, and Salieri. They did find Dantes in the halls, and he offered to help him out and send him to the Singularity, so they're pseudo-summoned here. He points out that 2017, which should be 2015 in JP, is important to us. That was the last time we were normal, basically.
Oh, yeah.
And so our mind and soul are here, but our body is asleep. Dantes is involved, but he's being weird. Salieri doesn't know what exactly is going on with him. But that's 1 trial down, 6 to go. And funnily enough, this is where Lucky wrapped it up for the day in completing story and keeping notes. But also, this is where I stopped on my first day, the Thursday, because my earbuds literally started dying in the middle of this cutscene. Mm-hmm. So it's a good time to pausers to stop it up, and we'll continuing on next week.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take another intermission because we've been going for over 3 hours already, or about almost at 3.5, before we jump into what's up stuff. All right, intermission complete. Let's talk about a few what's up things. To let everybody know, I'm still playing Marathon. It's still happening. As of this recording, we've just unlocked the Cryo Archive, the endgame area, after some extensive ARG work by the community. And to let everybody know how that went, there was at some point some alphanumerical clues being passed around, and the keys were spelling things like DIE and KYS. So, we were having a real one. Durandal's mad, okay? But I have not yet gone into the Cryo Archive myself. Didn't have time yet today because we've been setting up the show and stuff. It is limited to weekends.
Really?
They're kind of... Yeah. And they kind of explain why. So to access the Cryo Archive, you need to have unlocked every faction. You don't need a minimum faction level, but you need to have done enough of the quests to unlock every faction. You have, season level 25, which is not impossible, but pretty decent. And then, to access the Cryo Archive, you must have the ability to put together a loadout which is worth at least 5k. So you have to, bet a certain amount of materials to get in. Now, if you do qualify, they do give you one free sponsor kit so you can experiment, because to fully experience Cryo Archive, they're kind of describing it as being similar to, like, Destiny raids. Like, there's a lot of extra shit. There's a lot of weird mechanics. It's got a rolling security clearance system that people have observed, where basically, as you collect more security clearances, you unlock more things, including knowing where bosses are, knowing where other stuff's going on, and figuring out where the hell to go to exfil, because the exfils are different. All of this, by the way, while there are still, a pack of teams in there, because it is trios only. You either have to go in as a pre-made, or you have to do crew fill, no solos. And as far as I know, no rooks. So, like, it's a serious thing. You're meant to access it for a limited time. The loot is obviously really good, but it's also really dangerous and, spooky as hell. They had a little trailer, for it, which dropped with Durandal again speaking to us directly, being a weird boy. Shut up, Ben-Star. So it's interesting. They're also currently doing ranked only for the weekend. They'll probably shift how they do that exactly, because people have been kind of complaining that, like, because ranked also requires you to risk a minimum amount of gear and put your ranked score on the line through a system of holo tags. So you get, like, a tag which has your kind of, like, loadout and point score value. You can get more points by killing players and taking their point tags, basically, but also you can get points for just looting and exfilling in ranked.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a thing where people are, I think, correctly, this is the first pass at what Bungie's got in mind for this system, that, like, ranked and cryo are phases where you're going to want to build stuff up to be prepared for, because you need a minimum amount of stuff to qualify at certain stages. So they're probably going to shift how they spread that out a little. And like I said, it's interesting. I'm still having fun with Marathon, but also there are times where it's kind of frustrating. Like, I've been trying to progress my faction quests more, because my season level is pretty good. I'm like 31, but some of my faction reps are pretty low. Because, honestly, doing some of those faction quests is kind of a pain in the ass. They're kind of mean. And unfortunately, you do still have to worry about people plugging you. I did tweet about this the other day. I do think there is a slight problem with player hostility that, like, I do think people are still a little too quick to engage most of the time. Sometimes you can get a friendly call, and, like, honestly, I've gotten a decent amount of cooperation doing rook runs. Like, I once exfilled with a pack of 2 other rooks. We just kind of bumped into each other at exfil, and they were just like, friendly, and we're just, like, waving at each other, and then we're just like, oh, exfil's good, let's go, bye! Jumping up and down, crouching, just video game stuff. I I don't have that experience with other players in Marathon, in solos or teams. Like, if somebody sees you, it's on site, which feels wrong. Like, I got on proxy and yelled at this guy. I got killed by a guy with a purple shield in Dire Marsh trying to do a run, and I called him out. I'm like, what the fuck you killed me for? I don't got nothing. You're not going to get anything from this. I was, like, running either a sponsor kit or a couple of times I have loaded in to do contracts fucking naked, nothing but a knife. No heals, no guns, no nothing. Like, and people will still try and plug you, even if you clearly don't have anything. So it's like, I hope that the community can find a balance between, like, trying to engage other players because it does advance, Arachne, or it could be your contract goal to down enemies with runners being more rewarding. But also, like, just being, like, realizing you literally spent more credits on the bullets you used to kill me than you're getting out of my body. And, like, you might need those bullets in the cryo archive. So I don't know. I'm hoping it kind of, like, levels out a little. Because, like I said, the contracts are not chump change. The current contract I'm on for Sekiguchi, and I don't want to let Nona down, okay? She's my favorite little worm. She speaks to me. She calls me Dear One. And I'm like, all right, Nona, you and me, ride or die. But, like, this one requires me to get a resource of Sparkleaf in the map. You can't take Sparkleaf from your vault with you, because it's a currency you trade for. You gotta find it on the map. You gotta turn it into a biosample. You gotta haul the biosample across the map, because, of course, like, Bungie designed these on purpose. They made you do these fucking cross-country hikes. You gotta haul your ass over to Quarantine. You plug the biosample into Quarantine. This trips an alarm, and you're trapped in a room that's under security alert, so it's sealed, while waves of enemies come at you, and you gotta wait until the quarantine goes down. I tried to do this solo earlier. It did not go well because, I'm, like, riding out here with, like, green shields, and there are multiple waves of UASC bots coming in. It's like, it's mean. You gotta do all this in a single run. I might have to exfil, too, on that. I have to double-check that contract. Like, some of them are not exfil. Other ones, the current MIDA contract I'm stuck at it's literally... I don't know if people posted the meme before they got to this contract, but it's literally a meme. It's like, runner. Because, the MIDA guy's kind of Australian. He's like, I need you to graffiti and write UESC sucks 5 times. It's a literal fucking contract. You have to break into a secured building, by the way, which is covered in alarms, retrieve a UV scanner, and then go to points and spray paint. So just getting the spray paint, which you have to do all in one run every time, is tough. But then you got to find marks on the map, which are in hotspots. So it's tough. Like I said, I hope that people chill out a little as the game goes on, and we kind of just want to, all be in this together. We might not. But like I said, I don't know. Some people have kind of like had Marathon click because treating it like a roguelike. I do sometimes feel like there is that just one more run thing. Like, sometimes you get ballsy and you're like, oh, I gotta run across the map to do a contract. Other times it's just like, I've spawned across the map for my contract. I'm not gonna make it there, and I'm not gonna run across the map in 25 minutes. I'll just look for a couple of salvages near me and figure out if I can extract, see if I can find a couple of things, So we'll continue to follow. They're beta testing duos. So I think that they will eventually come up with a duos-only queue where you queue up as 2 people, and every other team you see is only 2 people. But they got to test it out first and balance it, because there are different numbers of spawns between full crews and solos, so they probably have to find the correct point. Bungie's been actually, like, I will say this, Bungie's been very reactive on Marathon in a good way. I think I mentioned this on stream on, like, 14 is an idle thing, but so, first big, like, update, they altered how the sound, proximity sound works, right? So you could hear gunfights at farther distance. And at first, the idea was to get more PvP, because during, like, the server slam, people were like, oh, I'm not finding enough PvP. They just weren't doing it right. They didn't know where to go. You want a PvP? Rush Hauler. You want to live? Don't go into Hauler. The cargo hauler and perimeter, like I said, if you don't get the joke, chat, the cargo hauler and perimeter is a hotspot. There's a lot of contracts there. There's a lot of good loot there. Very often, there are a lot of very nasty UESC spawns there. And also, because it's, the place where certain loot types and contracts spawn, players like to go there. And it's a tight, close quarters building where there's lots of narrow exits, not a lot of wide open spaces, so it usually turns into a fucking bloodbath. But Bungie changed the way the proximity sound works. And then people were like, oh, I don't think I like this because I'm getting third-partied a lot more. Other people are able to hear me shooting and then come along and scoop a lot. And so Bungie was like, okay, we hear you. We're going to dial it back. We're going to change it a little. And they did. And they're doing this with other stuff. They fixed an exploit with, movement tech with Thief recently. And one of the big things was they changed stack sizes in your vault so that, ammo and consumables stack, in a single space, way, way bigger.
Yeah.
Which gives you a lot of space. So they're being very reactive. So I'm pretty sure they'll eventually find the right spot for duos, and they will probably adjust this cryo archive stuff a little. So I'm still keeping an eye on it. I still, based on knowing how you like to play games, Lucky, I still do not think that where Marathon's at right now is for you. I'd love to summon up a team of two other diehards and run cryo archive and shit, but I'm like, I don't think I know anybody who's ready to lock in hardcore for this, because the road to get to the cryo archive stuff is annoying at times enough. There are times when you will just spawn and just walk into the wrong room, and there's a fucking purple shielded UESC guy there, and he will literally rocket punch your lights out. You're dead. Goodbye. And I'll say this. Sorry. I took a bite out of my cracker, and then I was like, I immediately have a thought. To kind of end up my marathon conversation, I mix and match depending on what I'm doing, solo and crew fill these days. And crew fill is an absolute crapshoot. I have gotten into runs, and I've even accepted friend requests in marathon. I haven't gotten any invites to play further, but I may be building a marathon network. Who knows? But I have jumped into crew fills with the most locked in, focused guys who are just they see what your contract is. Everybody looks at their contracts. We mark the objective. We all haul ass to the objective. Tactical, we kill 2 or 3 teams, share it to UESC, fill our pockets full of shit. Exfil comes. Oh, Exfil's right there. We're gonna go? All right, guys, let's go. And we roll out. Don't find another team or don't find the loot we want at the next point. We just mark the next point and go on. Sometimes completely silently, by the way. The only coordination is pings, no using in-game mic. And then there are times when I'll get crew fill with it's just and most of these people are around my season level. I don't know how they got to my season level. I get matched with just some absolute bunglers, some absolute bumblers who, barely know the map locations, and I'm like, buddy, what are we doing here? So, that's matchmaking, everybody. But it's marathon.
Lucky's a bumbler, so that's why I never feel comfortable. It's I do not want to wish my incompetence on other people.
I mean, glad on you to imagine yourself as the bumbler and go, no, I don't want to put other people through this.
No.
Like I said, I'll keep my ear on it. I'll see what they're doing with future seasons. Hopefully they are committed. They seem to have made some decent sales. I know a lot of people are making a lot of hay over the Steam concurrent numbers, but Bungie does really seem to have specific goals in mind with Marathon, and they're currently hitting them, so I guess we'll see how it hangs. But that gives me a good chance to... I had a few other, I call this Video James grab bag. There's a couple of other random, video game bits and bobs that I've caught attention to. A couple of them have to do with PS Plus. I think we rolled over on PS Plus games either immediately or, just before the funk.
Mm-hmm.
But I mentioned this earlier, but to bring it up in the show, one of those games is Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 is on PS Plus now.
Oh, yes. I have been meaning to actually pick that up.
Yeah, so that is a game we can co-op both main story and specially designed co-op missions with a three stack if required. And I'm pretty sure for the co-op missions require 3 players, but for story, I'm pretty sure the computer will fill in. So we can run that sometime. That would give me a good reason to go back and check out some of the updates. Because it's been a little over a year, but not quite 2 years since it came out. I think it was late 24. So I don't feel bad that it's a whatchamacallit, a PS Plus game that I paid for. I got in early and had to pay, but we're out here. But another game I saw recently that I downloaded but I haven't checked out on console is Astroneer. It's another one of those many spacey, buildy, terraformy, miney kind of games. And I don't know how it plays on console, but it is free, so I'm going to check it out. I'm trying to think, were there any other random video game things I was thinking of? We don't have to deep dive too much, because we got plenty of rain to talk about, and
we do.
We can run through the 14 patch.
I will say, I am in Act 3 of Claire Obscura, Act 33. I hate my life, and I hate this game. I say this fondly.
All right, so you are ahead of me, so I do got to find some time. Get back into the trenches.
Yeah. Shit's fucked, and it's not gonna be... We're not going towards a happy ending. I can see this a mile away. I'm like, shit. It does...
The game is very, depressing and fresh.
I am interested, though, in them expanding on their franchise and their universe here. Like I said, I've been hitting on concepts that explain more of the world at large, and I am curious to get in there. As Omega has not gotten that far, because I think last time I compared, I think you gotten one of the axons. I think it was.
Yeah, I'd gotten one axon.
Yeah. So, sorry. Right now in Act 3, I'm doing the thing where I just get to fly around, check all the side objectives, and punch a lot of things, do side quests before the final battle.
Yeah, the big open phase where you get to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I'll save my thoughts on that until Omega actually gets through that, though. But let it be known.
Yeah, it's on my list, and now you are ahead, so I got to catch up. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll schedule some time. Said earlier, never enough hours.
Never enough hours. But yes, 14. I actually am not that caught up with the thing, because like I said, I was in my funk, and I really haven't been in the 14 brain recently.
Well, luckily, Architect was up early or late, and just basically live screen capped everything. So I'm going to scroll back in our public chat and see the run through myself, and recap it for myself as well. So let's see. In the patch, which is, I mentioned before, initial release, they're going to say is going to be in part 1 of the patch is April 28th. So a few days after the FanFest, like a day or two after the FanFest ends. And then it will be complete in early September. And some people are kind of kvetching about how long the patch cycle is, but this one in particular, 7.5 in particular, seems like it's loaded with stuff. So we got new custom deliveries, Tisolja, that one, Mahulja. They're adding duty support to Dusk Vigil and Shisui of Violet Tides.
Okay.
Which I think may be our last technically optional mid-game dungeons, not at the end of an X-Pack. We're getting new Crystalline Conflict Arena, Archaea Harmonious. It looks like a Charlian library. And they also showed off the new dungeon, the Clytium. It's Clytium. I will post the image. But this is the joke I made earlier about New York City. Because it kind of looks like we're going back to Garlemald. Finally.
That's grand.
Yeah. And I made sure to say the Clytium because some people are like, the Clitium.
People would say the Clitium.
Yeah. We also got our first preview of Echoes of Vanadil Part 3, Third Walk Windhurst. And it shows everybody's favorite tiny black mage, Shanolotto. So I'm pretty sure she's going to blow our ass up.
With rhymes.
Yep. And then we also got a new trial who's like a very weirdly specific guy. His name is Enuo, and I don't remember what game he's from. We're also getting a new Ultimate Raid, but that's still a question mark.
He was a secret boss in Final Fantasy V, but specifically in the Game Boy Advance one.
That's right. I knew he was weirdly specific. Okay, interesting. We'll see what they do with that. We are getting, further, enhancements to the Phantom weapons. I think this should be the very last step, the 4th one.
Mm-hmm.
And they also showed some images of the Occult Crescent Northhorn. I'll link the preview image. Look at it, it's more dusty. They're adding multiple new Phantom jobs. Looks like Red Mage, White Mage, Black Mage, that kind of shit. Dragoon, Summoner.
Oh, okay.
Ninja.
Getting
looks
some more
like in there.
basic class.
Yeah.
Get some basic stuff in there.
They're increasing our knowledge level max to 40, and they've already added like another like 3 or 4 phantom jobs already to Southhorn. I've been meaning to jump back into the Occult Crescent sometime myself, because I've got a few phantom jobs to finish leveling, quite a few since they added more. But we're also getting a new Forked Tower magic. It will have both difficulty, normal difficulty, and extreme. And they are saying that to enter normal difficulty of the Forked Tower magic, no ciphers are required. You simply stand on top of the ethereal node, registers your interest in the duty. If more players can enter the duty or on top of the node, participants are selected at random. Should you fail to be selected, your next entry will be given priority. So sounds like it's a lot easier to get into than the Forked Tower of Blood. Extreme difficulty still doesn't require ciphers, but you have to go into an extreme mode only instance, and you can only enter it in an alliance of either 12 players. Yeah, alliance of 12 or more players and 3 or more parties.
I see.
Upon entering an extreme instance, the Forked Tower will become immediately accessible. So you gotta form a group, get in your parties, jump in, and you will immediately be taken to it. But you gotta sign up for it, basically. But yeah, I think the ciphers thing they learned from is a little in there. All right, but we finally, and this is why I say this patch is pretty big, because we're doing all that stuff. New zone, new deliveries, new story shit. But it's finally time to talk about Beastmaster. Look at our boy. So, Beastmaster will have job quests. Your weapon is a one-handed axe, and it looks like you get shields.
Yeah.
Your starting level is 1. Your level cap is 50 for the time being. Oop. Sorry, tabbed the wrong channel. Let me go back in there. And then you capture beasts. You weaken beasts in the wild before attempting to capture them. They say we're starting with up to 50 types of beasts can be captured and tamed.
Okay.
We have a bestiary, so we have a record. All beasts can be captured through solo play, so nothing you have to form a party to get. And you can call upon tamed beasts to walk beside you.
Yeah.
So they do actually jump out at you. And up to 3 beasts can accompany you at one time and use their abilities and actions to fight alongside you.
Make your own light party.
Which is pretty neato.
I'm
Here's
down.
an image of the bestiary. No, it sounds cool. And I just have to show you this other promo image they use because it's so funny. Because this is... Oh, it's the Sleeping City? But anyway, it's those cultist bozos. Get fucking meteored, idiot. And so they've shown for sure that like you can get Gabu, Coeurl, Chimera, and Behemoth. Behemoth is number 50, so it seems like he's the big finisher.
It sounds like it might be actually just straight up beast types. I don't know if they're going to let you do things like Voidkin or Plantkin or stuff like that. I'm wondering if it's like straight up, no, actually beasts.
At least for now it is. Like I said, they're only going to level 50 with this first wave, so they've left themselves room to improve. It also... They have a system called Nurture Your Beasts in the Crucible of the Unbroken to overcome its challenges together. It's looks kind of like a Slay the Spire type mode. You know, you have random nodes you go through where you can fight, you can camp, you can get rewards. They did confirm, unfortunately, this expansion, it looks like we're not getting another round of Blue Mage levels, which is a little sad, but Beastmaster, like, took all their effort, apparently. Sorry, sneaking a cracker.
Sneaky cracker.
We get a new ocean fishing route, Thavni route.
Yeah.
That seems pretty cool. We're going to get all sorts of stuff. And they showed us what should be our final, for now anyway, for the X-Pack, I think, Cosmic Exploration Planet.
I actually like this one. Like actually going... Yeah.
The tree
Looks like
one.
a place... No, it's good.
Yeah. And we're getting increased limits for placing indoor and outdoor furnishings. Small indoor furnishings are going to 300, and you can store 300 now from 200. Outdoor furnishings maximum is going from 20 small to 40, 30 to 60 medium, 40 to 80 large.
No, it's going to be great.
Yep.
You guys aren't ready?
Also, apartments and private chambers are also getting buffed as well. So, lots of extra stuff.
We have been excited for this.
Yeah. They got some new designs for interior fixtures. Also, armoire update, which I didn't realize, but that sounds pretty cool. So, your armoire will be updated to include all job-specific gear, all forms of artifact gear will now go in your armoire. And all gear from dungeons included in 7X patches can be armoired.
Okay.
They are also saying their option to store gear from earlier dungeons will be rolled out gradually, and they're thinking about adding dungeon gear sets as outfit glamours also. They're considering it.
Okay.
But for now, they're going to let you store, all your job gear, it sounds like, and all of our current different dungeon gears in the armoire to save space. Neat. Like it.
That is neat.
Also, I believe this is the last in the string of updates. Once again, thanks to Arc for basically, not live tweeting, but, live Discording this as it was happening or catching up. Consolidating dies. So, all currently available dies are basically being squished into 3 base dies, which will have different colors. So, there's going to be they haven't decided on the actual names for sure, but they're going to call them, there's going to be 3 types. Type A is all 85 dies from 2.x. Type B is the 9 dies that are exclusive to Ishgardian Restoration, and they're all going to be 1 base type. And then C is 11 dies, which are available through Cosmic Exploration.
Okay.
And then they say that won't apply to online store dies and corresponding color dies. But yeah, it sounds like they're going to compress down dies a lot, so you no longer have to get specifics.
It was always a problem trying to find a specific die you want, especially since, some of them you had to craft, some were only found at specific vendors.
Yeah. And if you wanted to actually hold all those different dies and, use them, you needed to use a lot of inventory slots. My Chocobo saddlebag, I think, is quite full of different dies. It's that or my retainers. So this is another seems like we're doing a lot of interesting things to compress and save space, but I believe that is the bulk of the live letter. So yeah, 7.5 is going to be really cool. I'm sure one of the things we'll throw ourselves into pretty fast is probably Beastmaster stuff, because that's obviously been very anticipated, and it looks pretty rad.
I bet everyone else is. We're going to be seeing everyone in the fucking starting areas with axes and shields just beating up fucking poor creatures.
Bonking antelopes and stuff. And people have already pointed out, because you can summon your class members to get them, get ready for Limsa filled with Gaboos and chimeras and shit.
I don't know if they'll allow it. I don't know if they'll allow it in the fucking city space.
Yeah, we'll see if it works.
Because you can't do things like summon your Chocobo and whatnot in the city states.
Yeah, I would assume that they've got a similar block.
And not all, some areas are open, but in field towns though, watch the fuck out.
You're gonna see so much shit. But yeah, no. Occult Crescent will be interesting to get back to and kind of go back to working on the story there. I like Occult Crescent, it's just that there's a certain point where, it's a field op, so it's supposed to be very grindy, so it's just I just gotta do the same 9 gajillion fates over and over again.
9 gajillion!
Once you see them, you see all of them, no matter what, eventually the luster's gonna wear off.
Like I say, you can't keep reading the final chapter of a book over and over again and expect it to be exciting every time.
No. And Occult Crescent ain't even the final chapter of a book, it's the middle chapters and beginning chapters. Oh. It's all right, time to fight that weird tentacle guy again. Oh boy, I wonder if the weird tentacle guy will do a different thing this time.
Nope.
No. Or some of our other favorites. Oh god, it's the face guy again. It's gonna do the look away rings.
Let's go see the turtle.
Yeah, play our coin game with the turtle. So obviously, a new Occult Crescent field, that'll be all new. So it'll be ooh, exciting. What's this one do? What new freakish ways has this creature found to kill us? Will we be zombified? Will we be blown up by lightning? Will one of them be a bomb, and will he literally self-destruct if we don't pass the DPS check? Sorry. I inhaled to speak and then I coughed. But yeah, no. So, but the Beastmaster stuff has been, like, really long going, and obviously, like, got brought up to everybody's consciousness with kind of the meme, because there was that, you know, weird antelope creature that appeared that was probably a test of testing, like, spawns.
Mm-hmm.
That said, it doesn't necessarily say that they are like, obviously they are specific creatures, but it doesn't say that they are specific, like, spawns yet, so you may just be able to run up to any old asshole creature in the wild and go, bonk, you're mine now. So we'll see, we'll be out there. And honestly, I haven't been ocean fishing in a minute. A new route could be fun. We'll have to see what kind of bullshit, you know, special fish there are.
Mm-hmm.
But that's more achievements. Oh shit, actually, that probably means they'll have a new thing to do for, like, 10k points.
Oh, yeah, huh?
Because, you know, there's the mountain, the minion, I wonder what it'll be now. But yeah, assuming they keep to it, it's a new route, so there'll be a new Chivos to get, new special goals. But yeah, so that's a month away, so we have time to prepare. We can keep working on our PvP. And like I said, I want to get into Occult Crescent a little bit to go maybe clean up some of them Phantom Job levels. We'll see how much time I got for that, because now I still got to catch up on E33. It's okay, I'll get to it. I got stuff I can lock in. Just been very busy lately. One of the things I've been busy with, I think... Actually, wait, no, I don't want to jump to rain just yet, because I do want to mention... I almost forgot. But I do want to mention... New JoJo, guys.
New JoJo!
Steel Run episode 1 came out. It was a double-length episode. It's pretty good. Apparently they did, you know, trim and move some things to kind of fit the whole first leg of the race into one double episode. But it was pretty good. Liked it a lot. Liked the characters. Liked what's going on. Hideo Araki can, you know, turn anything into an action scene, so him turning horse racing into a JoJo fight when, like, there are barely any stands explicitly, you know, going on.
I actually don't know what Steel Ball enrolled in it, but I saw the trailer. I'm like, are these men literally throwing balls at each other?
Yeah, that is Gyro Zeppeli appears to be his power. He throws spinny balls with the spiral.
The spiral. Wild.
And it makes hum-on noises. Weird. But also, giving everybody horses means we have a whole new avenue for JoJo music references. There was some guy, was it Mountain Tim? Mountain Tim, the Montana cowboy, with his horse, which was, I forget what the subtitles changed it, but the VO clearly said, with his horse, Ghost Rider in the Sky. And I'm just like, oh my god, we're cooking. Yeah, no, like this part's pretty good. It's interesting to see how they're going. It does seem like, based on social media posts in other areas and stuff going on, that Netflix is going for weekly, probably. The director did say he's not 100% sure when the next episode is coming out, because, oh boy, there's a lot of animation going on in this anime. The CGI, when they use CGI horses and riders, is a little, like, you can still tell, but it's not jarring. And, like, oh my god, there's so many fucking horses, chat. You could not make this in traditional 2D animation with horses properly. Like, horse motion is so complicated, it's so many fucking frames. But yeah, no, like, it's really interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm very curious. And also, I mean, you know, I know it's kind of a retelling, but, you know, we've got, you know, Johnny Joestar, but there's also the king of horseback riding from England, Diego Brando. And don't think, chat, I didn't notice that they remixed Dio's Part 3 leitmotif for this shit, because the JoJo composers are fucking on their shit. They're on it. So yeah, no, it's pretty good. And personally, I gotta say this. Honestly, yes, no, they do have some hand-drawn frames of the horses too, which is a little crazy. Not usually when they're in, like, full racing motion, or a lot of them are on screen, but still. But it's always an interesting, you know, I do think there is something to be said for weekly TV watching, to, like, know that this is your week to to jump in, watch the episode, and go talk about it. And I know a lot of people talked about how it felt kind of like Stone Ocean's hype was kind of kerfuffled because Netflix did batch releases and did the batch breaks very weird. Like there were some odd breaks when they chose to like cut the release of episodes. And it was airing weekly in Japan the whole time on TV. I've come around that I no longer... I used to be like, streaming batch episodes is the best. It's like, no, like, honestly, I kind of prefer how Critical Role's animation projects do it. You know, Legend of Vox Machina and Mighty Nine. They usually do 3 episodes a week, but sometimes 1. And, like, that gives me a little more to sink my teeth into if it's more than 1 episode a week in a batch. But I don't mind weekly viewing. It's just that, as seen with stuff like Strange Fake, I'm bad at it sometimes. It feels a lot easier for me to be like, oh no, I'm behind, I really gotta block out some time. Then, even though it's only like 20 minutes to catch an episode when it's aired, it's like, I'll slot it into my day somewhere, and then I go on to do 5 other different things. But hopefully this is good for JoJo, because I know this is a highly anticipated part. JoJo. And I gotta say, like, I won't call myself a real JoJo head, but like I'm in there now. Like I like watching the animes. I'm out here having opinions about JoJo's. And I didn't even do the thing where people say you could skip Phantom Blood. No. I'm in it. I watched Phantom Blood, watched Battle Tendency, watched everything they animated. So far, I've said before, I think Stone Ocean is my favorite part. Jolene is definitely my favorite JoJo so far. But there's a lot of stuff going on. I wonder if you don't need necessarily to watch other parts because, like, Part 7's kind of a reset-y spaghetti. But it probably carries on a lot of vibes from the earlier ones because Araki's really good at this. Why would you skip Phantom Blood? You missed Best Girl Speedwagon. True! Even Speedwagon is afraid. God. JoJo memes. That does remind me, though, because I was like, I don't want to call myself a real JoJo head. As an aside, there was an interesting conversation I've seen going around where... So apparently with RE9 coming out, there's a lot of discussion again about, like, can you consider yourself a fan of a franchise if you've never personally picked it up? Like, if you just watch other people, like, watch walkthroughs or Let's Play videos or streams, or if you, like, read lore wikis and stuff, like, can you call yourself a fan of things? And specifically Resident Evil, that made me think, because, like, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I'm not that deep in Resident Evil. I've told this story infamously of how I missed out on the original run of RE4 because my hand-me-down copy of RE4 on PS2 was scratched and would not read, and therefore completely impossible. Never got around to picking up a different copy and trying it myself. And when RE7 came out, I did watch several people play it, like in Let's Play format and like stream VODs and stuff, because that was kind of like the thing at the time, right?
Yeah.
It was very fashionable. Did the same with RE2 remake. But watching people play RE7, I kind of always went in my head of like, oh, I might play RE8. I could play it. So I haven't gotten around to playing RE8 yet, but I haven't watched anybody play it either. Like, I put it mentally in my zone of, I might play this game someday. And kind of put it out there. And I did play RE4 remake, but that's Easy Street, obviously. And now we're playing RE6 and played RE5. But also, like, do I want to call myself a fan of Resident Evil if I'm currently engaged in playing RE6? RE6 doesn't make me feel like a fan. That shit's crazy.
I think if you're playing RE6, you're a fucking Resident Evil fan. But
that's fair.
Like,
it's in the trenches,
like,
you know?
You're in the trenches, but I have a friend. He's actually really excited that we were playing RE6 and that we're gonna be playing RE7 because he's a big Resident Evil fan. He doesn't play any of the games though. He basically watches other people's playing and he like does a lot of wiki lore. He says the reason he does this is he doesn't have time to play Resident Evil games.
That's fair. Most of them are shorter, but some of them are longer. 6 is long.
No, so. It's one of those things of like, you can call yourself a fan of anything, no matter how shallow or deep you are in it. Whether or not you call yourself an expert on the subject's a different matter, in my opinion.
That's fair. The way I phrased it was, I still feel hesitant calling myself a Resident Evil fan because I've had this weird relationship with the franchise, but I would qualify myself that way. Like, I would say, I've had a weird experience. And I've talked before about how, like, I actually think of myself as a fan of Alien Isolation, because I like Alien as a franchise, and the game's concept and atmosphere is super cool. I still haven't finished a playthrough of Alien Isolation. The game gives me turbo anxiety. It makes me feel like I'm dying.
Yeah, well, see, here's the thing about Resident Evil games. Yes, Resident Evil games are quote-unquote shorter, but right now we have 9 mainline entries. 9. And how many spin-offs and side games?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, each individual game is compact, and you can usually get them pretty cheap on sale, but you still have to dedicate yourself to running through them. Yeah, I believe there's a big franchise-wide sale.
So it's like, because I've been thinking about it. Like, I've played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, reading 6, and I'll be moving on to 7, 8, 9 eventually. But still, I'm thinking like I still need to get Resident Evil 0. I need to get Code Veronica. I need to do Revelations 1 and 2. And those are just like, I think, like some of the side stories that are like more in the main. And then there's still like other ones like fucking Outbreak and
depending on how you feel about the remakes, there are once again rumors floating around that the RE2 and RE4 remake team is remaking Code Veronica.
Yeah.
Like there's hints of that floating around, so
like, yeah, no, there's like 9 main games, so many other side games. And then if you want to get super into the lore, there's the movies. Like the CG movies done by, Capcom and stuff are canonical. They are part of the timeline.
Yeah. That's honestly, we talked about that. That feels like that's part of RE6's problem, is that it's trying too much to be the CG movies, but play it.
So no, like, and there's probably like comics and other stuff that I'm not aware of at the moment, because I consider myself a Resident Evil fan. I will not consider myself a Resident Evil expert, but I'll consider myself a fan. I have played many of the games. I have had discussions about other people who are knowledgeable about the games. And if someone asks me a Resident Evil question, there is a fair chance that I may or may not be able to answer it with confidence. I will not have to, sneakily slide over to my computer and try to quietly type something into Wikipedia. But if someone has just like played like one Resident Evil and they're, not good at it or something, or they play like on casual all the time, I'm not going to say they're not a fucking fan. Like, how deep you are into a franchise does not diminish how much enjoyment you can get out of it. If you can get enjoyment out of a franchise for whatever reason or depth or level, you can consider yourself a fan of it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where I land on. I personally don't think we need to be gatekeepy about it, because if you enjoy something, you enjoy it. And like you said, there is no necessarily limit of like, if you played a Resident Evil game once and you thought it was neato, you can call yourself a fan. Maybe you want to play some more. The main thing I would say is I do think people should be cautious about when they form their opinions, if they jump into a discussion, is to always qualify that they do not play the games, just so that people know that you're not going to talk about gameplay stuff, because that can be a little alienating to like cut out a whole avenue of conversation.
Well, this is what I mean. Like, I will not consider myself an expert.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I've played a lot of the games, but I do not know every single lore bit. Like, I do not feel qualified to, give people, the deepest, dankest lore on the subject. No, that ain't me. I don't know, like, everything. Like I said, like, I have so many side games I have not played. I want to play. I will eventually play them. Probably play some of them with you.
But yeah, like, it's one of those things where, like, and I think also for some gamers, there is a little bit of I called it a quote-unquote stolen valor problem, where it's kind of like, joking about me being in the trenches is like, some people are going to be like, are you for real? Are you trying to tell me you're a real fan of Resident Evil, but you've never punched a boulder? How can we be comrades?
So,
I kind of understand the shared suffering thing.
For me, it's a thing of like, yeah, if like, so I don't have anything against people who just like watch a thing, but if I talk to someone and they've played it, it is one of those things of all like, you have built your own experience going through it. You are not experiencing it through the experience of another. You're not doing it through someone else's lens. Because, especially when you watch Let's Plays and stuff, the way that they talk and react will color your perception of the game, rather than if you experience for yourself. A secondhand experience is not a firsthand experience. And I do believe there is a difference there. So, like, that's generally why, like, I don't I personally don't give opinions on things that I have not played. Even though I've seen other people play them, I'm just be like, I saw someone else play, but I haven't done it myself, so I can't give my opinion because, like, how one person will experience a game, like a Resident Evil game, will be different than somehow someone else experiences a Resident Evil game. Like, it's like, for example, like, oh, excuse me. Like, I'm used to playing, like, I'm so used to playing, like, RE games that I can't go into, like, games like Outlast or other such thing because they infuriate me. I've tried playing Outlast, I've tried playing Amnesia, and, Soma I liked, but that's because it had a really good atmosphere.
Soma's almost more, like, they tried to come up with the no kill you mode to, like, make it work better, but, like, I think that just flows better because it's a lot more about story. And those guys are working, that team's working on a brand new game in the same vein or in the same setting. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. So Soma was good, but like I said, that one had way better fucking vibes and atmosphere. Yeah. So I was able to go through that one.
I've never tried to play an Amnesia, and you would not get me to play Outlast. Like I said, Alien Isolation gives me a flamethrower. I can't get through that game because just the anxiety of that guy. Of Steve the alien hanging out in the hallway and like, okay, I've got 2 noisemakers. I've got to throw the noisemaker. How many seconds do I have after the noisemaker goes off to make it the next? Like, it agitates my very specific anxieties, and like I said, it makes me feel like I'm gonna die. So like, I think the game's very cool. I've watched people play it. I think it's great. It's a great addition to the franchise. I can't do it myself, but I have tried and can tell you that the gameplay causes problems for me. I much prefer to play Aliens Fireteam Elite and spread more fire. Hey, those guys might be working on a sequel. I hope they're working on a sequel.
No, but so if you were to give me, like, if I was to have to take an opinion from one of 2 people, and one of them played the game for themselves, and another one had just watched someone else played, I'm probably going to be more inclined towards the person in the opinion who actually played the game. Like, if I had to like make that sort of binary choice.
If you were taking your opinions, for example, from Steam reviews, which require you to purchase the game, versus Metacritic reviews, which don't require you to do that.
It's like one of those binary things. Like I said, you can have an opinion. You can be a fan, but I do not consider people to be an authority or an expert unless they actually get in there and do the thing and form it themselves. Like me as a personal thing, I do not like it when people try to base their opinions off the opinions of others. Like,
yeah, that's that groupthink problem.
Yeah, no, do it yourself, form your thing. And if you don't have the time for that, it's fine, but just remember that to me, you're always going to be just that steps. You're going to be that step separated. It's like, it's okay to be that separated step. But like, it's just how it is. It's just that divide. It's one of those things it's one of those foibles I have that I know I'm never going to get over. Because having such a mindset probably is not I want to say the most correctest, the most moral, because everyone's experience is unique in that, but there are different levels to experiences. And I think I've talked about this before. My preferred way to experience things is as close to the source as possible.
Yep.
Like I said, I was actually considering playing Claire Obscura in French just so I can get like that much closer. But I was like, no, I want to hear Ben Starr. And it was so.
I know they did do a French dub, and I'm sure they're very happy of it. But I do believe also that Sandfall went out of their way to like do good casting and directing on their English-speaking cast too. Like,
oh no, it's great.
It's involved in the process.
So, yeah, that's me. Anyone could be a fan. Not everyone could be an authority, though. An expert.
Yeah, I think it's a good way. Like I said, I was reminded because we were talking about Resident Evil, and yeah, it's been going around. I've also seen discussions of people on Twitter being like, "Oh, why are we calling people LARPers or tourists? We could just call them posers." That used to be the way we'd say. and that is like, that's the thing though, right? Like, I know people want to sniff out posers because there is this tourism trap, right? There is this factor of like guys who are only here for the discourse so they can get their Elon Musk bucks off their blue check clicks and then go home, right? They'll move on to the next thing. Those guys are tourists. They suck. if you are engaging with the media, I don't think you're a tourist. Like, it's like, are you a tourist if you watch a guided tour? Like, if you watch documentaries about the thing you care about? I don't think so. Like, just because you've never been to Disney World, you can still be a fan of Disney World even if you can't afford it and go, like, watch those fucking ride run-through videos, you know, that people take sometimes. Not everybody can afford to go on a roller coaster, you know? So, that's... I think that, you know, like you said, those are separate. You can be a fan with any level of engagement, and if you're watching Let's Plays and streams, as a guy who watches a lot of Let's Plays and streams, you are engaging. Trust me.
Yeah.
And, like, honestly, depending on the game, watching Let's Plays and stuff makes me feel about going back. Fucking, Renervea's launched a highlights clip of him playing Schedule 1 today, and I'm like, man, it's been a long time since I played Schedule 1. Yeah, a bunch of new stuff. Maybe we should check that out. I don't got time for that. I'm going to put that on the back. I got other stuff to put in. I got stuff to put on the front. But, like, I think about these kind of things, right? Oh, yeah, I mean, I know I don't have time with all these other new things coming out to run through Fate's Day Night, like, just off the cuff. It's out there. I'm glad it's out there. I do need to run it through sometime, but time is always the question. But I think it should be much easier to sniff out a poser than to ask them if they've only watched something through Let's Plays. Like, a real poser should have no real opinion. Like, they should just have... They don't even watch Let's Play. They, like, read a guy tweet about something one time.
Oh, yeah.
You know. They watched one episode of a Let's Play on a game and, like, yes, this is all I need. I'm going home. I'm going to put this on a shirt. But all right, we are at 4:20.
Blaze it.
Yep. Let's talk about Rain. 2 episodes of Rain. They're both
2 episodes of Rain. Boy, fucking howdy.
I got them. I got the gang.
You got them good. Just when you think everything is okay, everything is not okay.
Yep. That's me.
So once again, Mega's got us with the cliffhanger from the episode. I guess it'd be 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah.
As you, if you listen to Let's Play, you'll know that we have finally wrapped up the royal feast. Everything was going swimmingly, and then alarms broke out. There be a fire in Old Town caused by them damn Smith boys. I'm going to pause this discussion here to confess that Lucky was entirely planning to do a false flag situation using the Smith boys and setting parts of Old Town on fire. This is one of the reasons that Mega has been cackling slightly, is we both had the exact same idea. He just was able to pull it off before I could.
Yeah, you were waiting for downtime, and I was like, this is the centerpiece of my evil plan.
Yes. Well, also, I was trying
I should say, I hit the squad with an evil plan. It's totally an evil scheme.
It's the evil team. And see, here's the problem with my false flag. It wasn't going to be a complete evil scheme. I didn't want to cause, I didn't want to call deaths and, like, undue destruction. I just wanted to, make the guys go, there's danger. We need to be
burn down a couple of
aware.
Abandoned buildings, maybe have the fire brigade catch it before it spread, kind of a thing, and be like, them Smith boys, meh.
So, and doing such a thing would probably have to happen when, we didn't have everything else on our fucking plate. Unfortunately, we have everything else on our fucking plate right now. That feast was huge. But it was actually funny. After, the session came, after we got done with the session, I was, privately texting Omega. I was like, Omega, did I ever tell you about my plan to set Old Town on fire? And he was like, no.
No, I'm pretty sure you didn't. I'm pretty sure you didn't get that far. We've discussed a few things in secret DMs, but no, I don't think you actually mentioned that. And it's just like, hey, great minds.
Yeah, no. So, it was the thing, because it's actually come out. It's come out player side, I should say, and to Leslock, but Enos is ready to slap that deny button. That Enos has some dudes at his beck and call. A nice shadowy group doing shadowy things. And I can tell you a bit about how they came about. Is I basically DM'd Omega at one point a question about, making a secret group and where I could find bodies for that, and he presented me a couple of options. One of the options was the Smith boys. I did not pick the Smith boys, which then related to the creation of a criminal element in our town that can kind of just do whatever. The first part of my plan, and I personally didn't like that. That felt like leaving a loose end. I don't like loose ends. Loose ends, cause complications down the line. Case in point. And so the first thing I was doing was like, all right, I don't want to take care of this personally because that might make me seem suspicious. So what if I suggested that someone else take care of it? And it was at one of the team meetings that, I had said that I believe I brought it up to, what was it? I believe it was I think it was the constable. And the constable brought it up to at a meeting. So, there was enough line of separation that it wasn't immediately connected to me. And I was like, yes, good.
You brought it up to Emery Palick. He brought it up at the meeting. And of course, Emery Palick, Logesh's uncle, tried to give it to Logesh.
Yes.
We talked about this a little off Action Chat, talking about some stuff. We talked about this a little off mic after the episode, but yeah, Loth had when he got this assignment, he had some grander, more goody two-shoes goals, more noblesse oblige goals, which were not wrong, but like several projects and factors in our Rain game were very high concept and open-ended, and the players did not always know how to grasp those things, right?
No.
It happens sometimes.
No. But it was kicked down to Logesh, and in my attempts to spur Logesh into, taking, action and not just be a bystander or a spectator, caused the whole fight, got him, the position of Justicar so he'd be more directly involved, and, let's see what that is. Nothing really came of that. As I said, I don't want to say Loth. Logesh talked some stuff, he thought some stuff. He did try to put forth a few solutions, but we had to shoot him down because they were bad ideas. I remember one of them being that, used the Smith boys as, forced labor or something, or labor in the fog mill and stuff. I was like, no, we do not want to be sending our criminals, or unwanted savories across the border that sends the wrong message and has, the capacity for something bad to fucking happen. Let's not do that. Let's try something else.
Yeah, that one could have gotten a little out there. But he pitched a couple of ideas. He settled on an idea to try and figure out a right time to kind of rehabilitate them on a project. But he didn't... Sorry, burping. He didn't have a project right away they could work on. So it was kind of like... He kind of left it open-ended. I don't think that Loth as Logesh necessarily forgot about it, but Logesh was biding his time.
Yes. And me playing Enos, who is, semi-paranoid and wants people to remember that we cannot always be at ease, wanted to do something to admonish, kickstart, and show that, this isn't a game of, sunshine and rainbows. You do not have infinite time. If you do not move the plot will move you. More on this later. And so I was in the background. I haven't even brought it up to Omega yet, because I think I've talked about this. When I make plans, there are two I either discuss my plans with everyone as like a collab kind of thing, or I make the plan completely on my own and I just bring it to Omega and see if he has any problems with it. This, false flag situation was definitely going to be one of the later ones because I want to surprise everyone with it. I like being dramatic and having awesome reveals. I think they're fun and neat. So imagine my surprise when Omega, pulls back the curtain and the city's on fire. I'm just like, what? And like I said, it was very good. It led to a very, very tense week of, waiting to get to the next session where we got to do even more stuff, where we got to do stupid stuff even. Enos was definitely stupid, but he was intentional. Me, the player, was intentionally making Enos stupid.
Yes. I think you were still. You said afterward you were a little stupider than you were thinking you were, but it was planned.
Yes.
But yeah, so the whole gang had some time to think about some stuff.
Yeah.
And did some things.
Yep. And we had a big long discussion at the end of the session about things, as we usually do. But I heard that inhale.
Yeah. Sorry, you weren't speaking up. I was going to say, people don't know, but if you do watch the actual plays, there are times when we will be up for, despite the fact that usually we have to go because, Dallas has to go to bed, or, even occasionally, Axe or Aaron is like, hold on, I gotta get ready for work the next day. even sometimes Loth, depending. But, we're usually in it for hours and hours until we have to quit, unless I'm hitting a good cliffhanger. We will sometimes hang out for like an hour or 2 hours after and talk.
Oh, yeah. But, like I said, like, in this kind of moment, there was like a lot of moving parts and whatnot. And we did one of those things that, you're supposed to never do in the tabletop. We split the party. Like I said, is the episode live? The next episode live? Or are you doing that this weekend? Okay.
Posted that today.
Okay. We split the party, which made us have to make a few choices in there. And like I said, I think it was personally exciting for Enos and will be personally exciting for things moving forward. Like I said, I mentioned in our Discord earlier today in our Secret Tabletop Cabal, if Nicola tries to mother hen or scold Enos over his injuries, his very bad injuries, by the way. Spoiler for the episode, Enos cannot use his right arm right now and has multiple boxes of killing in his torso.
I think you totally left me in the math earlier in the week, and it's like you do have, I think, the most single amount of total, I should say, amount of killing damage anybody has had over the course of the campaign so far.
Yes.
Early on, we learned armor is good. We forgot that for a little bit.
It's not that I forgot that. It's just that I underestimated, the scope of the threat. Me, the players being like, yes, we're being attacked. It'll probably be like, a dozen mooks or something. I can handle that. No, it was a whole ass boss encounter. Cool, thanks.
Yeah, I did talk about this both in the show and after, but I carefully constructed and adjusted strength of the enemies to meet however many people did show up because I did not know how you would disposition the party.
No. And unfortunately, at least for this part, we went on a solo Enos run. Now, it was very dramatic. It was very disrespectful. Oh my god. I'm putting it into clarity of just how badly Enos disrespected his enemy right now. It makes me go, oh man, that's kind of ugly. It's interesting, but it is going to have ramifications. And I was definitely thinking, this is like one of those things I do. I talked about Axe about this, about how I think about Rain constantly. And so, I'm considering, what I'm going to say to Aurelia, what I'm going to say to Alestra, what I'm going to say to Nicola when he inevitably sees me. He's like, oh my god, Enos, you're so injured. It's like, how could you let this happen? And I've already decided, if Nicola Gridafall tries to come up to me and scold me and mother hens me about getting overs, I am going to slap the shit out of him.
And he would deserve it, because
Yeah.
I'm writing some more fiction. If you're a fan of Aurelia's Adventures, the dual chapter was something I was like, I'm not sure if I'm going to write that out, but I ended up being more advantageous to write it. I'd always been thinking, honestly, it's as loud as I think it's as loud as you put in, but also like it's a coin that's presumably like in your pocket, so it's sound as vibration, so it'll like vibrate when it does. It buzzes your pager. But like I'm thinking about the timeline, I might have had the rough outline for this plan in mind since I wrote the Corbwood chapter. This may have been the original Aurelia's Adventure.
Oh.
Like I said, you asked me about some of the stuff of the scenes, and I'm like, no, some of these, it's funny that it's taken this long to get to fruition. Some of these ideas I've had, like high-level ideas I've had for these sequences of events for a very long time. Like, I'm not sure exactly when I decided this was how I was going to conclude Summer Court, but it was fairly early on in the process of there being a Summer Court. It was definitely before you guys actually locked in and locked in your schedule and stuff, like your calendar.
Oh yeah.
I'm told
it's like one of those. It's one of those things I'm thinking about. Like if Nicola tries to mother hen, it's like no, Enos is gonna slap the man to know that who is Nicholas Gridafall. Like, is he is he a constable? Is he a lamplighter? Is he a stevedore, a laborer to run off to Lowtown to fight fires, or is he the High House's royal physician? Here it's supposed to be aid, to aid and protect, the nobles of his house. And, grill him on why he decided, in an emergency to leave everyone here. And then, I'm assuming that Nicholas Gridafall will talk about the United and, there's people who might needed help. And
Yeah, this is the funny thing about like in character stuff versus out of character stuff. I don't know if the gang knows that Nicola's like duty is, or is like help the helpless kind of a thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
he is devoted to healing and protecting people.
And it's like there's people to help, and then Enos would turn around and say those people can help themselves. They are not, incompetent, defenseless people who do not know what they are doing. This is why we have, the town guard, constables, and lamplighters.
Well, and then I think Nicola would, if we'll see if it would come up, but I will say Nicola would have a legitimate argument for like, but it was, Old Town. It was the oldest and, lowest economic class. Because Nicola does have some thoughts about classism that he doesn't always get out.
You mean Dallas has some issues about classism that he doesn't always get out?
No, I think Dallas gets them out a lot. I do think Nicola also has some, because from his privileged position, as many thinkers are, I think, that Nicola does have some opinions on kind of like the class structure.
And yes, excuse me. Axe said, Enos would then go, that's why they sent, Conrad and fucking, Logesh, someone who is actually part of the town guard and lamplighters to do such things. And then Enos is going to let you know that he was almost killed by the poison that, killed,
you gotta hit him with the trauma bomb.
Yeah, I'm going to hit him with the trauma bomb.
Be careful about
that. No, I'm not going to be careful about that. And, that, I could have been killed by that poison, and he was not here.
It is true. He wasn't there. And I was going to say, right, like I was talking about the earliest adventures, I have some Alestra writings, and like she even has an aside, which is like Nicola doesn't care that he rushes into this danger, but there are other dangers where like Nicola was such a scaredy baby about the fog veil. He was like, you guys are going to catch super magic plague and die. And it's like, no. But burning buildings, he's like, oh shit, there's some people who could need some help down there.
No, but like I said, I think so. I am definitely thinking trying to do it. Well, again, this is one of those things that I talk about. Like, I plan the scene, but I don't want to necessarily try and force the scene. This scene is, particular on Nicola trying to mother hen or scold Enos.
Yeah, because it's entirely possible that Nicola will trauma blast himself the other way and be like, oh shit, I left and Enos almost fucking died. What the fuck is my prop? Like, because that is kind of Nicola's crisis, right? He is a very generous, outgoing, self-sacrificing person who would literally run into a burning building to save a granny or a baby. Not that he actually had to do that because there weren't any grannies or babies in those buildings because it was a carefully orchestrated attack.
Gasp.
He did, he actually did do some fucking he did some science on the site, which was actually important because he was like trying to figure out what caused the fire to fight it better. And then I was like, by the way, it's arson. It was fire sand. Somebody used, a chemical black powder to start this. And just be like, But like the other thing also is that Nicola is also super concerned that the gang is gonna fucking die. That's why he keeps trying to like increase his workload and get better at alchemy. And it's like, if he was right there, he would have had all the tools. Like, I think I'd have to double check what the expiration dates are, but he might have panaceas in his back pocket, healing potions, he can whip up in 5 minutes, all kinds of stuff. Stone skin elixir and stuff. If he was present, probably, yeah. I mean, he's not very sneaky, so I don't know if Enos would have wanted him, but he would have been a lot closer.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's like I said, I can say this because Dallas doesn't listen to the podcast this far. He's a busy man, but I give you coin flip odds that Nicola's going to be a dumbass the other way. If he sees Enos is in a bad way with a bad arm, he's going to vitae transfer you and like slurp off some of your killing into himself.
No, I'm going to slap
like
him.
A martyr freak.
I'm going to slap him. I have an expert dice and flap. I will fucking slap him and break his goddamn sets.
Gonna fight him. What's your counterspell like?
It's not that high. I think it's...
But by the way, this is why vitae transfer does say if you want to do it on a willing target, you restrain him because it's not like they're going to cooperate.
I gotta pull a 6.
I mean, that's decent. It becomes gobble dice. As we keep learning, gobble dice are a little weird.
Gobble dice are a little weird. But no, so like moving on some things here. Because like I said, we finally got to show something what I've been like probably calling to myself, Doc Enos. not necessarily evil Enos, but dark Enos of Enos the Killer, which is very distinct because I think there was I can't remember when we had this conversation, but we had this conversation about Enos' thoughts on dueling and stuff and whatnot, and why Enos doesn't necessarily take with dueling. It's because Enos does not consider himself a duelist. He does not consider himself a fighter. He considers himself a killer. He is very good at killing. And I think this encounter demonstrates that.
Yeah, when you put your mind to it, pretty good.
Yeah. But it's also, not the most healthy mindset, as Enos literally had to sacrifice his arm to, get some of it done. And I'm trying to show some of, Enos's unhealthy habits, I want to say. Like I said, fortunately or unfortunately, I'm not entirely sure at this point, not a lot of people actually got to see it. Leslie got to see a bit of it. But he was a bit far away, and the unfortunate thing is I think I popped Soul of Night as soon as exactly after he got involved.
Yeah.
So
on the flip side, though, that means also Enos got to see a side of the Marquis that doesn't come out so much, which is he was technically sprinting across the top of the castle, firing 2 guns wildly. It didn't work out because the enemy was armored, but he totally tried to shoot her ass, on sight. Some weird magic lady is attacking my Enos, just draw 2 guns. Bam, 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 bam.
I do want to take a slight issue, I realize, because I realized that after the fact, Axe was trying to do the thing where he got the kill shot. Because he said I remember calling him saying that when he did it, he was like, "Oh, I hope that would have killed her." I'm just like, wait a minute, you trying to steal my thunder again? But it worked out because she had armor. He did give her the thunder weave, which is pretty badass actually. Yep. Being able to pin people, it's fucking
secret
crazy.
Spell. There's I've played around with that in a couple of the different schools of sorcery on the secret side, but. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Thunderweave's the one you guys discovered first. Because Axe has talked before about wishing he had more offensive options in Veilcraft, and I'm like, there should be a few fairy magics that let you do some weird stuff, and that is kind of Thunderweave is I needed an area to stick the classic Thunder equal spider web, because that's a thing in video games for some reason, and so I was like, well, it's called Weaver, so Thunder Weave.
It works.
Material component works.
But during that fight, Enos was basically soloing a boss encounter and was doing okay. But it was definitely the thing of this is one of those things of where I love the spotlight, but I understand that I'm hogging the spotlight at the same time, so I can't really get mad at other people for wanting to get involved. But at the same time, it's I'm doing something cool. Do you have to get involved? And they're like, yes. I'm like,
Well, it was kind of a thing where it was there was a real concern. Are you going to get your ass kicked right now? Kind of a thing, right?
Oh yeah.
It was dangerous. It was risky. And there is always there are these rules about how far away you can trigger eerie and stuff, right? So it's okay, right. Something spooky happened. So Leslie definitely knows. And some of that is on me. I don't actually know if in because combat rounds are only several seconds long. I don't know if in those 20-30 seconds between all the different combat setups and stuff, you taking on the minions and moving, and then the actual spooky stuff happening, Leslock moving only 50-60 feet could actually meander his way all the way around, probably within shooting distance, because I think it's 100 feet for medium range. I don't remember. Short range is 60 feet, but it's a little longer than there, for medium. But but at the same time, it's I don't want to nickel and dime Axe on movement because he's trying to get into a scene. He realizes something is wrong. His senses trigger. He got hit with a fucking arrow, actually, also. The range effect and the number of targets, that's what is it? Slings and Arrows, I think is the name of the spell. Slings and Arrows, very good at area control.
Very nice.
Again, like I said, I was prepared for there to be all of you there. That was definitely going to be the whole fucking squad shows up and it's okay, arrows for everybody. Pew pew. But then it turned into kind of a desperate well, well, Enos is pretty tough. We'll try and catch him.
No, but I do think that this is one of the things, though, that we probably need to work out. 'Cause this is one of the things that we talked about post game is like, Axe as Leslog made this big issue on making everyone coins so he can contact them quickly, and in the moment of crisis did not use them and instead decided to get involved himself.
Well, honestly, the first crisis point was probably when those guys were out and you got the word, because he didn't involve himself directly right away. He was like, okay, I'll stand by and see what happens. And then it got spooky, and then he didn't remember the coins until after the beat.
Yeah. No, and it's one of those things, is like in the heat of the moment, you forget things. People forget things. I forget things. You forget things. And then we go, oh shit, we could have done this thing.
I literally forgot something. I was like halfway through the next scene going, oh shit, I meant for Ainara Espada to go with you because Logish is going. Fuck.
Yeah.
She can go because it doesn't matter, but
I also think that Axe partly forgot because he wanted to be involved in the scene and do a cool thing. Axe likes doing cool things. I like doing cool things. So it's going to be one of those things of like, we got to remember that we have to share the spotlight, even if we do not want to sometimes.
I mean, honestly, I think Leslug didn't think of it at the most appropriate moment, just because Axe even said this. He was like, yeah, I was kind of out of it at the start. Like, I wasn't thinking about getting involved at all and, letting everybody do their thing. And Axe did say that, like, kind of it was his, misstep, I think he said. That's a word we've been throwing around a lot, misstep, because I think it's correct, right? We're not making mistakes, but we are making missteps. But, like,
yeah.
He thought that the goal, like a lot of people apparently thought, or they were just role-playing too hard, but thought the fire was the thing, and then the crisis, and then making the company actions, right? Like rolling against them. And then I think only you in character, and maybe Logesh a little, like he did some just in case stuff and then went out himself. But only you, Lucky, as Enos, were like, well, this could be a distraction. And then I'm out here being like, this is the most obvious distraction play in the universe. It is a literally did the old light on fire to get you to look away trick. But like Axe wasn't thinking of it like that. He was thinking of like, well, you said yourself, you were a little sluggish in the brain. It happens sometimes with us. Like, you weren't thinking of it in that context even. You were thinking of it as like, oh, all the guys went out there to do that. Well, I don't want to step on their scene, so I'll stay back here. And Enos is going to go off on his own, so I don't want to step on that. But like we said, afterward, thinking about it logically, it was like, oh no, at the very least, Leslok should have passed on that warning to the rest of the players so they could decide for themselves.
Yeah.
Like, whether or not they wanted to cycle back.
And then, like I said, like, it's not like I'm trying to, like, blame Axe and saying, like, he messed up or he did wrong. It's just something that, I think we said this a lot, like, in our post-game had, like, hindsight is 2020.
So much 2020.
There was, like, so much 2020 stuff there. And it's just one of those things that we got to look out for going forward, because we are going forward, and there's a lot of stuff. Like, I was curious, so I did check, the Aurelius Adventure tab, and I did see that Feast was listed on. I'm like, yes, good.
Yeah, it's pretty far along. I should have all the upcoming sections done by Sunday. I'm up through Moira's business with Braith Hammerland, who's a brand new guy who dis.
Yeah,
he's got an eye patch and a skeleton hand.
Yeah. I will say, I did read through what was written. I am internally tickled that Aurelia thought to go assist Enos in whatever he was doing. Not once, but twice. I was like,
well, yes, you were at the source of the spooky juju, and she's like, oh, well, shit. But then she sees she activated her Kill Bill sirens, so she was like, who the fuck in my house? I'll kill him.
Mm-hmm. She's gonna kill him. And
this one, I think, at least I wrote an explanation, which in character you guys won't understand at all, but out of character about what's going on, which is there's a guy who can move through shadows, and he opened the postern gate. Posterns, by the way, are small side doors in your castle and fortification walls, so that you don't have to go through the big main door. They also usually double as sally ports if you're under siege. So canonically, Stonehearth has a couple of postern doors, which are usually barred and closed in the inner walls, so you can slip in and out. But again, the teleportation problem. We've been having a lot of conversations, gang. And then, of course, it's a pretty cool ability, but Moira may have cut a shadow.
Moira cuts a lot of things. So, like I said, I am excited for the people who listen to it to see Enos at his, his darkest, most disrespectful. I think it was actually a pretty good scene. Though I also feel like this is one of those things of like, I'm in the moment. I can't stop the moment, but I realize I'm doing something that might be a little bit contrary to what Omega maybe wanted to do. Because we had the appearance of an old enemy who definitely wanted to, maybe monologue a little bit. And Enos was just like, no.
Oh yeah, no, I was a little annoyed with you. I got you back. I bet you. I got my satisfaction when I filled your arm with killing. That was my moment of like, okay, we want to play. All right. She's gonna go to 11. She didn't have if Enos had tried to engage with her a little, I think the two of you could have had a 1v1 duel without her even summoning her pact buddy.
Mm.
Like I said, because it was the encounter was dynamically adjusted to the difficulty, but flinging the knives at her and interrupting her in her conversation is just like, okay, all right, she is no longer. You're not fucking around, so she's no longer fucking around. So we're gonna escalate.
Yeah,
and
that's what happens when you show up with a bunch of snake cultists that maybe killed a father figure in your life.
Yeah. And then one of them is also a suicide bomber.
Yeah, that wasn't good. But yes, there are actually many other things that we'll probably get into. We also had a big long discussion about the plot moving. As those who participate know, Enos has several plates spinning involving sorcery and studies and whatnot, and looks like we're actually going to be moving along the Lestra storyline a little bit. It's just not in the way that we're expecting and not in the way that Enos directly influenced, which makes me feel a little put out, I think is the best way to put it.
Yes, you've communicated your put outness, and I am sorry. Like I said, I've had some of these ideas in mind for a while.
It is one of those.
It's one of those things where you did say this early on in the conversation, and I'm like, no, you are right. I really can't have you guys have to lock down conversations one-on-one with NPCs and investigate their personal quests in that sense, not just not have a role play scene, but also be all right, I'm gonna ask you about stuff. How you feeling about stuff? You want to experiment stuff? It's no, we probably don't need to go that deep. There were opportunities for that with Alestra, but like you said, there's a lot of plates going on. And like I said, I don't want to necessarily communicate the idea that the gang was neglectful while they were planning Summer Court, because I don't think you were. You were doing normal stuff while setting up Summer Court and speeding to it. But out of character, mentally, Summer Court definitely took up a lot of everybody's, attention and focus about stuff.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Windows 11 might be getting an update that actually fixes some of the bullshit they're on.
Oh my god.
But no, but it's definitely one of those things of I was thinking about, and it's no, because you said you've been planning this for a while, and it's all well, it's not it's not necessarily something that's all well, these guys aren't working on the thing, I'll move it along myself. It's just I have a scene that I want to do, and it's just going to coincide at this point exactly. The only problem, the unfortunate thing about it is at a time right before I was going to do something on my own to advance, the plot, and so I feel like I talk about, I'm not necessarily upset. I'm mad. I don't think you necessarily did me dirty in any way. It's just one of those things.
You were oh, I wanted to trigger this.
Yeah. And so
I still have one Alestra sequence in the fiction to write, so I'm hoping to kind of capture a lot more of the tone I had in mind with this scene, because I think the boys stumbling across it, and then like I said, I'm not mincing words. There was an enemy suicide bomber. That happened. But I think that impacted the group appropriately, but also there was a lot of other stuff going on because, like I said, there were a lot of wheels in wheels. I didn't know how you would split the party. If you would split the party, you guys could have spent your entire night at the front gate and then probably would have had the encounter with the enemy mage, the serpent mage, with Alestra right there, and would have been front and center as she has a little freak out and a transformation sequence, right?
Mm-hmm.
some of you guys could have been on the causeway, on the bridge. And actually, I need to decide. Actually, I'll ask you guys. You guys are all here except Loth and Dallas, but they don't care. Maybe Loth cares. There's a causeway. There's a bridge in Stonehearth between what's called the outer wall and then the motor wall and the Barbican. There technically should be like a third wall out there because it's supposed to be a three-legged fortress, but drawing that many walls is hard. Drawbridge or no drawbridge? Because it's a dry moat.
Drawbridge.
Okay.
Oh,
in that case, they didn't raise the drawbridge because there were still people trying to get across you had guys going back and forth. They didn't want to close the gate yet. But yeah, we'll say it's a drawbridge. But like, you guys could have been out on the drawbridge trying to clear it of all those civilians, and could have been right there when Paz had her scene, which I did hopefully foreshadow that one pretty good recently.
No, I think that was interesting as well. That's going along with like stuff. And I will say, I am like somewhat even if we are moving along the plotline, it moves in a direction that is not necessarily counterintuitive to Enos' own plans. It's actually very in line with Enos' plans. So I am grateful for that. It's just one of those things like, I mentally go, I need to be more proactive on this subject.
Well, and luckily us discussing about that, because like I will say there were some discussions that night as well, because we were trying to wrap our heads. You guys, I should say, not we. I've wrapped my head. I know what's going on. You guys are trying to figure out what's going on. Trying to wrap your heads around the snake cult and like what the fuck these guys' deal is, right?
Right.
And at one point you talked about how like sometimes we're just theory crafting a theory craft, and like sometimes that is good though, because I'm reading the theory crafting, and sometimes you give me guys you guys give me, sorry, it's 3 a.m. ideas to pull from for this, and like I talked about this with you, where like the concept of what's going on with Alestra I came up with through discussions with you about what we wanted this to look like collectively.
Oh no, I actually went back and because I didn't actually look at the Dragon Sorcery, I actually read how it actually came about. I was like, oh no, I do feel involved in this now. Because it was basically, talking about it, how it's basically, it's not an old sorcery, it's a new sorcery based off of, a bit of Dragon Sorcery and Soulcraft. And I'm like, oh wait, no, I do feel involved in this. And I think that also helps cement my decision to actually have Enos pick it up as well.
To look into Dragon Soul himself. It's basically Alestra's synthesizing an idea from everything she learned from Nicola about like, the three-part body and the 9 elements and stuff. So it's like, okay, so astral, umbral are opposites. You've got mind, body, soul. If we transform the body by eating a dragon heart so that you physically have the etherical core of a dragon, that's how dragon sorcery is supposed to work. What if we instead, transpose the soul?
Yeah. Which, is, I feel, what is like Enos' involvement in, like, as, he's helping with that. It's just like, we're going to this, I just feel like I need to, like, be more involved, and I've already like made plans about this. That's
good. We can
like we're like
ideas,
especially with Aurelia probably going off to still. Actually, I don't know if we're still going to send her off. I don't know how people feel about that. They might feel like too much danger. We got to keep everyone close. I don't know. I don't know how everyone's going to react.
I mean, I would still say maybe to try, but you might want to have a conversation with her about her bloodlust. But also, there may be less people to seek revenge on in the distant. Like the coast of Cheval,
yeah,
at college.
Well, like I said, I think I'm gonna bait her with something to get her to acquiesce, but we got to see how everyone else feels.
I think she's still okay with it because like I've talked about this a lot, right? But you guys get in Aurelia's head decently because I write from her because she is one of the more, I won't say interesting, but like one of the more dynamic NPCs. Being the little sister of the crew. And Aurelia's not an idiot. Honestly, a lot of times she can be quite rational. But it's a twofold thing where, one, like most of you, she harbors a deep-seated trauma and a burning desire for revenge. This often clouds her judgment into doing things that she shouldn't do because, well, that's what, all her brothers do. And cousins, and so on. Like, that's, like, even the feast chapter starts with, like, Aurelia sees, Logesh and Comrade and Nicola hair off, and she's like, okay, those guys got that. I don't need to rush out. I'm going to go back to the keep, even. I'm going to go back even further than Enos and Leslock, and I'm going to think about stuff. And then she gets a spooky, tingly feeling, and she's like, son of a bitch. Wasn't Enos going into the back garden, the back lot? Fuck. Now I got to go out there. But then that turns because the moment she sees, snake cult guys sneaking into her house, she's just like I said, Kill Bill sirens. Also, yep. I am strongly indicating that there is something supernatural going on with Aurelia.
Yeah, that's been evident since frickin' the first Aurelia's adventure.
Yeah, the first Aurelia's adventure, but also since Tron. She got a weird one.
Yeah.
At the mount itself, Mount Tron.
Yeah.
She got a weird leaf. Which she keeps in her locket, by the way.
Yep.
So like there's something going on with her that I'm like setting up to purposes. There are other things going on with other people. Maybe that's the through line of Aurelia's adventures is that there's supernatural stuff going on with people. That I'll say this, especially as we try to dive deeper into things. It's not always a coincidence how Moira operates. She's got her own vibes to pursue. But like also, I don't want to say this, actually saying like, oh, I feel guilty because like 3 of the people weren't involved. They were involved though. Like you guys could still have done actions to bolster your company actions from the keep, but they would have been harder and more limited. And like Nicola being like, I'm going to study how this fire works to help firefighting, and stuff like that. Or even his like, well, I'm physically going to grab guys so that we can capture, these enemies fleeing. He couldn't do that from inside the keep. So like they were part of it. And that was always an option. Like I said, it was a real attack. You were under an unconventional attack and could have lost a point of sovereignty if they succeeded. So like it mattered. It's just like you thought you guys collectively, not all of you, like I said, but in general, like, there is every part was involved. All 5 of you could have gone out of the keep and gone out of there, and you would have heard that like some freaky shit happened while you were gone, but it would have been not quite the same. Honestly, if all of you had left to go out and fight the fire, I probably would have had Mariposa Marsh be down there anyway, because, that was the whole point.
Well, she was there for revenge.
Yeah. She was looking for Leslock. But having her close by was important for other parts of the plan. But yeah, like the things running are along. But it kind of shakes out to these different moments. But like I said, Aurelia is not stupid, so like she understands that she needs to get her life together, basically, or like prepare for the long term, and she understands that there are certain checkpoints to be made there. Otherwise, she is going to have to do like she jokes about and like run off into the woods and go start her own business of being a freelance adventurer, and she's not opposed to that. But also, I think she knows that one sucks. She's probably listened to one too many stories of Moira complaining about having to, kill deer and boars with a sword to eat. Because Moira lived in the woods.
No, I think Enos's bait will be attractive to her then, but it won't be able to come into fruition
later. But yeah, like
yeah.
Whereas like Alestra is much less likely to leave, and also has much weirder things going on with her. Honestly, it's a little freaky. Like that's another thing I kind of wanted to be is like you said, you felt put out, and I'm like, this is why I definitely had to write this scene, because I'm like, Alestra is kind of like quote unquote making moves on her own, but it is clearly a reaction to something else going on in this scene, and I kind of want to communicate that she's not having a good time yet.
No, I kind of got that impression initially, like. The dragon eyes are covered in blood. I don't feel that that wasn't necessarily Alestra's vibe, so I was a little concerned about that. Like I was saying, usually with like power like that comes with some pretty bad drawbacks. I was like, that's probably not great. Like I said, like one of the scenes I definitely want to have, post the situation is sitting down with Alestra and, going over what happened, taking dubious notes, and, discussing things with her.
Yeah,
and probably pushing
what the hell that vibe was.
Yeah, and, pushing up maybe our trip to... Well, not pushing up, but, putting the trip to the Shadow Pass on a bit of a higher schedule. I am very glad you said I can get the next level in fucking extenuating sorcery, because that helps so much.
Yeah, that was one of those, like, hindsight things where I was like, fuck, you went to a place to pick up esoterics from a teacher, which I did not previously have available, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm dumb. Because you weren't thinking about that esoteric branch, there was a different one. But I was like, wait a minute, you could absolutely find some kind of, like... And that, honestly, I think extenuating fits Soulcraft very well for duration stuff. You guys like durations, because you're a lot of permanent things, but everything else is, like, usually very limited time. So I'm like,
Oh yeah.
absolutely, if you got the experience points, you could have picked that up. Yeah. No, and like honestly, like I said, that theory crafting to theory craft discussion, that reminded me because you talked a little about what's going on with like the many armed goddess, which like I did that is that was a fairly fresh plot point in my head of like exactly how I was gonna hit you with that one when it came up at Lorelei Rock. So we are still very early in the ball rolling situation. But you reminding me of like that conversation was like, wait, I can absolutely add that. And now the mirror conversation has like two and a half extra paragraphs in it because I was like, shit. I was originally planning that as a much looser touch base, but I'm like, wait, Enos might ask them about that thing that was in their place, and I got to figure out what they know.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things of like I've been trying to figure out if anyone knows who this goddess is because, it's one of those things. So yes, I'm gonna be.
Well, honestly, I will say one thing which hasn't come up yet, but I've been thinking about myself and realize we may need to think about is there's an interesting thing here, right? You saw the many-armed goddess, the unknown one, and then Chillone, the goddess of winter, grouped together on the same side of the mural with Dea Tacita.
Yeah.
And we haven't really discussed what the iron demons make of gods who are supposed to be descended from Dea Tacita. Like,
that is true.
Yeah, I don't really know what place they would have in your group religion. On the one hand, I can see, and I think this will probably end up being true for Miss Many-Armed anyway, just because it prevents too much global retconning, but there seems to be a certain amount of distance where the Iron Demon's old job was within the confines of the underworld. So if her child deities were out in the world doing god stuff, like presumably Chillone was doing, it might actually be Chillone. It's mostly Greek.
I used to say Chillone.
Yeah, Chillone. But like that's like a thing where like you guys weren't concerned with honoring them because you're not their kindred and they're not here, as opposed to like whatever's going on with like the concept of the gate man, right? Like that's a figure who's vaguely attested in your myths, who whatever his role is in metaphysics doesn't exist anymore because the original underworld is sealed away and you guys have kind of like relocated. So like you don't have the direct connection, but you have the vague sense that like, oh yeah, there was a mythological guy for that. Whether he's a god or a culture hero or whatever, you guys don't know. But there's a guy there. So it's probably that there's some amount of distance where if they weren't directly involved in the way the underworld worked, you guys don't have a lot of institutional memory. But it's definitely something philosophically that I think I was like, oh shit, we need to talk about this.
We should have something about, the children of Dea Tacita in our legends, as they are, the children of Dea Tacita, our grandest of mothers.
Yeah. But maybe that's more of like a very vague story about, her.
Or maybe it's just one of the iron. Maybe it's just one of the Iron Demon mysteries that is a super big mystery and no one talks about it because it's a big secret. I don't know. We like secrets.
It's true, you guys do like secrets. Like one thing I definitely need to think about and then talk with you about is like what the Iron Demons think their relationship with Chillone is like, because she's an empty throne, but it's known why she's an empty throne, and it's like, what is your guys' opinion on Winter? Because I actually don't think you guys are that cold resistant overall.
No, Chillone to the Iron Demons is probably, while not an enemy per se, is a obstacle and a challenge, a reminder to be prepared to. She's the obstacle that makes sure that we work together and whatnot.
And that is absolutely like what her role is supposed to be. You guys learned a lot more about her by proxy by learning about Fornaxia, because she is Fornaxia's opposite. So like Fornaxia is summer, growth, warmth. Chillone is, winter, cold, decay, stagnation. And it's like, okay, so she's not necessarily the act of death itself, but she is the concept of pausing or regressing, which is like necessary, but also dangerous.
Yeah. No, so it would not be an antagonistic relationship, and we probably would not necessarily have any particular. We might have like a festival or something.
I could see it. I could see some winter stuff.
There's
vagaries of that in like even human society, like astrologers speculate about which asterism is supposed to be associated with her, right? So, like, you acknowledge she exists. The guys are like, we don't talk about that lady. She's scary. Tempestus killed her. We don't want to fuck with it. But we knew she was there. And then, different cultures build differently. Like, that's a thing I'm sure we'll keep getting into with the Veilmen, is that, like, that was a cool, a cute thing I came up with, is, like, Stone and Sky, and being like, oh, yeah, no, this is going to be their thing. Is, like, they have absolutely no way of, like, rediscovering the Sky Mother that much, but they're just like, well, she existed, so we're in a real bad way, so we're going to expand our religious horizons. Stone and Sky, baby.
No, like, this is one of the things that, like, is, like, semi-frustrating for me as a player. I understand that, you have things to do as a GM. But it's really hard to dig up information. It's really hard to find out information on long-lost subjects because, they're long and lost. So it's just like, what do I do?
No, it's tough. And, like, I've been thinking about that since we talked about that. Aaron's saying, I wish you could help with the sort of role-building more. Just yap about some stuff. Talk about some things with me. Throw me out, even if it's not in just, like, it. If you're too busy at work or whatever, don't even do it out. Just... if you've got some interesting, speculation or your theories, share them in game. Like, I'm not the kind of GM where I'm constantly adjusting what I do based on what you guys do, but, like, if you guys have an interesting idea or interpretation, I kind of, like, be like, yes, let me file that one away. Let me see if I can work with that.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why sometimes I just yap in Secret Tabletop.
Yeah, just
have
like,
an idea.
Shape stuff and see what happens.
Yeah.
And no, you're right. Like, honestly, we always wanted, like, long lost lore and all this, like, divinity and stuff to be a big part of it. That's something that even Session 0 you were asking about, like, ruins and lost civilizations and shit. But you are right that it is hard to set up, and it's like, I've tried to rein in acts on, like, reasonable expectations of how much time we can skip. Like, at one point he was like, oh, we could just skip just a year, and I'm like, I don't think we're going to do a whole year, like, time skip. That's not going to happen anymore, because you would need to, like, your enemies are moving, you guys would have to, like, paralyze them for long periods of time. But we could probably it might be a place where you guys are just like, no, we don't want to do anything on the personal front. We want to just do company stuff for, like, a couple of months, like maybe a whole season, and just do some rolls, do some setup, wait for the month, refresh, do some more rolls, work on our projects. Like, I could see that happening. And I wouldn't mind moving towards that, because that moves out stuff. But, like... well, don't get too... now it's like, you're like, if you're going to use moving time faster to crunch time your research all the time, that will be tougher. I will have to set higher and higher treasure targets, because it's like, I can't have you inventing everything all the time, because it needs to make sense temporally. And also, like, I don't need to keep giving myself 9,000 more research projects to write. As I'm still, that's next on my list to once I catch up with fiction and stuff, is to backfill, because you guys also want to have a big discussion in the group about, like, where we're going with research and, like, setting up Aramita's think tank and stuff. I think I need to, like, actually list out all the NPCs she's got on her side again, and kind of, like, when also redescribing their project. But, like, we could move through some time, and that would make some of this research stuff easier, to not just move time, but also move travel, because then it could be easier. Like, a lot of stuff bound up in Keltacy. That's the proper place for it. It's there to go. I gave you guys some hints when you guys dropped in Trone. You've had a few spots in and around Tyne. I'm not actually think any of your current projects will really... I mean, you're going to research Ysbrand Frost, but I don't actually think any of your other plot hooks are really directly related to Crag right now.
No, I'm going to be real. The only reason I wanted to go to Crag is I wanted to see if I needed to kill Ysbrand Frost. That's it. That's the only reason. I made everything else around that just for that. The ambassador, the plant. I just want to kill Ysbrand Frost.
I mean, I think it's a good one to run, because it gives the other characters moments to grow and like shed some light on what Crag is like, because we've never been there on camera, as I like to say. But yeah, no, like if that's the only one in your project is trying to see if we need to scratch another name off the old, from the Journals of Leofric Logi list.
No,
we can work with that.
No, it's just one of the things. So, like, that's one of the things I talk about. Like,
focused.
Like, that's the thing about Crag is, like, yeah, I want to do the Crag thing, but I don't need it to be like a big long tour and a whole bunch of RP scenes. It's just like, I need to get in there, see if I need to kill this man and get out.
Yeah, but that's honestly, that's fine. That's focused. That's direct. Okay, that means we doesn't need to take up too much time, because a lot of our problem is just like we get out there all over the place, Well,
this is what we were talking about earlier about, like, spinning plates. Like, I have, like, Enos has, like, several spinning plates. He has his his mentorship of Aurelia and Lestra, which can be 2 plates considering, one's, dragon sorcery, one's like pure soulcraft. So, different mentalities. He's on the trail of the Chalice Knights. He's working on, his own espionage game. He was working, and which is like connected, but also separated from his plans for revenge and stuff. And then, as well as interacting with like all the NPCs in his life because, Enos is a greedy, simple boy, and he just can't give up. He can't give up the finer things in life to pursue a life of nothing but revenge. Just can't do that.
Yep. I think honestly, I talked about it earlier. I think that's probably the one of the key personality differences between Aurelia and Enos. Like, if Aurelia thought she would be better served by leaving it all behind to seek revenge, she would do it. It would be foolish of her, but she would do it. But it also turns out that being rich and noble is good, actually, for that. That gives you resources. But yeah, I think that's an interesting like character point to think of. But yeah, no, like I said, you got a lot of plates, like, and all the characters have honestly lots of plates. Like, Leslock is the face of the organization, and he does have ongoing plots. He needs to finalize his wedding. I'd get that out of the way because that's going to be a whole thing. It's going to be a big thing.
We got the bones of it. We just got to get the finer details.
Yeah, and like that's one of those things where like that's not happening for like 6 months of in-game time. So it's like you would plan ahead, but we don't need to work on that out of character now because there's more important, more pressing things to work on.
Indeed.
But like Leslock is also trying to explore his own secret sorcery, which has its own weird ends going on with these fairy contacts he's picking up. He also has a lust for revenge. But he also, is developing and growing duties, to his liege lord, the king. He still has a guy he owes things to. Conrad is, he's gotten engaged. Now he has to get married. He has to finish working on his fucking castle once he gets all the repairs done. That's at least, like, paid for and working, so it will happen sooner rather than later. But he also seeks revenge. Yes. We love revenge here. But he also has other Wargman stuff going on. And, like, then there's, like, Aaron's plans for Conrad, which are technically separate, because I don't think Conrad knows about becoming the god of war in character yet. So, like, there's high-level stuff. And definitely, again, that conversation on the ideas, the things that Aaron wants to go into is maybe go like, okay, hold on, wait, what can I work with here? Spoilers, you guys really, I know it's recency bias, but you definitely, when I give you the phone call to talk to some Myrrh, you're going to want to take that call, and when I tell you that you can go to the Pitchstone Plains to do that thing, you're going to want to do that thing.
We're going to want to do that thing. It's just that, again, we have several plates. Oh, God,
yes.
We have so many plates.
Like, Logesh is probably our least plated because that is generally how Loth plays, but even he has multiple things. He is working on a romance subplot with Ainara Espada, despite the fact that I think every other character thinks this is every other player character anyway, thinks this is a bad idea. Like, he has his personal, like, beef, his unresolved differences with Enos. He has his complicated relationship with his Logi side family. He has his less complicated but more distant because, well, actually, I won't say. I don't know if Loth keeps forgetting about it, but getting him to engage with the Palak side of his relatives definitely feels a little slower. Like, sometimes he's very engaged, sometimes he's less so. But, like, that's still a distant relationship, right? And then also, he is a Justicar, and, like, this is a thing that doesn't come up a lot, but Logesh does take his job very seriously. Like, he down to getting into the minutia. Like, you guys bought cheap grain from Ferretti, and he is like, I am all about feeding our people. I will make sure this grain is tested. I will haul it myself if I have to. This better be safe grain, otherwise I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. It's like the same with, like, the Smiths boys. Like, that's a thing that he's in character nettled about. Like, Logesh takes his duties very seriously. I suspect when you guys go to actually do the setup and work on the Corsairs, since we've made sure, since that is what, when Loth designed Logesh as a character, the kind of Generalissimo tactical commander stuff was supposed to be one of his hats, supposed to be one of his character beats. He'll also take a point, and I assume that Logesh will also probably take that very seriously.
Oh, yeah.
And God, we don't need to talk about how many plates Nicola has. Nicola has too many plates. I talked about this with you, right? Nicola came up with a harebrained scheme about astral projection, and I came up with a whole fucking, like, not a complex, but a whole plot beat to actually, powwow with you about that. But then that was one of, like, 4 other cockamamie schemes he's dropped. And I'm just like,
it's one of those things, like, I'm always down to, like, do theory crafting and stuff, but it's just one of those things of, like, you got to commit to the bed. Dallas has, like,
Dallas
a
comes up
dartboard
with an idea fast, and for better or worse, he is good at dropping ideas fast.
Yeah.
Like, he'll come back to ideas if you bring them up to him. A scene with, like, him going back to bat to, like, look more at, like, the steam engine concept and stuff, because that was one of the things that like, No, that's the thing. Axe saying it wasn't astral projection. I thought it was moving his soul pieces. Separate cockamamie scheme. He went through several moves of this, right? Like, at one point, he was just going to clone himself and, like, not necessarily split his soul, but just, like, give the clone his memories before we were like, no continuity, bud. That's a whole new guy. Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, that won't work. And then I got to split my soul. Okay, that won't work. What if I just project my soul? I won't have a body at the other end. And I'm like, oh, but you could have... There was something there. We could have talked about astral projection.
No, it's like one of those things of, like... It is one of those things of, like, if, like, you can't just... Well, I guess you kind of can just, throw out ideas and see what sticks, but sometimes you got to go to bat for your idea.
Yeah, like I said, that's like...
Oh, excuse me.
Follow up with Dallas? No, not really, because he said that, I'm like, that's neat. I concepted it, put it in my pocket, and I waited for a moment where it'd be appropriate to bring it up, and then Dallas had already moved on to the next thing.
Like here's the thing, like, especially with GM, like, the GM should not work harder than they have to. If the players do not want to engage with...
learning from this.
If a player does not want to engage with the plot point, drop the plot point and move on, because just holding on to it constantly is only going to cause you more work and more stress. So it's like... And it's like one of the things
I'll say
that
this. I still have the spell designed. If it ever comes up, it might come up through some other means. But I don't think turning it into a plot... Like I said, it's not a plot point. It's a plot beat. Like, I don't want to call it a full point, but it was a beat. It could have been a scene or two between him and Enos. It could have resulted in shared knowledge. And it could have ended up with, like, an interesting thing that might give you guys new interesting ideas to jump off of.
No. So,
for starters,
like...
if Enos could astral project. Though I will say, because like I said, I don't know when I'm going to get to it, the concept would be to design a spell that can be cast under both attunement for alchemy and soulcraft at the same time. Like, a literal shared spell. Like I said, I'll see if we get to it. We never know. But
we might talk
about it. We'll see.
Like I said, we're this Dragon Soul stuff might give Eno some questions. Like, it depends on how well he rolls.
If Nicola could astrally project, he could leave his body in the keep or in his house and send his astral ghost body to look at the fire. Like, he could, leave his body somewhere useful and also still go look at things.
That means I have to replace his body with Straw Nicola at some point and see if it catches him. Actually,
there's your tier 2 spell, Possession.
I'm about to say, it's like, wait a minute. I'm sorry, that was a literally thing. It's like, yes, possession. Use your soul to possess an inanimate object. But you see, this is what, man, I don't know what I was doing at that exact time, because I remember I talked to Nicola about talking him down from the splitting his soul and the other stuff. I don't remember exactly what we said about projection though. I think we it stopped because
it was one of those things where he was thinking through a couple different plans, and I think it's the funny part where in character the boys were just trying to be like, no, Nicola, just do a normal human plan. Work on your problems, improve yourself, talk to people. Stop trying to use magic to solve all your problems. That is because that is supposed to be a theme when I discussed in session 0 with you guys about sorcery, was the idea was that sorcery was not a Swiss Army knife. It should not be something that was constantly out there. There are very powerful, very offensive sorceries, but you guys have to fucking dig tooth and nail to find them. And even then, you guys have seen with Paz some new pyromancy stuff. You can do Cone of Flame, you can do Fireball and shit like that. But
no, personally, I love my kit. Personally, I love my kitchen junk drawer of soulcraft spells. They're weird and very specific, but I like the ability just to reach in a drawer and be like, oh yeah, this will work. And sometimes it doesn't work.
Are you excited to teleport through Shadow later?
I would. I'm hoping so. Listen, like I said, Like, I really do like Soul of Night. And, like, Soul of Night on top of some shadow teleportation, that's going to be some good shit. That's going to be some good
Cast
shit, Mega.
Soul of Night, dive into a shadow, exit someplace, Soul of Night set it on you, so your cloud of darkness just fucking teleports.
Yep.
You can do some advanced shit.
Oh, yeah.
And you never know with your arm full of killing, you might need the spell called Dead Man's Hand.
I might. Like I said, I wasn't sure if how much longer combat. Like, you could have done, slice off Enos's arm thing. And I was just thinking about, I was actually thinking about that. I was also thinking about what would happen if I just straight up died. Like, I was prepared for that eventuality. I was like, Enos might end here. Might need to think of a new character.
You were doing your best to hold it off, but yeah, it could have been a little spicy.
It could have been a little spicy. I give thanks to my grandest of mothers that I made a fucking poison immunity, well, not poison immunity ring, but a ring of poison resistance that's really, really good. Really good. Jesus fucking Christ.
Pretty baller.
What's Enos's vigor? It's a pool of 4.
Yeah, I know. So resisting it would have been rough. And even then, I was like, okay, you supernaturally gobble it, you don't feel anything. You know you've been poisoned, but you don't feel even the minor effect. Because even the minor effect of being properly poisoned with viper poison is 10 minutes immobile, as you feel like you're gonna fucking die.
No, I do appreciate that, because that also probably would have been, a death of Enos, as I just shake on the ground as, a bunch of guys with poison eyes just stare at me.
Honestly, if you'd gone that route, I think I would have had them just be like, he's convulsing, he's clearly gonna die, and they would just leave you for dead and move on.
It still would have probably taken me out of any future encounter, though.
10 full minutes? Yeah.
But, yeah, no, Enos almost died several times that night. Again, this is one of the reasons why, Enos is going to be mad at Nicola if Nicola tries to start shit. If. I do want to qualify that if. But, no, like I said, we're going places with Rain. I am thinking that I am probably going to have to redirect Enos a little bit as we move back into, light side Enos, who is more about, scholarly and sorceress pursuits, not just, killing his enemies. Because Enos, once the adrenaline passes and Enos realized that he has a really fucked up arm and, he's kind of cut open, his clothing's tattered. He probably doesn't have a shirt. He probably has a scrap of cloth, over one shoulder. Blood everywhere.
Yeah, you got bit up, you got cut up.
Fucking
They didn't
arm...
stick, but she shot you with arrows and shit.
Oh yeah, no, did a cut? Nah. Enos is probably very fucked up. That is probably gonna make him go, sit down, arm in a cast, look out the window and be like, what am I doing? But it's definitely gonna be this is one of the reasons why
I didn't mean it as a meme thing, but it just so happened that a couple of characters points in the current early adventures go out of their way to, grab their tools and put on some armor.
Yeah. Again, this was me, Lucky, being all oh, this ain't gonna be no super big thing. It's just gonna be some mooks and stuff. Not expecting the boss fight. That was on me. That was generally on me. Because,
but throwing on an overcoat's not a problem.
Yeah, no, because I correctly predicted no, that's fucking bait. Something's gonna happen here. I did not predict how severe it would be. I was like, oh.
You were thinking a normal combat encounter, not I'm doing the climax of a chapter encounter.
Yeah. So that's what it is. I am very appreciative that you let, Enos grab his belt real quick, but with his knives, that was super useful. But because that was also pretty quick.
I didn't want to futz you guys two guy with geography, but it's no, you should be able to access your tools pretty fast. So long as you can run by. Because I imagine that most of your shit wouldn't be out of the place. Actually, I talked about how, in the note, Marquis Espada was still wearing his adamant blades because they're practically ceremonial. I suspect that Leslock, because he didn't ask about it much, I think, but, I imagine that Leslock was either wearing Flambert at dinner or had it nearby because it is a family relic. You don't just be let me put that up on the mantelpiece when I go to dinner.
Oh, shit. If we can swim through shadows, can I hide things in shadows? That'd be great.
Yeah, you gotta find out.
I gotta find out. But it's just one of those things of I would really like to hide my hook knives on someplace, that I don't have to make a check, just in the shadow of my sleeve, I just whoop, ta-da. But, no, I thoroughly my own gripes and complaints aside, I did thoroughly enjoy it. And I am very excited to see what we're going to be going on forward. Like I said, we're probably we got to do the denouement after the event and properly wrap up Summer Court. I do believe that, not everyone will be going home immediately the day after. I'm pretty sure the king is going to want to have a what the fuck just happened meeting. And we're going to have to all attend that.
Yeah, he's got travel plans in mind, but I think definitely, like, if you guys are willing to... Sorry, I was writing something down on my notepad. If you guys are willing to sit down with a big powwow about him and not just be like, my king, you must flee, he'll probably talk to you about some stuff, because the king and his advisors will also have some opinions about what's going on right there.
Yes.
And I think you want to ask Marcos Espada more about what the fuck is up with Braith Hammerland.
We do. He seemed very... Well, we'll find out. Like I said, he was involved in an attack on our persons and our property. That now has made him an enemy. We must know about our enemy. And then we got to start planning for the... Yeah. That means we got to start planning our next steps and see if we're going to make... So, do we? Hell, I might say that we might want to push up the Celtic trip if we have to. I knew there were some talks about Craig visits and stuff, but that stuff can be pushed off. We can't push that off.
Definitely, you could talk to because you have sent diplomats at least, so you're maintaining diplomatic relations. You could talk to Lady A about rescheduling that, because like we got some problems.
Yes. So I think next session will probably be a lot of us sitting and talking.
Well,
and getting
eventually. I told you, there's a little bit of payoff first. You guys in character have to figure out what's going on with because keep in mind, remember to Logesh and Conrad, the Fairy Queen just kidnapped Nicola. She turned him into moths, man.
That is true. Someone did get the Sabbath. You had not written that part in the story yet, so I'm very excited.
No, I'm not there. Well, yeah, we'll have that done before Sunday, so you guys can be caught up, and also so that I don't have to. I can summarize something I wrote already and don't have to worry about how much detail I'm putting in it, because that is also a thing I'm careful of in session. Speaking about managing everybody's time, is I want to be careful about spending too much time on NPC interactivity and moments when we got other shit to do, but also scenes do be hitting. All right, but it is almost 4 a.m. and that kind of feels like a good spot to stop on Oregon. We're about 5.5 hours. This one's going to be a pain in the ass to edit, but that's okay. Big-ass show. Anything else we want to throw out of there before we get on out of here?
No, I think so.
I was going to say I assume not, but then I yawned, so I think that's the key to it's time to go. Okay, all right. Hey, if you've watched this video this far, definitely give it a like. Leave your comments down below. Where you at with Ordeal Call? Are you excited for stuff in Final Fantasy XIV? Whatever's. Are you really enjoying our Resident Evil 6 playthrough? Again, let us know. Make sure to join our Discord, which has a rolling thread, a spoiler thread that I have muted right now because people are way ahead of me. We also have other discussions about video gamies and thingies, and animes and other stuff. So join our Discord. Subscribe to the channel. Consider ringing the bell for notifications. Consider joining our channel memberships. It's only $1.99 a month. You get access to membership badges and emotes, and it does help support us. And if you really want to support us, you can support us on Patreon, get access to this episode early for as little as $1 a month, or about $10 a year. At higher levels, you can get access to videos like Wanted's early. You can access topic polls for Fail Betrayal and Fanservant Friday. And at our higher levels, you can listen to us record Let's Take FGO live every week, and get an on-air shout-out like Adam Harplex, G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Ramen, and Charvor. Thank you very much for your support. All of our wonderful and beautiful patrons, all of our wonderful, beautiful listeners. We will see you next week for more Let's Talk FGO, where, God, also, I might have to think about writing a fucking Mahoyo collab pregame.
Oh, jeez.
Because the social media campaign ends the 28th? Yeah, so the event will probably be kicking in, I don't know, Did it say late March? Yeah, it might be kicking in that day. Well, we'll work it out. There's no way I could have fitted it in this fucking week. That's crazy. Crazy talk. So it might be less of a pregame, more of an extended guide. But we'll see how the timing works out. Anyway, we'll see you back next week. Make sure to tune in Monday for that RE6, and later on the week for the rest of our streams. Keep your eyes peeled for Rain 75 when that gets recorded. We'll be recording on this Sunday. We'll see you guys there. And that is going to be good night and good luck, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.